What's happening? Benton here. Nobody's here yet. StreamYard would say, be sure to greet the audience that will be watching you on the replay. So, what's up, folks? What's up? What is it, 3 a.m. Central, my time? We had a rare day off yesterday. I slept in until 4 a.m. It was amazing. That's the thing about not using an alarm clock and not looking at my phone during the night. And for those who may not know, I go to sleep very early, maniacally early, typically around 5:30 Central Time or earlier. In fact, I'm asleep. I lay down at like 3 p.m. some days. I get great sleep, and I feel great as a result. I also feel great not showering regularly. And that's been a topic, especially since Mr. Mitch likes to attack me with any and all ammunition that I provide for him. Certainly, he keeps dossiers, Mr. Mitchell does. Mars Life, among many other screen names. Keeps a dossier on yours truly. Of course he does. How could he not? It's hilarious, though, to be made fun of for living in a hotel room and sleeping on the floor by someone who lives in a vehicle. It's like, what? And something I learned from CBO Crew from my many years of hanging out and being loosely affiliated with the CBO Crew, Chalk Body Outline, is that no matter what I do, no matter what I say, no matter what choices I make, I will be ridiculed by these people. They are going to make fun of me no matter what happens. That's right. That's right. Well, Mitchell's doesn't know what to do right now because he's in Tommy's channel. If he's just on his phones, I don't know. He might have a trouble being here as well. But what's up, Moose? Good to see you, man. It's funny because Moose said that, well, nobody's better than anybody else. That's not true, Moose. I'm as good or as bad as anybody, meaning I have the potential to be just as good as another person, to express that, through my actions. And I have the potential to be just as bad as anybody else, up to a certain, very evil acts, right? I mean, I am being a bit hyperbolic when I say that, but now and good to see you, Keith, by the way. So now we're back to the reality that many folks, and I'm not picking on Moose here, many notions in these so-called truth communities just go by unchallenged and unthought about and unreflected upon. Now, in this process of the continuous disciplining of my mind, and that is what I am doing here, folks. Now, I don't know that that's my life's purpose. Apparently, my life's purpose is to be of service. What's up, Just Out? Good to see you. But my day-to-day, it seems to me more and more what I'm doing here is I'm continuously disciplining my mind. Now, what other folks are doing, ultimately has almost nothing to do with what I'm doing, although shout out to Mitchell. Shout out to Mitchell who helps me along the way. He's actually helping me along the way because many folks just say, well, just block them and move on. Well, it's just like if somebody, maybe a guy simped for a girl too much and they're like, hey, delete her number. No, don't delete her number, because then what happens is 6 months later, she calls you, you don't remember her number, and you might accidentally answer the phone. Same thing with Mitchell. No, don't block him, because now he's coming back under 300 million different screen names, and he might know, okay, he can act like he's a fan, or he can act like he's going to be nice to me, and he can sort of fly under the radar. So no, we want him under his Mars's Life name, or whatever of his well-known names are. See, but part of that is now I get to continuously discipline my mind by reading his comments and then controlling my own inner space. And part of that is to realize, wow, this person is making fun of me for panhandling and asking for donations, but he's on a panel right now, and his username on the panel is his Cash App, right? So what he does, what he thinks, how he expresses, see, he is the least accountable person on here. He will never, ever be seen to behave incorrectly or foolish or immorally. He will never be seen to do that and then also accept accountability. No, I'm the person who will accept accountability for my actions, who has, who does, who will continue to do so. Other folks do. Paul Enslaved is one who holds himself accountable. See, I'm not held accountable by people like Mitchell, because the interesting part of that is the person who runs around behaving as if rights, freedoms, accountability are so important, right, doesn't live based on any of those things. Because how can he be free if he can't be accountable? A person can't be anything but a slave if they don't hold themselves accountable, because there's many different forms of slavery. See, a person can run around and LARP and pretend to have corrected their status, right? They can do that all they want to. Now, the reality of the situation has nothing to do with me. It's not my concern. I'm on the internet doing a broadcast. I get to state my opinions. Okay, or I get to state a viewpoint that may or may not be true. Now, what Mitchell will do is he will run in at times. Good to see you, DWS. He will run in, right? And he will communicate in a specific type of way as if I'm somehow beholden to the record, right? No, I'm not. I'm not beholden to a record. That's bullshit. Why? Because I'm putting my name on it. My name's on the screen. That's my real name. My name's on the channel. That's my real name. See, it's my family name. I'm putting my name on it. I don't think folks really factor that in. I don't think folks are really aware of what that means. Okay. Now, whose house? Our house. Right. Get in where you fit in. I'm happy that that's a thing. Right. But now we're back to the continuous disciplining of the mind. Right. Well, I'm doing that. Most folks aren't. Most folks are almost never disciplining their mind, and that's fine. I've accepted that this is how people are. In fact, a big part of what I was accomplishing, of the many things that I accomplished by taking it to the streets for so long and sleeping rough and living as an ascetic monk, right? Renunciate, okay? More or less renouncing possessions other than what I could fit into a backpack and physically carry. May very well be back to that soon, by the way. Because certainly this community, as well as most other communities, don't value what I'm contributing. And that's completely fine. And in fact, it's probably not part of my path to have other folks provide me with a lifestyle and a living, right? It's probably not part of my path. And in fact, whether it's truck driving or back into street living, right, as it may be, I'm only going to grow and evolve and change and express, my own beingness more fully. That's what's going to happen. See, nothing can be done to me here that doesn't make me stronger now that I've chosen to live. Because remember, a little over a year ago now, actually more than a year ago now, I very nearly drank myself to death by my own hand, through my own choice. See how it works? Now, part of me doing 7 days a week live streams, oh, wait a minute, now there's another discipline. See, now there's another discipline, see. In order to create what Mitchell refers to as my safe space. Yeah, please respect it, Mitchell. But he can't respect it. Well, he doesn't respect himself, because why would he? Because if I looked in the mirror and I took stock of myself and my beingness was something on the level of Mitchell, because again, I'm as good or as bad as anybody else, see. So if and in fact, I did my version of this many years ago. I looked in the mirror one day and I actually just dropped the bullshit And I've realized, wow, I just assumed that I was this great person because, hey, it's me after all. How could I not be a good person or a great person? But because I was willing in that moment to take honest stock of, where my thoughts and my actions had led me in my life. Oh, wait a minute, we're being vulnerable, Mitchell. Something you know nothing about. Mitchell has never exhibited one moment of vulnerability, even as he is vulnerable. He won't show vulnerability. See, even as other than maybe when Paul's flirting with him, right? He won't demonstrate vulnerability. Well, because someone refuses to demonstrate vulnerability doesn't mean they're not vulnerable. It means that they're refusing to see themselves that way. Because why? Because they're creating a false projection. And I understand the term projection is overused because that person is creating a projection and then living in the projection. And that projection is a false reality, right? Now, I don't have the luxury of projecting a false reality for myself and then inhabiting it because I won't be able to maintain my sanity. And by the way, folks, this experience, from my perspective, it's about me and only me. It ain't about Mitchell. It ain't about Moose. It ain't about Keith, highly suspect. It's not about the audience for a live stream. See? And I've known this for a very long time. Oh, but he's being arrogant and egoic. Okay, well, that's your opinion. That has nothing to do with what's actually happening because what's actually happening is actually happening. Truth don't have to be validated by your ignorance. And if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you, see. Shout out to Dick Gregory, may peace be upon him. That's who I learned that particular lesson from. Truth don't have to be validated by ignorance. Well, further, truth can't be, ignorance can't validate truth more correctly. In some instances, I'm sure there's exceptions to that. Oh, wait a minute. I'm in a realm where there's always exceptions to everything. Do I really need to state it that way? Or can I just assume that I'm communicating, that I'm discoursing to beings intelligent enough to see that nuance and to make these distinctions for themselves, see? And then Sterling Ray points out, and she didn't mean me, by the way. I see Sterling Ray points out, thank you, Pale Horse Rider, for the $19.99 super chat. Much appreciated. Wonderful. I do appreciate that. There's also a Cash App for those who might want to donate through Cash App. Oh, there I am panhandling again. Well, I've spent many, many, many hundreds of hours standing at a corner somewhere with a cardboard sign, folks. Mitchell can never make me feel bad based on, super sticker, my bad. Mitchell can never make me feel bad. Thanks again, Pale Horse Rider. Appreciate you. Mitchell can never make me feel bad based on something that I've done so often. See, I can never make Mitchell feel bad about living in a car or a vehicle because he lives in a vehicle. Meanwhile, I wouldn't because obviously that's a valid choice of lifestyle, as is a valid choice of lifestyle to drive a big rig 7 days a week for months on end to then have enough fiat to choose to live in a motel while I do 7 days a week live streams, and then finally took a day off yesterday. So you have to make myself take a day off. I almost went live anyway. I was going to call the stream, something about taking a day off, which is kind of a tongue-in-cheek reference to never taking a day off. I don't need a day off. Now my body, because I'm going through health challenges, right, that will be with me for the rest of my life. Yeah, I'm no longer actively dying. Okay, now here's part of the continuous disciplining of the mind. In order to receive the healing I've received, I was only able to do that by fully accepting that I was actively dying. Now, that has nothing to do with we're all going to die, right? On a long enough timeline, we all did. This experience is so brief, it's already happened, right? If we look at just how quickly we're here, it's just this thing is so rapid, as far as I can tell, at least this incarnation. Now we can get into, am I repeating the same process over and over and over? But then we have to get into what do I even mean by me? Okay, I'm not trying to get that deep into it. I would hope that the audience will follow my discourse here, and if not, that's okay. Well, and again, of course, Just Out. Of course. But see, I recognize, and I'm not trying to offend anybody, but at a certain point, we know Benton's going to come on here and just call it like he sees it. Yeah, I'll play nice with the audience for months, every day for months. But even during those times, you'll notice that I do fucking go off on the audience here and there. But again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. Nice. Yeah, I looked in the mirror one day. Well, and that's another thing. If people, now that you've typed that into the chat, Pale Horse Rider, you're helping the broadcast because I've lost my short-term memory. It's gone. My short-term memory is gone, probably never to return. So, I get off on a certain tangent, but then once I drop the tangent, I can't remember that I was on the tangent. So thank you. I'm glad you, because yeah, I was telling a story about looking myself in the mirror and taking honest stock of that I was an objectively bad person. Mitchell's an objectively bad person. This is just a fact. Now, here's the thing is he has every right because of free will and how this place works. He can absolutely create a false reality for himself and inhabit the false reality where everything he does from his perspective is literally above reproach. This is a person who's never in error. So much so that when I pointed this out in Tommy's chat, Mitchell said, yeah, I guess I'm perfect. Right. Now, he put a little smiling emoji. He put a little smiling emoji there. But, he truly believes that on some level. Now, now you're going to speak for... No, I'm using deductive reasoning. I'm using my own creative artistic license. See, I don't think anybody believes, Mitchell, that I know that I literally am aware of what's going on in your mind. Meanwhile, I'll go ahead and trust my own high percentage of the time that I'm right way more often than I'm wrong. See, when it comes to making these sorts of determinations, it's called an educated guess. It's called gambling. Okay, that's what that is. Now, the fact that I'm explaining very basic things, that shows you, how far afield this community is. So much so that I was in OTW's live chat, and Mitchell tries to go in on me on not showering. Well, guess what, folks? There's no body odor when a person doesn't use chemical products, when a person doesn't put chemical-laden municipal water on their skin, and when a person no longer consumes processed foods. I still had a little bit of BO because every single day I was eating these processed hard-boiled eggs from Walmart, which is most likely just, it claims to be eggs, but we know there's going to be a legal FDA definition of what an egg is. So this is just, it's not, they didn't cook fucking hard-boiled eggs and then peel the shells off, right? No, this is some kind of goop, powdered goop, right? So now that I'm off of those and I'm just I'm literally drinking raw egg yolks now, because why? I got to have saturated fat and dietary cholesterol for my brain to work and for my, for my body to produce appropriate levels of testosterone. Oh, yeah, it still does, so much so that I've talked about that I circulate the sexual energy throughout my energy sphere, the chakras. Oh, well, 48 years old, still having nocturnal emissions, y'all. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm okay in the testosterone department. After too long of not firing off the fucking gun, cleaning the pipes, right? And shout out to Woody. He says, I cannot only be about you. The path requires recognizing the dignity of the other, and recognizing the dignity of the other requires reciprocation. In terms of consequences, maybe we ride alone. I like how you said that, Woody. Well, then in part of the mind fuck for the human is, we have to socialize whether we want to or not. Like, we have to. And in fact, I can only ever measure my progress against people like Mitchell, against people in the real world, in my interactions, even if they're chat interactions with Mitchell, see, who is, by the way, continuously making me a better version of me while he stays the same or degenerates, right? But that's his problem. It's got nothing to do with me. But meanwhile, when a person is in a psychological space where everything they do is correct, how can he progress? Because he's already in a place where there is no progression required or even possible. See this do you see the trap? Right? I see the trap. And I'm certainly not going to repeat that trap in my own life. Why would I? Because my path is progress. Okay? I'm creating a better version of me moment to moment. I'm doing that. And nobody is helping directly. People are helping indirectly. Now, these donations are direct help, but the fact is, no matter what happens at the level of donations, the truth community will not support me at the level of I need about $500 a week to continue doing these broadcasts every day in this venue of this motel room, which is a fucking shithole, by the way. You know, that's okay. I have no problem living in a fucking shithole where the neighbors slam the fucking doors. And, you know, but part of that is folks may remember it wasn't that long ago that I was paying for motel rooms and I was unwilling to go live before about 7 p.m. or 7 a.m. Central because I had considerate neighbors and I did not want to disturb them with my loud ass voice. Well, when so many of the people around me have fucking loud arguments, have loud kids running up and down the hallways and, you know, slam the doors, I don't have to worry about my loud ass voice at 3 in the morning. That's their problem. See. Meanwhile, I put the earplugs in and go to sleep. So I'm good to go. Yeah, the perfect wolf in sheep's clothing. Well, there you go. And I do want to say this, you know, as the broadcast becomes more popular, as I improve what I'm doing, the fact is the donators and the longtime supporters, they get preferential treatment. So when somebody like Pale Horse Rider drops $19.99 on me, when Woody's in here and he's contributed in many ways other than money, he's also contributed money at times, at least once that I can recall. Those people I'm going to focus more and more on their comments. And surprise, surprise, they'll just happen to be the folks who probably make the best comments, is the people who support the broadcast over time, right? The people who bring a lot to the table. Those happen to be the people most disciplined and most capable of, number one, giving me money, number two, contributing to the broadcast. Now, Mitchell does indirectly through his own failure. See, through his own failure, he contributes to the broadcast because I made some notes earlier based on Mitchell's, how he was going at me in a live chat, but this wasn't his intention. Right. But then again, does it matter what his intention is? Now he's in part writing the fucking show. He's assisting me in becoming an even better version of myself, moment to moment. You know, isn't that amazing? Hallelujah. Praise God, whatever that is. You know, what a blessing. Well, it's all blessings. Meanwhile, I'm the Nightmare Dystopia guy. The banner's in Nightmare Dystopia. Right. That's the overall theme is Nightmare Dystopia. Well, it's all blessings in this life. Now that's a matter of perspective, isn't it? Well, you know, yeah. If I came here to evolve the consciousness, if I came here to, you know, more fully express my own beingness, well, then this hell realm, Nightmare Dystopian beast system, is all blessings because there's no shortage of fuel, you know, for the progress. You know, there's no shortage of fueling the progress. Pale Horse Rider says he loves the discipline, the mind saying. It helped me a lot this weekend to get the ball rolling on a couple different things, so appreciate that. Yeah, and absolutely. See, we can find our own inspiration. See, and I found Paul's broadcast to be quite inspirational. Some of that is his skill level. Some of that is, you know, his discoursing. Some of that, the way he handles situations, right? Like we can choose where to find our discipline. Or, I'm sorry, where to find our inspiration. Yeah, that might be true. Woody says that if I were able to spoof the algorithm and get a fresh account without any conspiracy connections, I could do the 24-hour stream man thing and experience monetary success. That's possible. But I'm already experiencing monetary success. You know, it is monetary success to be able to do this because the fact is what I'm doing here on live streams, this is a 24-hour undertaking. Like, I forget who I was talking to. Somebody asked me, I think it was Jay, T4 Lovers. He said, you know, what do I like to do? Right? As far as, I guess he wanted to talk about hobbies. This is all I do. Right? All morning has been preparing for what I'm doing right now. Yesterday was a preparation for today. Right? This is a 24-hour a day undertaking. So, you know, I am experiencing financial success in that I've been able to do this for several months uninterrupted. But I understand the point you're making. I'm not attempting to become obtuse here. But yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. The thing is, Woody, now we're back to the no man as an island. I'm kind of retarded and I need help, right? Here I am doing what I'm able to do 24 hours a day. But see, now we're in a realm in which we're in a time in history when the people have been programmed that I'm just supposed to go out here and do everything myself, right? Which is fine, but so the people get what they get. It's just I'm doing, and I don't even like to say the best I can. I will put out what I'm able to put out, and nothing more, right? And sometimes less, but that's a matter of efficiency. When we get to what am I capable of putting out in a 24-hour period versus what actually, is created. But yeah, thank you. That is a bit of inspiration I could certainly use. So thank you for that. And see, now I think I have no idea how many people are even watching this. See, I feel like in the truth community, these so-called truth communities, Woody, I'm probably in a point where there's going to be 10 to 15 people are going to tune in no matter what. No matter what time I go live, no matter who's live, no matter if I took the day off yesterday, no matter if I embarrassed myself, as I do sometimes, right? When I embarrassed myself going on with EBT and then TBE made a video about it and I played it on the channel, because that is the right move. Meanwhile, Bex has taken all her content down again after falsely claiming to put all her content back up. Well, no, you didn't. You put some of it back up. Meanwhile, let's talk about relevance, Bex. Let's talk about relevance. Here's relevance. I started to download all the content because I knew that there's a pretty decent chance that she would take it all down again. But she's not even relevant enough anymore for me to bother to click the fucking buttons on my computer. Think about that. Let me see. I was screen capping Tommy. Let me make sure he's still live. I think he is. Yeah. And he's paneling. I like Tommy's solo streams. I'm not as interested in the panels, but I'm screen capping anyway. But yeah, Bex, she's for whatever reason, she wasn't able to leave her content up, and then she was allowing herself to get triggered. Again, an undisciplined person, right? More and more, I'm seeing all roads lead to discipline, and more specifically, mental discipline. But now we're back to the Kabbalion. Well, everything's mine, supposedly, right? Now it's in a context, but I'm one of the most disciplined people ever. That's just a fact. I am, because I demonstrate that, I embody that. That's an FACT fact. How anybody feels about that, it's their own fucking problem. Again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you, right? But meanwhile, I'm not going to turn my life into a fucking a course on how to help people with their own discipline. See? Now, if someone was inspired to discipline themselves, such as Pale Horse Rider, he said that was helpful. That's great. Wonderful. But that's an inspiration. Now, I'm a David Goggins motivation is crap kind of guy. Why? Because motivation's outside of me. Well, if I'm dependent on something outside of me in order to get going, and I'm not saying you're doing this, Pale Horse Rider, I'm speaking generally, well, then that's crap, because I'm never going to be able to fully express and fully discipline my mind moment to moment if I'm dependent on something outside of me. See, all the answers are within me. Right? All roads must necessarily lead back inward. So am I able to connect inward? Am I able to deal with the internal space so that I can then outwardly connect to the human beings around me so that I can offer value? Right? Which is, I would like to think that's what I've been doing with these live streams. Not all of them, right? Not every moment, but I would like to think as time goes on, I will become more like Paul Enslaved, who has been a source of my inspiration, where it won't be as many 10-hour live streams. It'll be more 3-hour live streams. Because the fact is, part of my problem lately has been I've devoted my physical problems of not being able to properly eliminate the waste from my body, is that I haven't been walking around and exercising. Oh, well, wait a minute. If I go back to living out of a backpack or go back to homeless street living, even if I'm staying at a homeless shelter, well, I'm going to be walking miles a day no matter what. See, the actual street living solves a lot of problems. Now, my thing is, I'm probably not willing to live that lifestyle without a pistol on my hip anymore. And I don't know how I'm going to stay in a homeless shelter. I know people are already thinking we'll get a storage. Well, yeah, but by the way, I don't know if y'all have rented a storage lately. Most of them is full. Okay, there's a growth industry, storage building. Most of them's full. Number two, that's prohibitively expensive when one's living in the streets with almost nothing. See, right? Thank you, Just Out. But here's the thing: is that it's one thing to be a little bit miffed that people are screen recording, right? And to be a little miffed that people are cataloging someone's content. Well, yeah, oh yeah, that's mystifying. But you know what's even more mystifying is when the same person sees you put your content back up, Bex, and doesn't even bother to click the fucking buttons to download your content. Why? Because you're not relevant anymore. You had your moment. Now you can become relevant again. So let me back up. Your relevance has waned. Then that's your fault, Bex. Meanwhile, here I am, day by day, more and more and more relevant. Why? Because my path is progress. And how is that accomplished? Through the continuous disciplining of my mind. Hashtag get on my level. Meanwhile, this is a woman who did a broadcast and whined and cried about me asserting my being on a greater level than her. Yeah, I am, Bex, through the continuous disciplining of my mind. So this is when Moose says nobody's better than anybody else. Oh, no, 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 Moose. I'm as good or as bad as anybody else. Well, so what? So are they. See? When I demonstrate an ability to do a thing at a higher level, I demonstrate my superiority, and my superiority comes through the disciplining of my mind. And again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. Meanwhile, every time I speak to the audience this way, the people who actually are on a path of progress, they start to internalize, and I'm not even talking to them. And the people who do nothing to discipline themselves, they just assume I'm not talking to them. People like Mitchell, see? See how it works? You think I don't know this? It's obvious. That's why there's no such thing as common sense. Because what's obvious to me is not obvious to other folks, and what's obvious to other folks is not obvious to me. Common sense never existed. Now, 85% of everybody more or less thinks and reacts the same way. So that's what's meant by common sense. Common sense meaning what is obvious to the majority of the populace, a.k.a. 85% of everybody. Amazing. And see, all I need is one day off. Give me one day off, and I can probably discourse for 3 hours by myself here. I can just talk to me about me and my life and my observations to you, the audience, for anywhere from an hour and a half to 3 hours. No fucking problem. And I know I've just opened a lot of different cans of worms, and my apologies to the audience. I have yet to discipline myself. I need to have a window open on this laptop where I can just type in point by point. Like every time I start a new point, what I need to be doing is just typing in the point, whatever it is. Because then I could be looking at six different points that I've made, or that I started to make and never fully fleshed out. And I know this drives Woody nuts, and I apologize, Woody. Now, will I apologize by knocking it the fuck off? Well, only time will tell. Oh, but here I am holding myself accountable. See how it works, Mitchell? Well, surprise, surprise, Mitchell ain't here. Mitchell ain't here. And this ain't for him anyway. Because why? Because he can't get anything out of this. See? Now, it is a minor miracle that he's not here derailing or attempting to derail, which will just help me continuously discipline my mind, because eventually I will be able to deliver these discourses and I will see Mitchell's comments pop up and they won't bother me. Bother meaning they won't be able to sway me from my course, right? Yeah, exactly, Woody. Woody says that this spiritually deaf cannot hear sounds like a simple point. It isn't, though. Such a strange realization to arrive at it and see that nobody sees things quite the same. Exactly. Well, and it's all necessarily a matter of perspective. We are all the centers of our own universes. But see, that sounds bad to say that. Because why? Because society has programmed us in many different ways. See, we have to be seen as kind and caring towards others. Well, that's not what it is. The fact is, everybody is necessarily the centers of their own universes. Now, many folks get involved in codependency. That's not what I'm talking about. See, that's still a way to be a center of one's own universe, believe it or not. And I don't I of course don't fully understand codependency because I'm not wired for it. But it's interesting how things I'm not wired for, I spot very easily. I can immediately spot codependency. But yeah, and real quick, I want to go back to Pale Horse Rider. He says, "I wish I could support more. He finds my value worth maybe more than $20. Least I could do. But if we all chipped in a little, it would be huge." Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is there's no financially, there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to do this 7 days a week and make less than $100 a day, because I will discipline myself, and I know how to live on very little money, right? So yeah, I could easily live on. Well, I shouldn't say easily. I could absolutely live on $500 a week and pay for the fucking internet, and pay for the StreamYard and pay for the YouTube Premium. And I wouldn't even have to have a car necessarily, although I could probably still keep the car and pay the insurance on the car, most likely. I could probably do that for about $500 a week, which, let's face it, is almost nothing. But the fact is, folks are so squeezed nowadays. Finances are so tough, right? I don't even want people donating if they can't afford it. And meanwhile, I spent literal years living in the streets with almost nothing, and I wanted to be able to send people money, and I wasn't able to. So as soon as I started working and making money, yeah, sorry about that. My internet dropped out. I'm not aware of when I dropped out, so apologies for that. One thing about this area, I'm now on the T-Mobile 5G home internet, which works great, but no matter what internet service one uses around this town, it's got its issues. But that's the thing is, now again, I'm back to the no man is an island. I think that people have been indoctrinated so much, this individualism, even as society has become collectivist, right? And again, it's the mind fuck of being born as an American, especially, and actually being indoctrinated that not only am I free, I'm more free than anybody's ever been ever, solely based on when and where I was born, while at the same time I was born into a slave system, right? Well, it's the same thing with the individualism and the collectivism. So society has many aspects that are collectivist, but at the same time, especially at my age, 48 years old, we were all socialized and raised with this idea of the rugged American individual, right? Rugged individualism, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, a day's pay for a day's work. If you don't work, you don't eat. Well, none of that's true anymore. Like, literally none of that's true. But who sees a broadcast as a team sport? Almost nobody. They fire their phone up. They put me in their ears. They read the live chat. Some of them read the live chat. Some of them post in the live chat. I've known since day one, half the audience is just listening to the sound of my voice, which is fine. I mean, that's completely valid. I do the same thing sometimes. Like EBT said, he's always has to have at least one earbud in listening to something, right? Well, and that's the thing is, as soon as I started earning money, I should say, Woody, and I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Oh, you're helping. See, Woody's helping me with the points. See, and the audience could have been doing this the entire way along. See, now how many times have I mentioned this? But now we're back to the continuous disciplining of the mind, right? All it takes is one person who's tuned in to say, well, wait a minute, Benton said that, he hasn't, and in fact, I'm not even sure I could do the broadcast and remember to type out the points as I start the points, right? But absolutely somebody listening could type them into the live chat, right? And sometimes it just happens on accident, Now, eventually, potentially, I could have somebody in the private chat who would be connected to the StreamYard who could do it. Because the problem in the live chat is it gets, if the live chat's too active, and we want a very active live chat, but then, I'm only seeing like 5 comments on the screen at a time. Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Good to see you, man. I missed your comment earlier. Apologies for not greeting you individually there, sir. It wasn't intentional. I was probably on a pretty decent jag. So thank you, sir. And I know I'm all over the place today. I'm aware. I'm very unfocused in my focus, or vice versa. I'm certainly aware of it. Part of that is why, because I'm almost always in a meditative state. It's just a fact. I'm not Jack Talcott. I'm not going to create a website where I claim to have full control of my thoughts and emotions, because that's certainly, I'm nowhere near that yet. But I'm in a meditative state. Meditative meaning watching. I'm watching the being Benton. I'm whatever that is. Whatever I am the watcher. I'm not Benton. I know that sounds insane, but now I'm closely identified with being Benton. Clearly. What's up? Cocaine Cat? Good to see you. But the thing about the fresh account, Woody, and now I know I'm jumping around, is I don't know how does one get viewers. See, I don't know. Again, I'm retarded. If somebody could help me with that, if somebody could say, hey, man, I made an account and it already has subscribers, and if you go live, you're almost sure to get viewers. See what I mean? Like, I don't know how to do that. But then what happens is every time I say I don't know how to do a thing, half the live chat starts suggesting how I could learn to do the thing. It's like, well, wait a minute. No, I'm telling you I don't know how to do the thing. Like, telling me how to learn to do the thing isn't going to help. I'm retarded. Okay, if I could learn how to do the thing, I probably would have learned to do the thing by now. Again, now we're back to no man is an island. I'm not supposed to be able to do everything. But then again, who views this as a team sport? Now, meanwhile, I do understand that, I could follow Paul's example in a way, and I'm not speaking for Paul, but from my perspective is he has created something that many people will view as a movement. Many people will view that many people will choose to see and feel as if they're a part of a thing. When, let's face the fact, none of this is going to amount to a hill of beans, including Paul's broadcast. Now, what I mean by that is that's not a movement that's going to express at a level of reforming dystopia and leading the masses out of slavery. That shit's not going to happen. Now, is it a worthy goal to aspire to that? Absolutely. Is it worthy to try to do that? Absolutely. But do I also see that that's part of the reason the man's earning a living from this? Of course it is. Now, that's not a criticism. It's a critique. It's an observation. It's a characterization. Now, part of it is his own skill level. Of course it is. That 150 live viewers or more, like he said, YouTube plays games, but that 150 live viewers, that's his own skill level. That's his own beingness. But part of that is that I would say half those people feel like they're part of something that is never going to come to fruition. That's never going to amount to a hill of beans. And I'm not even sure that's something that can happen. Now, our individuals, again, we're all the centers of our own universes. Realistically, the only thing I can affect, with any measurable impact is my own internal space, right? Now, but again, now here we are in an inverted world, and our psychologies are all necessarily products of this system. So, of course, almost everybody believes that it's possible to go outside of oneself and affect change. No, it's not. Most of us can't even affect change within our internal space. Well, how in the world are people going to affect change in the external space? Oh, surprise, surprise, here in inverted world, people have been indoctrinated and incentivized to attempt to dissipate their energies outwardly where they can have almost no positive effect. Meanwhile, very few people, through a continuous disciplining of their mind, are transforming their internal space, right? Moment by moment, and by apprehending just what in the fuck is going on in that space, no matter how ugly, no matter how painful, no matter how disorienting that may be. See, buy the ticket, take the ride. That's the only way I can walk my path of progress. Now, not every man hath not the same office. My function may not be your function, and vice versa, right? If I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. But meanwhile, I've known for a long time, thank you to Jiddu Krishnamurti, who showed me that I can't follow another man's system and get to anything. It's not possible. And in fact, that's what that movie, The Master, is about, with Joaquin Phoenix and Philip Seymour Hoffman. That movie is about the fact that, L. Ron Hubbard earned his living in part from starting Scientology, in fact, became wealthy, right? And Scientology itself has accrued a great measure of financial success in this realm, right? By creating a system that people believe they can follow to progress in this life. Meanwhile, that's what that movie's about: is Joaquin Phoenix's character encounters a fictionalized version of L. Ron Hubbard in Scientology, and in the end, it appears that Joaquin Phoenix is going through this progression, this character arc, but he ends up at the end of the movie, he's just as bad off or worse than when he started. See, which in some way is this life. In some way, that is this life, unless the person takes the bull by the horns through a process of continuously disciplining their mind. See, and I can absolutely see when I'm observing an undisciplined person, it shows, right? Just like when a person is disciplined, it shows. Again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. Every time I talk this way, the people who take this life seriously and who are on a path of progress, and I do the same thing. This is how I know this, because I also do this. They start to internalize, and the people who aren't ever going to do anything to progress in this life just assume I'm not talking to them, because they view themselves as perfect in many ways. And Mitchell is the best example of this. Mitchell provides us the example of someone who just assumes that everything he does is perfect and above reproach. But then we see things like this, and I'm going to play a clip of Mitchell yesterday on Paul. Proper instruction motivates people, so I can go to the restroom and get myself something to eat. Is Snafu still live? I screen recorded Snafu. Shout out to 23 in the house, by the way. And Tommy is live if anybody wants to check that out. In fact, he's paneling. And I am a fan of Tommy, but I'm not so much a fan of the panels. So what's up, Jay? Good to see you. I mentioned you earlier, by the way. You were mentioned earlier. Shout out to Cocaine Cat as well. Well, thank you, Woody. I appreciate that. Woody says, if it is a question of content, I tune in. I have excellent taste. Exactly, Woody. Exactly. Yeah, that is the greatest compliment, is when certain folks tune in, right? And when certain folks don't tune in, it means something, right? I know of at least one person who's typically here who's not here. But then again, that person may we don't know, see, I tend to take things personally that may not be personal, right? And there's an ebb and a flow to interpersonal relationships, just like there's an ebb and a flow to the content, which brings us to OTW, and he is in the news, in the notes, rather. He's certainly been in the news as well, but hang on a second, folks. Let me actually click the buttons here. I have trouble multitasking. Click the buttons, sir. But yeah, C24 in the house. Like I said, I'm pretty much, I think I've finally reached the point where no matter what time I go live, and even if I skip a day here and there, or even if I fall on my face here and there, probably going to have between 15 and 25 people no matter what, I'm assuming. I'm just guessing. Anyway, click the buttons. So here we go. I got to go to my studio. I finally figured out that I can, when I want to keep content to replay later, what I need to do is when I'm not live, because I really do need two computers. And I'm not even talking about these laptops. I need another computer just as good as the computer I have right now to even do what I'm doing. That would help the broadcast, certainly. But yeah, what I need to do is just like I streamed this clip to my channel, and now I can go to I did it as a private video. It's 3 minutes and 49 seconds long, and now I can go to my channel, and I can screen share it and play it. Right, I can go from my YouTube studio. I just now figured this out, by the way. Instead of me wasting a lot of time trying to go to channels and find things, or even worse, now it's not even there anymore, right? Which happens. Anyway, I'm going to play this clip. Play the clip, sir. Without further to-do, here goes. This is from yesterday's Proper Instruction Motivates People, featuring our boy Mitchell.
Like I was saying earlier with Snafu, you got a real problem with people that are really committing fraud, but yet you want to sit down here on this panel and call some dude that gets 20 views on his streams the fraud. It's facetious. It's fucking comedy.
Let Mitchell address this because he's here. So what's the situation, Mitchell? Would you like to comment? I don't know how much you've heard, but you were there, so you know the conversation you were part of.
I just got here, but all I heard you say is I told OTW to stay away from you. I don't I don't know where you got
You're
that.
sitting around 2 to 3 other people who have the habit, as you have in the past, of maligning me.
I'm not responsible for 2 or 3 other people. I'm responsible.
You weren't defending me in any way or the truth.
It's not my responsibility.
Sir, don't fucking talk over me. I'm not talking over you.
It's not my responsibility to
We can go one at a time, can't we? Or are you going to do exactly what I just said? Get belligerent, obstinate, act out, and not even be able to answer for what the fuck. So you're going to fucking do exactly what the fuck I said the broken child was going to do, because I'm literally just that fucking good, huh?
Sure.
So you didn't provide any counterpoint narrative. You did this the whole time in agreement. You're talking over me, you punk ass little bitch.
I don't know.
You're talking over me, punk ass little bitch. We all just watched it. Why are you talking over me? Because you do exactly what I say you all do, because I know you better than you know yourself. Get the fuck out and don't come back. Loser, failure. Sick of looking at you every fucking day for a year and a half and your goofy little grin when you get caught up as you nod and add on to whatever they're saying and then say you're not responsible. See, that's how I know you don't stand for rights, freedom, principles, and you couldn't do time if you did. Because if you did that in there, you get hit up. And there's no explanation. We heard you running your mouth and talking shit and or nodding to what they were saying at the table and adding on to it. So we take what they said as what you said. Now you're getting consequences. And you still don't understand what being a man is, because you're a bunch of broken little bitches who sit around and commiserate and gossip online and don't give a fuck what the consequences are to your integrity, your reputation, or your rectum, for that matter. Because you know what happens in there to little bitch boys who come in with long hair and bat their eyes, right? And they kind of blush when they're in a company of men, you know, and then they go to like yapping and giggling and gossiping. You know what happens to them behind the wall. Why is he back? I just threw you out. I kicked you out. Why are you back? I don't want you here. We're going to watch the rest of the clip of you to know who you are, because when we ask you who you are, you go to lying like you do on the clips.
The clingy bit.
So there's no point in asking you anything, because you'll never be truthful, honorable, presentable, or honest. So I don't need you then. You're deflecting, you're playing games, you're talking over me and acting out like a child because you can't answer for what the fuck you've done once again, because you make horrible choices in your life, everywhere in your life. Goodbye, slave. You're banned. I don't need you fighting me. I don't need you fighting me for mute buttons. You guys are obstinate, broken, belligerent children where when I mute you or put you in the back or kick you, you act out, you fight against me, you try to equalize and take control and power. That's why you all hang out together, because you're grasping and lusting for control and power everywhere, and you have none. And you keep projecting onto me that I'm powerless and weak because that's your experience. How could it be mine? You wouldn't have found me if I was that. Are you kidding?
Hell yeah. Love that. Well, but the thing is, when I watch that, you know, I don't know what Mitchell feels, you know, when he sees that. But I know he'll never admit that that was what we all saw it to be. And I'm not speaking for everybody. I'm saying what, you know, an intelligent person can see that if they understand the context and realize that, yeah, Mitchell looked like a fucking foolish, unaccountable piece of garbage. That's what he looks like. But he can absolutely use his creative force to create a false reality and inhabit it. He gets to do that, and nobody can tell him different. That's how this place works. And that is to be a demon, by the way. You know, I have my own knowings and my own view of demonic entities, right? But that is to express as a demonic entity. That's what that is. You know, regardless of if it's a literal possession or not. Well, and apparently demonic possession is a mistranslation, supposedly. But yeah, that's the thing is, I could have many more if I could dance like a monkey. Exactly. Well, and I do dance like a monkey, but I do it for me. I do the monkey dance of my choosing. See, the guy who's prepared to burn it all down ain't going to get a spot on Letterman. Well, exactly. And yeah, I don't, and most likely I'm not permitted to earn a living from this in this lifetime. You know, there's a reason why I'm a blue collar type of guy, you know. Now, who knows? Maybe things have changed, and maybe the world outside has gotten too, dangerous, and maybe the world outside my door is too, now I'm not going to learn the lessons that I'm here to learn. Maybe I'm going to learn them on the metaverse. I don't know. See, I don't have any way of knowing. The fact is, if I had known a year ago that I'd be wanting to do daily live streams, I would have just bought a house in my hometown when I had the money. I would have just bought a house, right? And then, I probably could feed myself from donations. See what I'm saying? Potentially. Yeah. What's up, Special K? Good to see you. That's right. Yeah, I'm awake by 1 a.m. Central Time almost every morning. Yesterday was unusual in that I managed to sleep in till 4 a.m. And that's when I sleep in. I'm awake by 4 a.m. So fuck Jocko Willenick with his fucking, up by 4:30. It's like, what are you talking about? I sleep in till 4. Right, and I hardly ever sleep in. But yeah, I'm an insane person who goes to sleep by 5:30 every night. And I feel fucking fantastic other than my health issues. But that's what I was trying to talk about earlier is, I'm probably not going to be live as long every day because, even if I just walk to the store, the store opens at 6. So if I walk to the store and back, that's probably enough exercise at least to help keep my bowels moving, right? And truck driving also not good for the health. That's a unhealthy lifestyle. So yeah, I can go back to driving a truck. I'd really rather not. Thank you, Jay. Very complimentary of the broadcast. I love to walk, Kay, but that's been years ago. I don't walk that much now. I used to walk 10 miles a day every day. And I mean every day with a 35-pound pack on my back. But that's been years ago now. And in fact, I started truck driving in August of 2013. And in some ways, this has merely been a 5-year break from homelessness and living in the streets, right? Or I should specifically say living in the streets. Yeah, no, that's been years. I've been doing no walking. In fact, I've gotten so constipated recently that I'm making myself go for walks. And probably just not going to be live like I used to be, or it's going to be shorter live streams. Like I'll be live, maybe one stream 3 to 5:30 or 2:30 to 5:30 Central, and then, take a couple hours off, then come back type of thing. Because the fact is, what did I do? 10 hours Saturday, and we got 1.1K views. I mean, part of this is once I see what's possible and once I see certain results, I don't need to continue to repeat the results for myself anyway. Like I can do 3 hours and see 300 views, and it's not because I have an ego. I'll admit it. I want to see, if I'm going to put my time in, I want to see certain view numbers, and we know YouTube's holding back the views. I mean, we know that. That's baked into the cake. Good to see you, Corporate Fiction. No, you're good, Kay. You're not expected to be an expert in me. I mean, that's for sure. I wouldn't, that would be weird. You would be like Mitchell. Mitchell's the one who keeps a dossier and knows damn near every aspect of my life, at least the parts of my life I share on here. Thankfully, there's certain things he's missed, believe it or not. But yeah, no worries. No worries. No, I went into truck driving in 2018, and since I've been doing the everyday live streams, like I said, it's a 24-hour undertaking. I mean, literally, I work 24 hours a day at this. Just the soundboards, people have said that they like the sound clips. I've got more than 10 hours into that easily. That's just one aspect of what I'm doing here. And, don't cry for me, Argentina. I'm doing it because I want to. But as soon as I don't want to do it, I won't do it anymore. That's another thing is, I can whine and cry about people supporting or not supporting the broadcast financially. But the fact is, I'm free to, part of it is I'm free to fuck right off anytime I want. Like, I don't have to be here. Oh, good to see you, MGTOW Forever. Good to see you. Yeah, papaya helps a lot, certainly. I don't have a problem with bowel movements, though, typically. This has been an unusual thing. This has been quite unusual. Yeah. Yeah, quite unusual. What I've been going through the last, I don't know, 10 days. Thanks, Rob. I'm sorry, Cocaine Cat. Sometimes I think Cocaine Cat is somebody else. Thanks, Special K. Much appreciated. Yeah, and I enjoy doing it, and I get a lot out of it myself. And Paul certainly helped inspire me to want to give value first. Although, I had that has been something I've been practicing for quite some time now, is giving, and giving and receiving is the same thing as far as I can tell. It might sound counterintuitive, but it's not. God of all soundboards. Well, thank you, Special K. Well, but see now, and again, this is what I've been working with lately, is all roads lead back to the continuous disciplining of my mind. So, part of the brutal honesty is that's what I do with myself. I'm brutally honest with myself within my own space. So then it sort of bleeds out onto other people. And that's what we've seen with Bex is some of that was just me being very strict in my communications at times based on, her not being disciplined. And then I'm, providing my own discipline, in my own internal space. And so I'm doing that with a specific, form, which is I'm very harsh with myself, but I am a type of person, I do respond to a foot in the ass, and, I do self-flagellate, right? Not in a sexual sense, though. I beat myself up, but not in a demeaning way. I think people say, oh, you're hard on yourself. You're damn right I am. You're damn right I'm hard on myself. Who suggested that I shouldn't be, right? If I'm not hard on me, I'm going to end up being way too hard on y'all, probably. Or hard on myself through drinking or, abusing myself, right? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I've actually had, I'm blessed in the bowels throughout my life. Even when I ate a horrible diet, I still rarely had problems in that regard. So, yeah, just, and a lot of that, whether folks want to face it or not, a lot of that is a lack of mental discipline at the level of certain stress responses, certain negative frames of mind, right? And then it feeds on itself. So, I'm convinced a lot of this IBS and a lot of this other stuff is actually just people not disciplining their own internal space. Because part of what I did to get out of, and now see, I'm bloated no matter what. Like part of my health issues, and I can't get into specifics or we'll get a strike on the channel. But part of what I've been going through, and in fact was actively dying and almost died. And in fact, I still weigh 120 pounds, right? So I'm still significantly underweight. I'm ill on a daily basis. But what I'm saying is, in the context of ill on a daily basis, I'm bloated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I understand people will immediately say, do this or do that or do the other thing. No, I'm doing all of it. See, that's the thing, is a person can do everything and still have health challenges. I'm doing all of it. I have done and am doing everything that can be done, right? We've done live streams where for 30 straight minutes, people just suggested specific nutritional supplements, and I showed everything to the camera that they suggested because I'm already doing it. I know just as much or more about this stuff as all of you. I know just as much or more about all of this as you do. And I had unlimited money for supplements, called living in a truck, working 7 days a week. If we went through my Amazon history, it would be shocking the amount of money I've spent and the things I bought and the things I put into my body over the last year. Yeah. So part of me getting out of the extreme bloating and constipation back to just my normal bloating was that when I woke up in the morning 2 days in a row, I just laid there and I meditated and I directed my focus towards my intestines, right? And I made myself become relaxed, right? For like 2 to 3 hours and just laid there. Okay. Now, if a person can't do that, a person probably is going to have IBS and God knows what else with their intestines. Well, historically, I wasn't in a state of anxiety, fear. Even as I had a horrible diet and didn't exercise enough for much of my life, much of my adult life. And there's been times I've been extremely physically active also. But yeah, historically, I've had almost no issues other than my chronic illnesses, and some of which I've suffered with for well over a decade. Because I've had some of these health issues for a long time. Long time. It's not back pain. It's organ pain. It's organ pain that's in the back. See, you heard back pain. And I'm not trying to be a dick, Special K, but you're not listening. You're not listening fully to what I'm saying, which is fine. I mean, not everybody knows how to listen, and I'm not picking on you. I never said I had back pain. I said I was in pain, and I said it's in my back, right? There are specific problems with specific organs that will cause one to have pain in their lower back. It doesn't mean that their back muscles are hurting. See what I'm saying? I did 4 straight years of intense weight training. I'm 120 pounds, and I still have fully developed back muscles, right? Once the muscles are developed, they don't tend to undevelop. They just they shrink in size. They atrophy. But I can sit cross-legged with a straight back, like no problem, because I used to practice meditation. See, but I don't have back pain. I haven't had back pain for years. I had sciatica though many years ago, which I solved by lying on the floor for 3 straight months with a pillow between my knees. I slept on the floor instead of in the bed with my fine-ass woman. And that's how I cured my sciatica. I damn sure didn't go to a doctor who probably would have said, okay, you're going to have surgery. Because why? Because medical billing and coding. Yeah. No, I don't have back pain. I have no back pain. My back doesn't hurt at all. Yeah. My organs are fucked up. Yeah. So certain organs, even though they're not located in the back of the body, they cause pain in the lower back. See, that's how it works. Yeah, I don't have back pain. Yeah, but no, you're good. You don't have to apologize. It's completely fine. I also don't listen sometimes. You've done nothing wrong here. It's my own need to become pedantic. Yeah. And meanwhile, listening doesn't come naturally. I've taught myself how to listen. That's another a continuous disciplining of the mind, shutting the fuck up and listening. Mitchell's stalking himself. See, that's the thing none of this has anything to do with me. Mitchell doesn't care about me. Mitchell doesn't care about himself, right? I mean, think about it. This is a person with suffering from severe psychological illness, as many folks are, right? But yeah, the papayas helped a lot, certainly. Yeah, we're all Winston now. There you go, corporate fiction. Indeed. Well, yeah, and criticism can be a healthy thing, Special K. And I'm very critical by nature. There's like nothing I can do about the fact that I'm a critic. Yeah. I can't do anything about that. Meanwhile, it's not my concern if somebody doesn't listen. I mean, that's fine. I'll just clarify and move on. Who cares? Like I'm not here to browbeat the audience. That's not my function. I'm sure I do it at times, but yeah. Anyway, I'm now we're into the crowd work, and I've sort of lost in my own sauce, but that happens at times. All right, let's see if we can get this show back on the road here. See, I fell off. We're down to 19, see. And that is an interesting thing, just watching what the viewers respond to versus what they don't respond to. I sort of got locked into a thing with another person. Although, the reality is most of the folks here have been up all night. So, we do start to hit the hours where certain folks are finally like tapping out and going to sleep. That becomes a thing. What's up, Ms. Rebecca? We talked about your content earlier and how it's been removed from your channel once again, that's not the relevance. The relevant factor is that I saw when you put some of your not all your content, when you put some of your content back on your channel, And I knew, okay, here's my chance to spend the rest of the day downloading every bit of this content to my hard drive. But because you've waned in relevance as a content creator, I chose not to. I did other things with my time. So the person who used to screen record as much as possible your live streams, knowing that you probably were going to take them down, you then put many of them back up, and I didn't even bother to click the buttons to download them. Think about that. And part of it was I had other things going on my computer, and I didn't want to tie up my computer with the downloadings. But part of it is just, also not wanting to have to remember to go back to the page, because some of that stuff's going to take, a long ass time to download. And then you get into the disk space and all of that. So, imagine being a little bit frustrated potentially, and I'm not speaking for somebody else. I'm characterizing what I've seen through my own observation, and then even trying to imply that you're being stalked in a way. But then now to then putting some of the content back up, and then folks like me not even bothering to download it, right? That's interesting. And again, we're back to OTW News with the ebb and the flow. And when he got in his feelers, when Z and Cynthia and others were able to inflict those spiritual attacks on OTW, that it did get to him, at least for a period of time. Meanwhile, he was just live, 50 viewers, by the way, his Sunday night stream, whatever he calls that. I forget what he calls that, but Sunday Night Rumble or whatever the heck it is. 50 in the stream, right? Meanwhile, here I am talking to 19, but like I said, I'm pretty much to the point where I'm going to have 15 to 25 no matter what I do, and I'm happy with that, because probably be signing off here to go walk to the store soon, most likely. And in fact, I'd like to go ahead and eat something, which I may do if I can come up with some content to play, or if somebody wanted to come up here and monologue. And that's what folks may not realize, is that if they have something to say, I will just let them up here and I'll just let them talk for 15 minutes. But now Bex can do that. Miss Rebecca can do that. Many folks can't do that, right? I had Provo Kid the first time he ever came on the channel. And in fact, I was replaying that content, but my connection died. So I probably should replay that if I could remember which clip it was. Because again, I don't even have a listing of my own content. Right, I failed to maintain some sort of list of which stream is what. So I would then need to take 20 more minutes to try to figure out which stream it was, right? Or just try to remember. But yeah, I dropped off because I said, man, I don't want to talk to you at the time. I was irritated with Provo Kid many months ago, so I dropped off and let him host. He hosted the fucking broadcast for about 30 minutes. Yeah. So I'd love to have people who could just show up, and I could say, hey, I'm going to take a break, and here's the link, and I'll see you in 20 minutes, right? But again, now we're back to, some folks have been nice enough to donate, and some folks do help out here and there with the content. But, I understand that almost nobody views this as a collaboration, see. And I'm not talking about Rebecca. I just mean in generally. This is, most people are passively consuming content. And I figured out years ago, and now we're back to again, all roads lead to discipline or lack thereof. And, now we're back to the continuous disciplining of the mind. I learned years ago, I became aware that I need to be creating way more content than I consume. So there was a time when I was consuming a ton of content and I was creating almost no content. But I knew as a creative type, this is very unbalanced and very unhealthy for me. And part of the reason why I do live streams every day is because I'm in a better mood. My internal space is way better when I exhaust my creativity on a daily basis. And then, occasional breaks. Took a day off yesterday, although part of that was that I slept in. And, because I've been sicker than normal lately, I could have just jumped out of bed, jumped up off the floor, clicked the buttons, and went live right at 4 a.m. But I was like, okay, well, I need at least a couple of hours to eat something, get some coffee in me and all of these other things. Yep. Well, I was sick, actually. I mean, it wasn't even rest. It was rest, but it was like I'm ill because I didn't even feel normal until about 1 p.m. That's how fucked up I've been. And still been putting in the work, but I've been all fucked up lately. and I still am a little bit. In fact, last night I had intense abdominal pain pretty much the entire time I was asleep yesterday, which means I didn't really sleep yesterday. But that's okay. You know, I'm sure I dozed off here and there. I probably got through at least one sleep cycle. I feel fine. But yeah, it was but part of that is I've altered my diet and my eating schedule. And that, you know, me feeling decent on a daily basis has a lot to do with my body expects certain foods at certain times, right? And I've gotten completely out of that, which is some of it's been good, but some of it's been bad. But, you know, if I'm going to go back to living in the streets, I'm not going to be able to slow cook vegetables, right? I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm not going to have a slow cooker. And I'm trying to do everything I can to, yeah, Tommy is definitely live. Yeah, he's been live. He's been live for a couple of hours now. Yeah, but he's paneling. See, I'm screen recording, but I'm not as interested in Tommy's panels. I'm more of a fan of when he goes solo. And eventually, I'm going to find the streams he did on this channel where he just talked for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, and it was fucking fascinating. Yeah, that was a time when I was able to do, you know, live streams, hours and hours and hours of live streams, but I wasn't necessarily having to be in the chair doing the thing the whole time. Oh no, you're good. Yeah, no worries, Rebecca. I don't. You're actually helping me because I don't know how much more I have to talk about, and I'm already all over the road in a sense. But yeah, we're all good. But I'll just play Tommy real quick, and I'm going to take a break.
They call it.
Let me drop his link while I'm doing that.
Baiting, I call it turning it around, whatever it may be so called, asking something personal, whatever so may be, right? It is what it is. But furthermore, you're at a aware stage where you know where to interject and throw in conditioning to the other side. You know what I mean? Give them their
thank you, Just a Gal
challenge, whatever they're going to make it of.
Much appreciated.
Or perception based and accept it. Accept
$10.
$10
super chat.
And you also know to not give anybody any like superhero delusions of us in this metaphysical, any level you achieve, you're just taking yourself to that next pain in the ass test. Like it never, like when I was a
now we're back to the continuous disciplining of the mind, Tommy. I love it.
Every day you go lift
Just a Gal says here to passively consuming content since I will probably never create content. And not everybody's a content creator. I'm a creative type. Hope all is well. Benton in chat. Thank you, Just a Gal.
It's true. The next level is the next level, and it's just going to be a threshold to give you another so-called conditioning challenge, right? To enhance one.
Well, and before I go on break, I do want to clarify that I'm speaking only as a so-called creative type, as ridiculous as that may sound, because I certainly probably don't seem like an artist. But that's my point is when I'm exhausting my creativity every day, I feel better. So I'm doing it for me, just like everything I do is for me, right? I'm just one of these people who's honest enough or, you know, doesn't mind potentially appearing some type of negative way. No, I am the center of my own universe. Everything I do is for me. Well, some of the things I do for me, I do for other people. So if I'm providing value, I'm doing that for me. See how it works? You know, fascinating. So yeah, I'm not even suggesting that other people shouldn't passively consume content. Meanwhile, if I'm the content creator, I'm obviously dependent upon the consumers of the content, and I myself consume content. What I was speaking of was the ratio of my own content creation to the ratio, because I'm still consuming content, right? My thing is I became aware, and I never quite finished the point, so I'm glad you brought it up. The point I never quite finished was that I realized years ago that I need to be creating way more content than I consume on a daily basis, and it took me years to get to this point. See, again, it's a progression. It took me a long ass time to get to this, right? So I think many people, part of the reason why they fail to discipline their mind is that, or they fail to progress is once they identify something that needs to be worked on, they just assume that they should be able to do that overnight. Oh, no. A lot of my the ways I've progressed is by being willing to say, I will accomplish this no matter how long it takes. Right. So every single day, I was probably doing one little thing that got me one tiny little step closer to where I am now, where I'm making way more content than I consume. See, but people want to feel a certain type of way, and that's a mistake. They want to feel like they've made the progress. But it's like, wait a minute, progress is progress. No progress is no progress. How a person feels is not relevant unless that's stopping them. There's no relevance to how I feel about the progress unless that stops me from the progress. See, many folks mistakenly allow themselves to be fooled into, well, as long as they feel like they've made progress, that's good enough. And no, that's called a lack of discipline. That's what that is. And so when I see people who say that they are going to do a certain thing, whether it's change their lifestyle, eat better, exercise, whatever that may be, well, that some of them will make a small amount of progress for a short period of time. They will feel like they fixed it, and then they go right back to how they were before. So my thing is, since I'm set up for effectiveness in the real world, once I see the trap of that, I will never do that in my own life, because now I've seen that can't ever lead to long-term success. And yes, I said success, and this is success, whether folks agree or not. And I did an entire live stream where I explained the meaning of success, and I said, and it was called "This is Success," and it was the #1 live stream, in that time period, and it's still one of the most viewed streams we've ever done here.
All these experiences of events that people go through, perceived as the events of life they decide to participate in, is for conditioning to assist one to accelerate in their ascension if they're going to perceive it for what it actually is. All options represented is to get one eventually home restored, get one home restored, prepared to go what I define to beyond, not return here. There is a different dimension that I've actually encountered. And
yeah, I mean, these angels and demons, they come from a higher dimension. When we consider, like, when we think of our mortal power to like harm each other or be athletic or whatever, the fact they step down to a lower dimension to interact with us, it's inconsequential. We're like the buzzing of flies to them. That's why Lucifer still has to go ask God for permission to do certain things, because they could all just wreck us all the live long day if it weren't for we're children of God. Like, he's the one that's keeping them from just being hell for us. But he allows them to run and do their thing because, hey, that's the cost of free will. You got to let the snake in the garden if you want free will.
yeah, and if it wasn't for this,
they would love us.
Can you repeat that, Thomas?
If we were of the world, they would love us, Christ said.
Yep.
Missed again.
Yeah, man, that's why I like all this. Like, whenever people say, oh, he loves the negative attention, he loves getting the hate. Technically, yeah, because that's the world giving me the hate. The world hates me. Like, I don't know. Paul uses it as a slander, but I came from like successful middle management, project management and shit. I don't think I'm fucking hireable anymore. Like, I can't go back. I can't reverse to that 9 to 5 mind state anymore.
Yeah, and the only reason why they hate is because they're still in darkness. Darkness is regulating them. And like you defined, Tommy, if the snake wasn't released into the garden, it wouldn't rattle people's cages and nobody would know nothing about darkness, right? It wouldn't assist somebody to have the option of choice to go this way, to go that way, to make a choice within the ascension, right? And also, many lessons are learned, if not the most, both equally important is the darkness and the light. They must be completely comprehended and eventually overcome.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever been around when I was talking about or telling the story, but whenever I came into my wealth, at least the first time, I've re-put it back in for another go in the markets, and felt led to do that to try and hopefully do more for the light side with it. But I was living in an RV and I was about to just fire my gun into the air until the police came to like arrest me because I was just so over it. all the shit I was just eating at that time. And that's the way God is you're gonna be at your lowest usually just before he gives you a blessing or levels you up.
Yes. Yes, yes. There's
But yeah, like the thing I don't like about Paul is he knows that I have good stories about that can assist for the spirituality, and he gives the false details. He doesn't let me tell him. Even on New Year's, when I broke 3 bones, collapsed the lung, had a concussion and shit, I showed up in his backstage all fucking gimped up, and he wanted to talk. Oh, who'd you talk shit to? How many guys kicked your ass? I was like, no, I want to come on panel and talk about this. Talk about how all this you see is a good thing. That I enjoyed it. I'm happy it happened. And at that
yeah.
point, he was not going to let that happen, and he never did. And he just continued to press the, yeah, Tom got his ass kicked by a bunch of guys, probably running his mouth.
Yeah, and that's well,
The
that's him
thing that
again
makes
using.
him truly a liar, like some of these people are just wrong and they can be corrected. The thing that makes him truly a deceptive liar is you can tell him the truth and he'll turn around and come out here and say the opposite or just manipulate it and lie. And
Yeah,
if anything acknowledges, if anything has been a confirmation that I'm on some kind of discernment or awareness, is that nobody, I mean, I know you guys see it, but nobody seems to see it. That's why they're culted up. I'm like, you honestly don't hear him contradicting himself in the same breath? Like, am I the only one that's catching this shit? Said somebody
yeah,
was in the backstage. No, there's nobody in my backstage.
yeah, and I can see totally what you're defining, and this is why I nicknamed these anti-agents loopies, right? They loop in this same shit, different pile. It may seem like another story, but it is the same story in a different representation of information, right? So, yeah, for myself, I can't be mad at these dark beings. I'd only be
No, not
becoming,
mad, but like I
yeah,
said, it's confirmation. I mean, it is the challenge. We are like, we are rivals in this thing. I mean, we both believe we're on the light side, which is typical. Even Hitler thought he was on the good side. It just, yeah, it just is what it is. But the thing that's really crazy, and you guys can probably relate all through life, if you had talked about biblical shit at school or at a job or something, you're gonna catch some shit. Somebody's gonna scoff or make fun of you. In these YouTube streets, I can't remember ever being ridiculed or pushed back on talking biblical stuff, even by the heretics and the non-believers. It just seems to be possibly a part of the end times of there's just some concept, like the way the Faustian rule of having to state your intentions. I don't seem to be catching much shit for speaking on behalf of Jesus or God.
Rather get more
yeah,
in as you know.
Now, granted, there will be the day that I'll be spouting it while the government lines me up for my guillotine party. That will probably be the exception, but yeah, maybe leading up to that, leading up to the two the guys that are going to stand in Israel and spout the truth until they're killed by the Antichrist. Leading up to that, maybe you are free to speak it as like a everyone's last chance is to get it in where you can get it in.
My line
yeah,
in the sand is when I see Solomon's temple. At that point, they've ruined this place.
That's the thing, man. Like, I don't know why he was so hung up on the
well,
Mount Sinai. It's like, dude, the Bible's saying it will be in Jerusalem. It's like the sign. I don't know where, and I just wanted him to tell me what passages or what is it that's giving you this idea, because there's
well,
lots of things happening that we can cite. Maybe
well,
Sinai is
we
significant to
could,
something, but I
we
don't
could
think it's
rule.
going to be. And when he said all three religions pray there, like, or that they want to go there and pray, like, I don't know nothing of that.
Yeah,
Mount
and once
Sinai is
again,
completely controlled. It's in Saudi Arabia. They know right where it's at.
Mm-hmm.
and these
Mighty go there.
these temples being built are all just deceptions of making them perceive power. Well, they have no power. It's the people that give power with their thoughts. And these temples are the deceptions. Once again, the only temple we should be focused on is our vessel. Our body is the temple. Our temple that we need to
And I
basically.
don't doubt that in the before times, like that the Bible is telling the stories of, sure, like there's not a lot going on besides the interaction of man. And I think priests in the temples, they did carry more weight. But yeah, in these times, like it's probably beast system delusion, because I think the biggest is like Catholicism. Like
Yeah, but
Catholicism is like the least Christian thing in a lot of what I see going on with the Pope and the priest, and of course the PDF priest and shit. Uh,
it
and
is
that throne,
you're bang on. It is beast system
because
delusion.
the Pope's calling for jabs and
Yeah.
turning in guns and stuff. It's like, come
You
on,
know,
bro.
his title was Mandela affected, Tommy. He went from Pontificus Maximus to Pontifex.
And then is
Yeah,
that
there
the
you
root
go.
Latin, right?
Yeah, it's
There
on
you
the
go.
coins and everything. Pontifex
So
Maximus.
Pontificus Maximus, it's not just dropping the Maximus. What was the other you said?
It went to Pontifex.
So that's not the same word, just dropping Maximus. That's a different word than Pontificus, right?
Sounds like ex pontiff to me.
Well, I
Constantine.
mean, we need to look into the Latin and see, is what
Yeah.
I was going to
Yeah.
ask you what the difference in meanings are, if you
I don't
know.
know it. I don't know. I just know that Constantine declared himself Pontificus Maximus. It
Okay.
was Pontificus. And the
Very
coins have changed even to say Pontifex, EX, Pontiff EX.
See, like contrary to thread, you can like melt if you got like
Yep.
knots tied or something. You can melt the
Yep.
dental floss down to it, but it's not gonna look like if you're sewing up like a suit, like a pinstripe suit or something. Of course not. But as far as just doing patches on fucking roughneck fucking clothing to get through the weather and shit, I would definitely go with dental floss.
Yeah.
And then
Plus,
if
it
you're
looks good.
that attached to the color matching, just do the thread over top of it. See, I gotta run this along the bottom, because I used to just use like you know, like these fucking office clips to have this hanging a little low below this, because my Beretta has the extension on it and it sticks just a little lower. So to keep it concealed and not get harassed by the cops, I added the fucking shemag hanging a little lower. And since it's red, it just looks like I'm styling or whatever. Nobody thinks anything of it. But I want to think of a way to have this as like a removable inlay just for colder weather and shit. Because this thing is actually like,
Oh, Tommy, you think of like Velcro attachments?
yeah, I might do that.
Yeah.
That or like there are these buttons on the inside because this came with a hood, but it was like a crap, just like a sweat suit hood. I never left it on. I might be able to attach it to these buttons too. But yeah, man, this thing is more like a utility vest. Just nobody realizes it. It looks like I'm trying to be some fucking emo style or something. But it like has all my everyday carry and shit equipped, and yeah, man, I'm like I'm a tactical autist because I'm not. I don't claim autism, but there's so many tactical channels on YouTube. If I was gonna do one, I'd call myself a tactical autist.
Yeah. It's all definitions. Like what you're defining
like
it.
a lot of these veteran guys and security police guys, they have what they call their everyday carry, but mine changes up according to like where I'm going, what I'm wearing, what
Yeah.
complements each other. So it does change up.
You
Kind
got
of
to
like
get
that.
those huge. You got to get those huge shirts, oversized that the Spics wear, the essay shirts, where you can just put
Mhm.
anything.
Yeah, and
Good.
I used to do that. And then in my gym rat phase, I was buying everything like tight and small because you wanna get noticed once you got like chesticles and all that jazz.
Yeah, yeah, I'm
So
not so
yeah,
serious.
luckily
They
I
they've
got
got some
back down
pretty
to my Jesus weight, so most of my clothes is bigger.
they've got some pretty cool sleeve conceals I've seen. I don't know how well they work though. They seem to advertise them pretty good where they really just not noticeable, but I don't know. I don't carry, so I wouldn't know if they work or not.
Yeah, man, and I tell people like Jack's tried to stab at me a couple of times talking like I'm a coward for it and shit. I'm like, honestly, it's very likely that if the threat's coming for me, you'll probably find my dead body with that holstered unfired. I 9 times out of 10 I have it because I'm probably gonna Johnny Hurley for someone or take advantage of like the mass bang bang isn't looking at me right now, but pulling it out over me, not likely, because I'm not usually out getting into shit like that. It's just the sign of the times. You've seen the news, you know. It's just
Yeah, and
likely.
I don't perceive yourself attracting that anyways, right? It's just it is
Yeah, I
what
mean,
it
I had
is.
a time when I was younger. I might have been quicker to fight and shit like that,
Yeah.
but that's just dudes. But yeah, I just, especially after going through like military police training and living the life I've lived, I just think logically about it. Um, but
Yeah. It's more or less a
there,
hobby than anything else.
yeah, and I mean, it's like a utility. It's like not even just about people. It's like I've come across wild dogs, and I go out into like the wilderness with my dog and stuff. And if you've ever
Definitely.
seen footage of like a rabies raccoon latch into a lady's leg or something, like yeah, you
Y-
don't just have guns for people. There's like if you lived in Australia, God help them because they're pressed for owning guns. But yeah, man, if I was in like the outback, I definitely want some kind of firearm, something.
Yeah, well, definitely if you're out close to off grid or out back, like you're saying, you want something that's going to be usable if
So,
so needed.
hey, what's up, Not No? Um, I'm probably gonna
What's
go
funny,
back
reading
to the
Not Knows
recording and
comments,
check
this
all
is
the
clearly an insane person.
chat that I
And
couldn't
there's no
reference.
way
It's
that
just
person's not just
streaming on my
completely
phone.
fucking nuts.
I can barely read it. I need to get uh, this device cracked so that I can stream off this, and then I'll be able to read all the chats and shit easier. But I'm gonna wrap this up and go
Yeah.
over. But in closing, I want to show everybody a thing that why would a rich guy do something like that? This can benefit people. If we go into a collapsed society without a lot of economic function, or
That's
if
this
you just need
society,
to
Tom.
save some money,
See that we're there,
over
buddy.
the years, I've been getting these
This
like
is that
Bobos
society.
from Walmart or Dollar Store or whatever, and just seeing how long I could keep them going. And you'll also learn how your asymmetrical step is wrong, which escalated into giving me sciatica problems. So here's this busted. I think these are probably dollar. These are those George brands. But as you can see, like the left heel, hold on, where's my camera? The left heel has been wearing out faster than my right heel. So this is just like
Hey,
quick
mine do
feel.
this. Mine do the same thing. My shoes wear out exact same
Right, because
spot.
no one is symmetrical. And I've learned ever since I had that sciatica problem, I woke up one morning with a sciatica pain so intense that lasted so long. I had to quit my bus driving job here in Denver. I mean, can't remember if I've ever worked anything since then. But like I honestly told them, I was like, I don't know. Like the first morning I woke up to take a shit and get my dog out, it took me at least 3 hours because I could just barely get out of bed. The day before, I just felt kind of like a tweak on the job. I was like, my hip feels kind of weird. And toward the last hours of the job, I was taking the shoulder belt and pulling it tight so that it would like pull my waist back into the seat, and that felt really good. And but it wasn't like paining me or horrible. And the next morning when I woke up, I couldn't even get out of bed hardly. And that just went on to like damn near 2 months of me just all fucked up, whether I was trying to walk my dog, get to the store, I was
And
just fucked up.
those shoes
So I
help.
learned,
I get sciatica. You're saying
yeah,
those
I
shoes-
learned from this chiropractor, well, a couple of chiropractors around Denver I've gone to, because they started fucking adjusting. My skull plates were not aligned from injuries I've had. My jaw doesn't sit straight. And all this shit has attributed to like my fucking hips and my sciatica. Because if your teeth aren't even sitting right, you won't use your full range of your neck, and it will slowly just fucking de-symmetrical your whole. And nobody can stay symmetrical because you got a dominant side, and just shit happens. I mean, shit, you're gonna die one day, so why bother worrying about it? But you do want to kind of stay on top of it. So is what I do, what I've been doing, and also I'm gonna do this out on the land just because in a Mad Max thing, you're not gonna have stores to go re-up. And it's just kind of like a hobby. Like I have a pair of work pants that all through my blue collar jobs, like I'm gonna sew these holes up and just see how long it is till it's just rags and thread, just to see what happens. So I start out with like quick seal caulk that you would just use on like your bathroom or something. That's like the base. And then on the outside, and I fucked it up with these. You might have a more preferable glue. I used this Gorilla Glue, but I hadn't used it in so long I forgot that it expands. So, hold on, what am I? There. Now the heel is like a lump because my heels give in on these sides. Like they wear down on those. They wear down on those sides, but now it's higher on those sides because I forgot the glue expands, and it'll probably wear down fast or just break off. We'll see. But yeah, man, I'm just fixing it where it wears. And also because they're fucking comfortable, I do this shit where like these I have zip ties instead of laces, and they're just at the size of my feet. This one I use rubber bands because these are more my like Mr. Rogers home loafers. Because the rubber bands will dry rot and I'll replace them. But the fucking zip tie ones, as long as you got them where they'll stay snug, but you can still slip them on and off, you don't need to fuck with laces. And then I'll just get like some kind of, where you spend the money is the quality insole. This
Yep.
is where you're gonna get your arch support, get your heel cushion or whatever. That's where you want to drop some cash. Like I'll spend some cash on my primary rifle, then there's other things you can save money on. But whenever you're fucking with Bobos and refurbishing the soles and shit, still drop some cash on the fucking insoles because most of your symmetry starts at your arch support. Like your teeth sitting straight and your arch support
Exactly.
is where a lot of the start to your symmetry comes from. And you don't know this stuff until you fuck yourself up. Like I didn't understand my how I was fucking up my symmetry being a street skater, just pushing off that one foot, holding yourself up with the front foot, doing all your tricks to one side. You don't think about it until you fuck yourself up. So if you had your shit squared away and good, it wouldn't occur to you anyway. So if you do recognize sciatica or maybe the dental plan known as chew on the other side, that's clues to like start thinking about your symmetry.
All
Just
my teeth are wore down on the left side. I do that. I chew on.
What's that?
All my teeth on the left side are wore down.
Mm-hmm.
I chew on the.
Well, there's a lot to it. Like there's what side you chew more on. There's if you sleep on your stomach, you're gonna have one side of your head laying all the time. Like to think for years, because now I've also stopped sleeping on my stomach because your lower back is collapsing in all night when you. I know it's comfortable. I used to love it too, but your lower back is just collapsing in the whole night when you sleep on your stomach. But then to think for years, I was like laying on one jaw, on one cheekbone. Yeah, man, you just slowly discombobulate yourself. But the way we can fix ourselves, like I learned with the skull shit, the same way my skull plates got knocked off alignment, they never fuse, so you can get it reset. It's just some of it, it's easier for the chiropractor because back here in the back quarters, like you can't manipulate that very well yourself without finding weird positions, or I might take one of my batons and like twist it up behind. But there's a lot of shit at the base of your skull and stuff that can get not uncomfortable in the moment misaligned, but then long term it's going to be like fucking with you. And you don't even realize that you're not putting weight on one side, that you might just be walking with all your weight to one side. And that's why you see it with how your shoes wear down.
Gary donated to me,
Listen
but
to me,
I didn't
don't
get
listen to me.
any love
press
from
these for a
Shively.
while. Now the numbers are coming up now that we're shutting this shit down. Ain't that just the way of the world? Way it's always gonna be.
You know what? Forget Tommy Hilfiger. It's gonna be Illumitami fashion.
Whenever I used to go to raves and shit in the late 90s, early 2000s, my brother had a body piercing shop where he'd sell like rave clothes and shit. There's a whole line of like
Gary donated to me,
it
but
looked
I didn't
like
get
the
any
Tommy Hilfiger,
love
but it
from
was like
Shively.
scary motherfucker and Tommy buttfucker, just all these like rude things to wear in public, because it was still like late 90s where that was like, oh, it's ironic, I'm wearing offensive clothing. But yeah, I remember that shit. It was crazy.
All right,
Like
Tommy.
the other half of the building was this tattoo artist. His name was Butane.
You know what I mean?
Bob.
So, I
'Cause
mean,
he would give you regular tattoos.
you know what I mean?
His
So, I mean,
hobby, his specialty.
I know that
was all
I'm
about
not
he had
necessarily
heating
somebody
up a
that
fucking
everybody
ranch.
wants to
They
listen
called him
to.
Butane Bob.
I know
And
that
he was
I'm
fucking
not
obnoxious.
necessarily
I called
somebody
my
that
brother over,
everybody wants to
like,
listen to.
They shared a building that was like a half and
Benton
half
has it.
commercial building.
Benton has
but
it.
he was
Benton
always
has
pushing
it.
my brother to like collaborate.
You know, I have
run
some
a
people
business
on
beyond
YouTube
what he
that
was
I
saying.
can't
They
stand.
never would, because you're a fucking narcissist. He had good tattoos though.
Benton has it. Bex has it. Paul has it. You know, I recognize these
All right,
guys, and
Tom,
they. I mean, even
said.
Zetetic Warrior has it.
If you
Benton
guys
says he's
have
out of
closing
content.
words, I'll
Benton says
probably,
he's out of content. Benton says
might
he's out of
try and get
content.
on the
Fuck,
233.
I'm stumbling on
Not
my
that it
words.
really matters.
No.
Stuff and the numbers
No.
lined up like you saw my 33
Benton has it.
Spearmint,
Bex
so
has it.
I've been
Paul
rolling
has
with
it.
them.
You know, I recognize
All
these
right,
guys,
Tom.
and they. I mean, even
So what
Zetetic
I'm gonna
Warrior
say,
has it.
Great panel.
Like when you get
I would
high
like
to
to
the
host
level that I
Tommy,
am right
thank
now,
everybody that participated
like
in
when
the
you
comments
get
and
high to
directly
the
in the
level
panel.
that I am right now,
And
Like,
there's a
everybody
sort
enjoy
of a
themselves.
sexual element to it. There's a
Until
sort
next
of a
panel.
sexual element to it.
Exactly.
We love you
It
long
is your
time.
projection that
Oh,
produces
Miss
your joy.
Safani,
Never,
we love you
never
long
be deceived
time.
by
Oh,
codependency.
Miss
You're always
Safani,
producing your
we love
energetic
you
state of
long
frequency
time.
known as feeling
Oh,
states
Miss
of euphoricness and
Safani,
joy.
we
It
love you
always has been
long
like that.
time.
Until the next panel, Tommy, be well,
Oh,
be safe,
Miss
and
Safani,
messages to
we
everybody
love
as
you
well.
long
I'll talk to you
time.
soon, all.
Same here, brother. We'll see you after a while.
Likewise, yes.
John Thomas, closing word.
I was just saying, same here. I echo that what Singh said. Good panel,
And that
brother.
thing about enjoy yourself even when you're not, I'm not saying shrug the pain off or pretend it's not there. I'm saying just acknowledge
People
it.
in the
Let
chat are
it
saying
hurt.
it's an
Do that
aphrodisiac.
Tyler Durden shit.
People in the chat are
Don't be
saying
off
it's an
in some, like,
aphrodisiac.
cave somewhere. Just take it on. Make the best of it. Use it for what it is. Yes,
Damn right.
sir.
Good night.
All right. See you next time.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
gonna try and hit it on the 33 seconds. I don't know if you guys can see it. Oh, watch the market tomorrow too. Things are about to get crazy. I think
I'm old enough to receive gentlemen callers. I think I'm old enough to receive gentlemen callers.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the OTW motherfucker, but I haven't found it where he says it where somebody else isn't talking at the same time, but I'm sure he says it a lot. I just haven't found it yet. That's one thing about the soundboards is part of that is just sort of grabbing whatever's there. There's especially somebody like OTW that does a lot of live streams. It's hard to, it's hard for me to just sit there for hours and hours and hours listening to the content until he says it, right? So, and since I don't watch his show necessarily on a regular basis, I don't know when he would have been more likely to have said it. So, but yeah, once I find it, certainly. So I think maybe he said it on that one where he was arguing with the Zetetic Warrior, but it never. Somebody else was talking at the same time. Yeah, but we'll get it. We'll get it, Cocaine Cat. We will get there. But yeah, I got some good loose stuff, and then I got Mitchell talking about trying to get Shively. Said Gary donated, but he's still trying to get Shively. I guess he means Gary Baxter. I don't know who he means exactly, but
Gary donated to me, but I didn't get any love from Shively.
well, that's what I was talking to with Yurt about. I had a conversation with Yurt yesterday. That's I'm not going to edit the thing to try to present it. That's the thing is, certain folks. And that wasn't a podcast, but I do want to get Yurt on an actual podcast, which will be pre-recorded. But that's one thing about just having a chat with somebody is I'm not going to go edit the fucking thing. It's just I'm not going to take the time to do it. So yeah. If you can point me to a time code, I'll grab that, Rob. Or sorry, Cocaine. Why do I keep calling him Rob? I don't know why. Cocaine Cat. CC 33. The 33 is their number. What else did I grab? Yeah, I got some OT. I've been wanting to get OTW clips for a while. I just now got around to that, and I found some pretty good loose stuff. Got a couple of notch clips.
Like when you get high to the level that I am right now.
But that's what I've been wanting to and I said this on Paul's show last night. It seems like, and now maybe this ties into his relationship, that he talked about. Like I'm not trying to get in the man's business, but OTW's, recent relationship that, broke up, or maybe it's in the process, and some folks are back and forth, and I've done that myself before, but he does seem to be more responsive to the negative than he is to the positive. I was, when he was talking about deleting the channel and all this, I was like, look, man, I hate to see it like this. It's like, I'm a fan. Obviously I'm doing so much of my own content. I'm not all the time, watching his show. But then again, I restream him. I simulcast sometimes. And in fact, I'm realizing now with Z, if I need to, I can probably just stay live, and then I can probably just simulcast Z whenever I want to go to the store, since he's live on a schedule. What's up, London McLovin? And that's another person I need to get some clips from is London McLovin, because like Provo Kid pointed out, right when a content creator shows up in the chat, I need to have a clip ready to go. So London McLovin clips probably. And but by the way, if I had two computers, if I had two decent computers instead of one decent computer, then I could actually keep the live stream going, and then on my other computer I could be getting the sound clips. Like I could just play, since we've been playing Tommy, I could play something like that. Oh, let me stop the screen share. Hang on, or the screen record. Rather. Yeah, stop the screen record. But I think Tommy's leaving his up now. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Grand Rising indeed. Oh, yeah. Well, and that's Just a Gal. Last night, I popped in real briefly on the end of OTW's show because, and I tried to talk about this earlier, but I got off on other tangents. But, one of the things that, okay, I think Rob found the clip. Let's see. All right, cool, man. Let's see what this is. Oh, okay, awesome. Thanks, Rob. Yeah, we'll get that here in a bit. Like I said, if I had two decent computers, then I could do that on the other computer, right? So that is one of the benefits of truck driving. If I did go back to truck driving, I could just buy another computer. But yeah, lame intervention. But then, so last night on the panel, or actually this morning for me, but last night, the Sunday night show, OTW Sunday show, one of the ways Mitch just likes to start attacking me, or just, seemingly attack me, talking about that, I don't shower. Well, it's like I don't need to shower, Mitchell. Like, that's the thing is, we were all born into a system that taught us that we're supposed to take a shower once every 24 hours minimum, and apply these, a Procter and Gamble, by the way, a corporation. Yeah. So, we're supposed to go to the store, the big box store, the corporation, and we're supposed to buy the corporate soap, the corporate deodorant, and the corporate shampoo. Meanwhile, if you don't use those products, I'm not talking to you, right? I'm talking to the vast majority of the population, including the so-called truthers, right? So the fact is, what I discovered living in the streets with nothing for all those years, and especially, let's say it was summertime and I was traveling, meaning I was walking and hitchhiking typically, out in the sun all day. I spent years where almost every day I was outside in the sun almost every day, right? That's great for one's general disposition, I can assure you. But so, I was actually sweaty and dirty and needed a shower, right? I'm not saying that I'm dirty and I don't take a shower. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm indoors almost all the time. I'm not involved in any form of physical activity other than walking to the store on occasion, even though I have a car. Just that's a discipline, by the way. Imagine walking 1.5 miles each way to a store when one has an automobile, right? Well, I have an automobile, and I I regularly choose to walk to the store. Although, unfortunately, the halfway decent stores are not close enough to walk necessarily, but it's not the point I'm making. Yeah, if I'm indoors all day and I'm not on chemical foods, and I'm not on chemical soaps, I don't stink. Like, I was sweating earlier because the heater was going. I put my hand in my armpit and I scooped out the sweat, and it doesn't smell like anything. I have no armpit odor, and I mean none. I wore the same T-shirt 10 days in a row, right? Then it was time for laundry, so I took my shirt off, threw the shirt in the laundry, put on a clean shirt, and the shirt that I put in the laundry did not smell. It had no smell to it. And yeah, my sense of smell does work. I can smell the coffee. I can smell the papaya. I can smell these things. My sense of smell definitely works. Yeah, I don't have a body odor. My skin doesn't need to be cleaned. It's already clean. Surprise, surprise, our bodies know how to clean themselves. I know this seems insane to most folks, right? And the fact is, I'm on a municipal water supply here. Again, if a person's on well water, I'm not talking to them. If it's the Big Drink T who has, he has his own distilled water shower, I'm not talking to him. But if you are on municipal water, all you have to do is go to your Google Maps and type in water treatment plant, or just type in water treatment. And I guarantee you there's a treatment plant near you that treats the water before it gets to the pipes, and that goes on your skin. And that's what Big Drink T means when he says toilet water. So the fact is, if I'm willing to accept that the largest organ in my body is actually on my body, meaning it's actually on the outside of my body, it's my skin, well, obviously when I turn on the municipal water supply and it comes out of the spout of the shower, comes out of the shower head onto my body, and we know for a fact that there's fluoride in the water, there's chlorine in the water, There's all sorts of psychotropics in the water. Why? Because when people use the bathroom, well, that wastewater goes to the water treatment plant who treats the water and is not able to remove those chemicals. So, yeah, let me once every 24 hours stand underneath the shower head and let the chemical-laden municipal water go onto and into my body. Are you fucking crazy? But here I am in the so-called truth community, which let's just call it what it is. It's the you can't handle the truth community. You know why? Because when Benton says I don't shower regularly, because I do, I finally make myself stand under the water whenever I shave my head, probably once every 6 weeks or so, four to 6 weeks. Maybe it just depends. It's overdue right now for a head shaving, but so somebody just goes, ooh, gross. Because that's how we was all raised. We were all socialized, and we were born into a slave system that taught us that if we don't go stand under the municipal water once every 24 hours and put major corporation chemicals on our body called chemical soaps and chemical shampoo, and then when we're done, we have to put the chemical deodorant under our armpits, right? That because I say that I don't do that, and I no longer eat any processed foods. Meanwhile, I still had a little bit of BO left because I was taking in I was eating the Great Value fucking prepackaged hard-boiled eggs, which are certainly processed. I'm not even on those anymore. I have no body odor. I don't smell. So if I don't stink and my skin's not dirty, why would I take a shower? Oh, because we've all been trained and indoctrinated that if I don't do that once every 24 hours, it's ooh, gross, except no, it's not. It's not ooh, gross. You believe it's gross, many of you. And again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. So if somebody believes it's not gross, you wouldn't know if I didn't tell you, you stupid motherfuckers. Again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. You wouldn't know if I didn't tell you. So how is that gross? It's either gross or it's not. Meanwhile, I lived in the streets for almost a decade or 8 years or whatever it was. I can tell when I stink. Because when I stink, I can tell based on the way people react to me. I know when I smell bad, okay? I know when I don't smell bad. So why in the world would I go run, why would I run chemicals onto my body, right? But here we are. Imagine being a truther and whining and crying about the government and Monsanto, but then thinking it's gross that I won't turn on the shower head and run Monsanto and government chemicals onto my body once every 24 hours at a minimum. Are you fucking crazy? Yeah, most of you are. And at the risk of alienating the audience, that's a crazy way to look at things. That's an insane way to look at things. And they were laughing and giggling and joking because they were in silly, fun time, happy mode, right? Which is fine. People can be in silly, happy, fun time mode. That's fine. But that doesn't mean that I stink and I'm gross, because I don't stink and I'm not gross. Meanwhile, there was plenty of times when I was stinky and gross. It's called day labor, right? It's called sleeping in a fucking public park, hiking 4 miles to a job site, climbing up onto a roof and doing fucking roofing all day, and then climbing down and going back to the public park and doing that 3 or 4 days in a row. There wasn't time for a shower, okay? Now, when I was able to, when that was all over with and the money was in my pocket, then I hiked my happy ass. This was in Portland, by the way. Then I hiked my happy ass to the day room, the Bud Clark Commons, right, across the street from the Union Station in downtown Portland, also across the street from the Greyhound station, also known as the worst part of Portland, the worst, most disgusting Skid Row portion of downtown Portland, actually Old Town, actually the Pearl District, now that I think about it. Yeah. And I took a fucking shower. And I even washed my hair because I used to have long hair. And then I went to the Whole Foods and I used my food stamps, Mitchell. Yeah, I used my food stamps. And I got some, the bar there, whatever that is, the salad bar. And I was sitting there and I looked up and I said, why are these women looking at me funny? Because all these women had these funny looks on their faces and they was looking at me. Oh, it's because I took a shower after doing all this roofing, and I put on clean clothes. You know, I washed all my clothes. I had on clean clothes. I had clean hair, and even though I had a gigantic backpack next to me, right? I was like, oh fuck, I got to get out of here because I can't stand this bizarre, weird attention I'm getting. Right? It's not because I'm so great. Although, yeah, I kind of was at the time. I was closer to 40 than 50 at the time. You know, peak Benton in a way. I certainly hadn't been through at least 3 rounds of unexplained weight loss. You know, 3 to 4 rounds of that. So, so yeah, I understand that if a person has long hair, although meanwhile, it was only needed washing because I had been on a fucking roof for 3 days. It's the only reason it needed to be washed. Why? Because the scalp produces oils that go into the fucking hair. And unless the hair gets dirty and stinky, it doesn't need to have chemical water put on it, and it doesn't need to be shampooed with chemicals. Meanwhile, I was on the Dr. Bronner's anyway. Right? So yeah, but every once in a while, I would shampoo my hair. Meanwhile, the Dr. Bronner's has oil in it also. But see, a person can't think through that whole process if they just go, ooh, gross. So yeah, go to the big box store called The Corporation, buy Procter & Gamble, another corporation's products, and then go home to your fucking municipal water supply and at least once every 24 hours turn on the fucking shower head and stand underneath the literal government chemicals. That's a great plan. What could possibly go wrong? And most of those same people smoke cigarettes, and most of them go to fast food on a regular basis and then want to tell me how to eat. Want to tell me, ooh, gross. Want to tell me how to live. Are you fucking crazy? Again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. And here's another thing. I can't deal with dogmatism around eating. And we got a lot of people involved in dogmatism around eating. Well, guess what, folks? I'm so fucked up, and I've got such bizarre, not even bizarre, I've got such significant health problems and challenges. I'm not focused on the dogmatism around food. I'm focused on what can my body assimilate and what does my body need and what can my body use. And for the last few days, now I've got people who want me to believe that fruit is bad for me, right? I've got people that want me to believe that vegetables kill people. I don't know. Apparently that person's eaten vegetables their whole life and is still alive. So what are you trying to tell me here? But some people literally believe that fruit is going to kill me while they go to fast food and smoke cigarettes. And I'm not talking about the same person. That's 2 different people, right? I've had multiple people who want to tell me that certain foods are going to kill me and cause me problems, but they eat fast food and smoke cigarettes. Imagine whining and crying about the government. Imagine whining and crying about my freedoms. Imagine whining and crying about taxes and then choosing to ruin one's own health by purchasing big tobacco products from a store at $8 or more a pack, and most of that money goes to the fucking government in the form of taxes. Right? What percentage of the so-called truth community smokes cigarettes? Meanwhile, do whatever you want. It's not my concern if people smoke cigarettes. Smoke all the cigarettes you want. Smoke them if you got them. They're my lungs. I'll do whatever I want to with them. Right? Now, but we got JG trying to tell Soul Read Analytics to put the beer down. I don't know, JG. You drank apparently for years and years and years and years and years. Imagine how many people try to tell JG to put the beer down, put the drink down. It's like, man, it's not going to have the effect. Like he's going to drink as long as he wants to drink. Right. Meanwhile, I'm sure when JG was drinking to excess, I'm sure many folks would have preferred that he stopped. Oh, but because now he's had a change of the way he views the world. Now other people need to view it that way. And I don't need other people to view things the way I'm viewing them. I'm saying just because a person's mentality is enslaved, so much so that they believe that if I don't stand underneath a chemical-laden municipal water supply once every 24 hours and put Procter & Gamble's fucking chemicals on my body, that it's ooh gross. No, fuck you. No, it's not. It's not ooh gross. And if you have BO, it's because of the products. Guess what? The chemical deodorants are designed to make you smell okay for 24 hours. Right at 24 hours, you start to stink. The product is designed to make you stink. The way I figured that out is This is what I tried to tell at the top of this, and I got off into a tangent. But so I was out in the sun traveling, and I was dirty and stinky, right? So I took a shower. I used chemical soap and chemical deodorant, and 24 hours later, I stunk worse than if I hadn't taken a shower at all. And then I realized it hit me. Bam, these products are designed to make me have to use them at least once every 24 hours. It's literally in the fucking deodorant. It's in the soap. Think about that. So forgive me for choosing not to use those products anymore. I have some hand soap here. It's whatever Slave Mart sells that has the least amount of chemicals in it. So do you think I'm in any big hurry to go in there and put those chemicals on my body unnecessarily? Because I'm going to tell you right now, once every 24 hours is unnecessarily, except for the products themselves have a mechanism built into them called chemicals that make you have to use them every 24 hours. Or you can just not use them at all. And then eventually, guess what? Your body has a thing called a biome, and it will adjust, especially if you get off the processed foods, especially if you get off the fast food, especially if you get off the alcohol, especially if you get off the sodas and the Monster energy drinks and whatever the hell else you people are doing. Whatever I used to do. And yeah, so of course I stank. Back in the day, it was the chemicals I was putting in my body and on my body and the alcohol. That's what was doing it. Okay. So I no longer drink the alcohol. I no longer eat the fast food. I no longer drink the sodas, and I no longer put the chemical soaps and deodorants on my body. Surprise, surprise. No more funk. Isn't that amazing? Surprise, surprise, fucking surprise. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Charles. Good to see you, brother. Yeah. Aluminum. But this is what I'm talking about with the so-called truth community. And this is what I'm talking about with the continuous disciplining of the mind. It's the same people who will spout some of this. You know, I could host a panel and we could have a certain type of conversation and we could get into, Monsanto and Procter & Gamble and fucking Walmart. We could be talking about these corporations, right? And people would on their own come up with certain things around certain products. And those same people are using the products, right? The same people who talk about how horrible the fucking food supply is are eating fast food. And the people who are complaining about the government and my tax dollars are choosing to purchase products like alcohol and cigarettes that are taxed more highly than anything else, just about. And we know because of the big tobacco settlement that almost all of the $10 or whatever you folks are paying for cigarettes, and again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you, we know most of that money goes straight to the government, right? Meanwhile, now we're back to Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand, the merger of the states and the corporations. The corporation is the state and vice versa. There's no difference between Procter & Gamble and the government. Walmart is the government. It's fully fucking integrated. Procter & Gamble is integrated with, it's all one thing. So forgive me for not taking the fucking prescriptions of the corporate system when it comes to my physical body. Are you fucking crazy? Yeah, most of you are. And again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. Okay. But then it's easier to just point at Benton and say, ooh, gross. Because I will just say, yeah, I don't shower because I don't need to shower. But meanwhile, if I have to go out here and do physical work and dig in the dirt like I've done before, yeah, I'll go take a fucking shower. But I'm not going to take one more shower than absolutely necessary because I know what's in the water. How can I know what's in the water and then put that on my body? See, this is cognitive dissonance. It's cognitive dissonance. It's a schism in one's mind. And again, we're back to the inability to discipline one's own mind. We're back to, how can a person unslave themselves if they can't stand up to the ridicule of the person next to them? So a so-called truther can understand what I'm telling you on a level of knowledge, but they can't practice it because all it's going to take is one person to go, ooh, gross, and now they're back to Procter & Gamble products, and they're back to the municipal water supply going onto their skin and into their bodies. And then, I have to work and earn a living. So, by the way, I've prepared all of my own meals for over a year. Everybody has time to prepare their own meals, but who's gonna discipline themselves because it sucks? It sucks. I'd rather do other things with that time. But here's my option. Well, I say I don't have an option. It's funny. See, I didn't practice any of this. See, I'm the hypocrite here. I'm the hypocrite because I knew all of this for years and I still didn't practice it. I never got off the processed foods entirely. Now, I did for periods of time, but I never truly turned my back on processed foods until what? Until my body could no longer, I can't take them in. I become so ill I can't get out of bed. See, I'm ill enough that most folks would be seeking medical treatment. I'm that ill on a daily basis. I'm saying that if I eat one Snicker bar, I can't get out of bed for 2 days, and I'm in excruciating pain, right? One Snicker bar. This is not an exaggeration. So it wasn't until my body told me, hey, man, you can't eat that stuff no more, that I was willing to turn my back on the fast food and the processed foods. But, yeah, I limited it, and I ate a decent diet most of the time, but I was still eating garbage foods. I was still drinking sodas at least some of the time. Not that much, but some of the time. Meanwhile, as a younger person in my teenage years, and even into my college days, I ate just about the worst diet possible. So I'm not telling you anything I haven't experienced for my own, for my own self. Thanks, Moose. Appreciate that. Unfortunately, the real life intrudes. Real life intrudes, meaning I'll probably wait till Z starts talking, but then, I need to go make another cup of coffee. I need to get ready for my next meal. I think some folks don't realize another thing about me doing all these live streams is when there's not somebody who can come up on a panel, without just talking to me the whole time, when there's not somebody who can come up here and monologue, when there's not, another broadcast that I can restream, when there's not, when I don't have material ready to go that I can play and step away. I'm pretty much chained to this desk right here. I can't really get up and do what I need to do, right? And again, don't cry for me, Argentina. If I didn't want to do it, I wouldn't do it. But the point I'm making is that this is a lot more of an undertaking than people realize. And it's a 24-hour day. It takes 24 hours a day for me to be able to do what I've been doing. Now, part of that is probably my own inefficiencies. Part of that is I do have to have some downtime, so I do shut it down fairly early, right? In the daytime. There's definitely hormones in the beef. It's chicken. That's by law. By law, they're not allowed to use antibiotics or hormones in the chickens. But here's the thing is that gets down to a legal definition. And I don't know if you know this, but all the poultry science research comes out of the University of Arkansas there in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And Tyson Foods is one of the biggest chicken producers, and they've had a lot to do with, I don't know if you know this, but the factory chickens, they all are basically the same size, and they have these like way oversized breasts. Like they're scientifically fucking engineered, man. It's pretty sick. But yeah, a lot of that poultry science comes out of University of Arkansas. Pretty much all of it, actually. But yeah, by law, they can't give antibiotics or hormones to the chickens. But here's the thing is, I'm sure they figure out other ways. But yeah, the beef absolutely has all sorts of hormones in it. There's no doubt about that. And I eat meat, by the way. I don't eat a lot of chicken, but I definitely eat beef at times. Although I've eaten almost no beef in the last year because it made me sick. I can't get into my specific issues, or I'll get we'll be on a 1-week suspension minimum for the medical misinformation. But I can't get into what's helped me or what I've done. But part of it is beef. Pretty much everything made me sick when I first, just after I'd almost died and I got off the booze. Almost everything that I ate made me sick, and to this day, sometimes when I eat a meal. It just makes me sick. The food makes me sick. That's just how it is. I have some severe chronic illnesses that unfortunately I'm just not allowed to talk about on here, Charles. But I've been through at least 3 rounds of unexplained weight loss, but it's explained. And I won't go to doctors, by the way. I will not go to the medical system under any circumstances. The last time I had to go to a doctor was I had broken my foot on the job through no fault of my own. And since I had a relatively high income as a truck driver, I maxed out on the what do they call that, workman's comp. I was getting like $760 a week for workman's comp, and so in order to receive the workman's comp, I had to go to the doctor. Unfortunately, I didn't have to have a cast or surgery. My heel, I broke my heel again through no fault of my own on a job, somebody else's negligence. And other than that, I will not go to doctors, period, end of story. But, you know, just the fact that and again, I can't discuss specifics. YouTube won't let me discuss specifics, but, and part of this is I detoxed. It's okay. As far as I know, I used certain naturally occurring substances to fully detox all of my organs. And that's not an exaggeration. You know, I've gotten the impurities out of my organs. It took several months, right? But I have a strong will to live, and I had attempted to take myself out by drinking, and I had several chronic conditions, underlying conditions, and that had caused me to have what seemed to be unexplained weight loss. But I'm naturally a skinny person, but I had added a lot of muscle over a period of years. I added a bunch of muscle mass because I hit the weights and ate 5,500 calories a day for almost 4 years, and that's not an exaggeration. If anybody's ever eaten 5,500 calories a day, every day, day in and day out, that's a fucking mental discipline. That's a grind. That shit sucks. It's expensive, number one. Number two, it just sucks to eat that much. And that was also taxing on my system. So some of my issues were definitely caused just by overtaxing my digestive system. Certainly caused some of my problems. You know, I don't think there's any doubt about that. But yeah, basically where I'm at now is it's difficult for me to get all of the nutrients and calories out of my food. And we try to do this thing where nobody gives me health advice. Hopefully that's my goal. But yeah, I'm doing the best thing. I'm basically doing the best possible I can to, and basically, I don't know why I keep saying basically, but I weigh 120 pounds. I'm 5'10", and I've actually put on a little bit of fat around my middle recently. So probably I'm going to start doing some, I know it sounds insane, but I'm probably going to start doing some 72-hour fasts because supposedly, again, this is not health advice, do your own research. You know, please consult with a physician if that's not, morally I'm not able to consult with physicians, but I would find that to be immoral because they are, pretty much the worst people in society. And, the fact is the local ICU doctor at your local county hospital is a mass murderer. That's not an exaggeration. Hooking people up to ventilators and giving them remdesivir is murder. I mean, it just is. And they know that putting somebody on a ventilator and giving them remdesivir kills them. There's no way they don't know that. It's literally not possible. Well, and that's what I'm saying is like I can, but I'm not, I just really can't talk. Here's my problem, Charles, is I don't know how to talk about things without talking about them. So I'm not smart enough to know what I can say and what I can't say. So my thing is I'm either going to talk about it or I'm not going to talk about it. So I just can't get into specifics, unfortunately. But yeah, it's even if I could, it's not going to help anybody because nobody can type words into a chat and heal me. I mean, that's just not how it works. So, but ultimately, most foods make me sick now. So if I go into a store and I just try to grab something off the shelf that's in a package and then I eat it, I become so sick that I can't get out of bed for 2 days because I'm sick already. Like I'm sick all the time, but I become so ill I can't get out of bed or I can't get off the floor because I do sleep on the floor. Something else that a person who lives in a car or a truck or a van wants to make fun of me for living in a motel and sleeping on the floor while they live in a vehicle. Like it doesn't even make sense. Yeah. Exactly, Gary. Gary's right on the money here. Yep. He's right on the money. But basically, as long as I can maintain my 120 pounds, I'm happy, because I got down to like 116 and I'm just looking at the scale like, if I get down to 100 and then, God forbid I do catch an illness. Hell, I could die, right? At a certain point, a person's become so weakened, it's not going to take a whole lot to take them out. But yeah. Anyway, let me find something to play. I need to take a little break here. Is there any content we can remix? Shout out to 34 in the house, by the way. Is Z talking yet? Nope. Z ain't talking yet. See, I went to Z's chat, and the first thing I see is a comment about me. See, yeah, and talking about my fraudulent fundraising tactics, while he goes on panels and his actual name is his Cash App address. Imagine that. Imagine somebody going in on me for taking donations while they take donations. I mean, this is just complete insanity. It's complete and total insanity. But I did enjoy Paul from yesterday, so I will replay some of Paul, if I may. Actually, day before yesterday, now that I think about it. Oh, this ain't it. That's the Mitchell Comeuppance. Hang on, bear with me, folks. We'll get there. Maybe we'll replay Tommy since he left his up. Or did he? Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
That's reality.
Well, I didn't even live. I was a senior in high school. I didn't even live with my parents at that point. But yeah, man, like I said, it's up to the individual. Like I tell all these people, produce this girl. Like, find me a victim. She's Paul Unslave's age right now, wherever she is.
And Kay, I said how tall I was already.
Plain and simple.
It's not trying to be rude to Kay, but listening does not. Or maybe you're in and out. Maybe you're going other places.
They're not married,
which is
that's
fine. But
corruption.
I'm 5'10".
Well, and also
5'10".
I've been telling these pedo catchers, there's gotta be way more pedo catchers in online forums fronting as kids than there's little kids looking for sexual partners willing to go meet somebody.
They called him Snake because he'd get down there in the bottoms and shit, and they couldn't find him. I mean, he was real good at disappearing, and they were after him again one time. And
so yeah, Mitchell's been going after me for literal hours.
Cell phone. They said, "We got you now."
Because there's no life. Mitchell just doesn't have a life.
And he said, "No, you don't." And boom, blew his brains out.
Yeah, man. It's especially if you know you're lining up for like time, like real time.
Yeah.
Like there's times like I don't think that suicide Christians go to hell, but I think there's times that suicide isn't the same as like taking your life because you can't deal with something. Like
well, it's all good, man. I'm not trying to be critical there. Cocaine cat.
In Israel,
yeah, I'm 5'10".
I don't have any qualms with just popping yourself because they're gonna do horrible things to you and then kill you. So
oh, you're good, Kay. No worries.
You were drifting
I'm just I'm
off
extra fucking critical today.
with no hope of being recovered. By all means, chomp that cyanide pill. You know, you're not gonna get a medal for just starving and suffocating to death in your spacesuit.
Well, I don't believe that neither. That's some kind of mortal sin type deal. But,
yeah, you shouldn't kill yourself like over depression and just mental whatever, because that's what a demon will try and convince you to kill yourself. But I think if a Christian does come to that, I don't think they go to hell. There was a biblical YouTuber that covered the passages that kind of like leads toward, yeah, you technically wouldn't be damned over that. It might be frowned upon once you show up, but it is what it is, you know?
Yeah. I don't think it's good. I mean, to do like they were telling me tonight, had about 4 of them telling me to kill myself.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people say that because I didn't Sorry, Sting. I'll let you go in a second. I also didn't hold it against Z whenever he took that heat for saying it, because I very much believe no matter how much somebody might tell you to, you're the only one that can do that. And to do it just because you were told to, come on.
Oh, the
Now,
weak-minded.
there's times it might not be classy.
Yeah.
Will definitely not be classy, but these people in panels, what I've realized about them, it's like a game to them. They like to work people, and especially work the weak-minded people. I've seen people go to their panels, and they're just not the same after they've been worked and targeted and perped and bullied and so henceforth put on the spot. So I'm not surprised they instigate that. In a sense, I see these guys as the devil's foot soldiers, and if they can score somebody to actually commit suicide, it's like earning for the devil. You get perks, right? You get more benefits and assets. It's basically, this whole realm is a type of hellish type of level realm, and suicide is an option, definitely.
It's the devil's world. He's the king of
Yeah.
this world. He still has
Definitely.
to ask the one true God for permission for some things, but
Definitely,
he is
yes.
free to run this realm the way he wants.
Yeah, so I'm just going to bring this back to suicide. Yeah, suicide is an option, but this whole simulation, I call it simulation because it is basically a digital virtual holographic projection. It is like a type of game hunt if one is deceived and goes into the fear mode of being the victim. And if somebody does commit suicide, what happens is they get rebirthed, repeated, recycled, and basically they start off on the level they failed, and they proceed again on their ascension path to throughout the channels that I defined. This realm here is like a mid-plane realm where we have dark and light options, and for one to be successful, they shall utilize darkness because it is a type of dark simulation. But utilizing darkness without turning dark is the key element to be successful. So there is a lot going on.
There's times that I look like the type of people you're describing, but I'm usually doing that against people like the PDF accusers and the enslaved cult and shit like that. So yeah, man, you got to fight fire with fire. A gun takes out another gunman. But yeah, I always have the light side in mind for the outcome.
Yeah, and I can see that in yourself. You got regulatory control, and where people perceive you dark, I can see the level you're at. So understand it's just conditioning for yourself and conditioning for others. I understand what you're doing. A lot of other people can't perceive it, and they just don't get you. They're not at your level of comprehension of consciousness or defining. I don't like consciousness, that word, of awareness. You're at a different level, many people, as everybody is at a different level within the channel. Some are similar, compatible levels where we understand each other. We understand how things and people work each other and condition each other, and how, and definitely, I'm sure you, Tom, you see how they're working people. I see a lot of these channels that are discussed here. Basically, they are working people as a type of, to turn them into a negative reverse field. And they're actually, when they're getting somebody to be fired up, they're actually doing a loosh harvest and just feasting off their energy. They're bleeding out. So it is almost like working somebody to get them to go to an anti-dark field. And then you see how they stay nice and calm, some people, while they're working somebody else, and the other person is losing self-control. They're going what I define dark, or they can't regulate themselves. And that's when they start to bleed dark negative energy. And this is where these anti-beings I define as dark agents start to feed off the other person and keep working.
Well, we didn't see this part, just a gal, but I mean, it's all kind of the same thing, right? Some of these panels, it's just sort of just the same thing over and over and over and over and over.
And what the initial plan and agenda is behind their perceived perping, bullying, or being ganged up on, put on the spot on a channel and stuff like that. So it's very interesting, all this. And some people get it, they're at a certain level, and some people don't get it, and they do become psychologically, physiologically scarred. And I've seen some people change. It's just not the same. I can see it in their face after they've been through that anti-conditioning beating and what people call being perped, gang stalked harassments and stuff like that, or whatever. So beyond what is being represented on a panel.
And see, now I see Moose in the chat. This is the replay, and I'm talking about how Mitchell's make fun of my lifestyle, but his is below my lifestyle. But no,
it is all.
And Moose is, because he's raised by women, presumably wants to say he'd argue that his living situation is similar, but it's not that far beneath. No, it's objectively better to live indoors than in a vehicle.
Not
That's
trying to say-
considered a higher standard of living,
Exactly. And a lot of
objectively,
these
Moose.
times where I observe this, what has
Objectively
happened is
greater standard of
some of
living.
these people that have
live
panels
indoors.
seem to represent wisdom and knowledge, but it's empty. It's just loops. It really has no result, and there is no wisdom and knowledge in there. It's more of a type of ego inflation or ego deflation, where they're trying to just work somebody in a manner that is very deceptive.
Yeah. And people would constantly talk about like their energy being drained, and sometimes people will be like, Tom, I don't see how you have the energy for this. And really it's like just from all my walks in life, if I'm on the light side, it's like I have almost endless energy for it, and I only feel myself drained usually when it's like an ally or a good person is like holding me up, like a conversation with Jack Talcott, that drains me. Whenever it's like, no, Jack, that's not what I'm saying at all, or that's not what this is. And when I can't get Jack to like get on the same page, that's the shit that drains me. I could fucking go at it with Paul all day long because he's just wrong most of the time. Like if I'm gonna make the stance, you can rest assured I already see the fallacy.
Yeah. Sometimes it is the light beings are most, or perceived the beings who are with the light that are most draining. But it is what it is, and obviously you can conceive what's happening, as everybody can. Just everybody's at different levels of
Okay, it's like
comprehension.
you're sitting at a red light. Let's say the red light is the dark side or your enemy. You know you've got to sit at the red light. You have the energy for that. If I had to sit at a green light, oh my God, this is fucking draining me. You know, it's like, can we go? This is green. That's kind of what it's like is when a good person is draining me.
Yeah. For myself, Tommy, you know, it is like, I'm sure everybody's seen this.
Yeah,
Star
Gary's
Wars
on
movies.
Gary's on
I have
fire lately.
unconditional
Gary
acceptance,
said
no
if I
conditions,
wanted
what
to talk
people
to a
define as
wanted
love,
to
I
listen
can
to
see
a
it as
condescending
unconditional
prick, I'd
acceptance.
call my
But
cousin or
I
my
have
brother.
the Sith rule.
Nice.
Okay? I'm kind, I'm fair, but I don't invite anybody to my personal vessel, to my energy of my house by unawarely connecting. So it's not that I'm
Gonna have to get Gary to start his own show.
It's just I
I'd
know
listen.
the system. It's just very deceptive, very deceptive. Usually, the ones that can strike you down the hardest is the perceived family or very close friends, boyfriend, girlfriend, wife, or husband. Those are the ones that are going to give people their main conditioning because they know all one's weak points or the buttons to push that are the weak points that get somebody going. So for
Well,
myself is I just don't let myself to be deceived. I don't like to find guarding, but it's like trust. I trust everyone, but I trust no one. It just keeps my doors closed, but it keeps myself open to go through the experiences of events and not blow off anybody that could be a possibility on my path to my ascension to have an experience of event. So henceforth, sure, I have a few friends I communicate with, but it is limited, and I test everybody. It's just I review everything that's happening, and there's, to be quite honest and forward, is there's very few people I could define that are solid brothers or sisters that are solid.
yeah, and it really is like, and I claim my Christianity, but it really is like the Matrix. It's like you can have a wife or a sibling or a parent that, as long as they're not unplugged from the beast system, they could be a demon agent and they don't even know it. Like they can be used by demons and not even know that's what they're doing, but you're gonna suffer the consequences of it.
Definitely, if one is not aware, and the potential would define for somebody to have that flip switch, if they're not aware of what is happening, how they are ridden and driven by the beast system. I call it the quantum cores of the system, the computers regulating this place, is one shall flip and be a puppet of the dark system in an instance. When somebody goes angry, it's not just, okay, there's a heightened excitement. Like for yourself, Tommy, yeah, you would be perceived by others as getting angry, but I can see you're not turning dark in that anger. It's like you got yourself under control and you're utilizing darkness, but not being part of darkness. But for a lot of people, when they get angry, they go dark and they just become the gung ho puppet of the dark core computer, of the extension of demon puppet walk-in levels, and also sometimes even the core, the Furion core of the devil himself steps in sometimes. So, yeah, even in a relationship, or even any type of relationship, of friends or close family or
I don't
husband,
know if
wife,
Moose,
etc.
or I'm sorry, I don't know
Somebody
if Mitchell
flips and
has a
goes angry,
firearm, but
and
he makes fun of
they
me for
become
carrying
a
a
complete
firearm.
different
But I have no
person.
idea. Who
That's where I
knows?
define they've been channeled.
Yeah, he's the type who would have a firearm and then make fun of me for carrying one.
So every
That's just the kind of
person on
crazy
this
person he
planet
is.
has the experience of actually being in a different dimensional channel when they are exhibiting and utilizing dark behavioral traits and characteristics. So it's light and dark, flipping, and to navigate through this place successfully, one must be acquainted with as much darkness as they can, to know the dark tricks, deceptions, and also to know the light. A lot of people define they just want to become a better person. They start studying, the Bibles and that, and they know everything about the light. Great, but if one just knows the light, then they're completely blinded by the darkness, and they really have no mechanisms to work and have a better existence throughout this plane without being deceived. And also, doing types of energy work, energy frequency tuning is what I define on my channel that I utilize a lot. So yeah, one must know darkness to not be deceived by darkness, or if one does not know darkness, they shall be blinded by darkness and be just what I define a scripted type of person going through this realm, not aware.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Like, I don't con people, but I've had to be around a lot of shysters and con men to understand that game. Because you want to see it coming, not utilize it against people, but maybe counter con the con man. But and for Moose, like, I get your confusion, Moose. I just understand what words he's using and how they translate to how I would say it, maybe if I was speaking to a church or something. Like, he's kind of speaking, I don't know, what would you call it, like holistically, in a way. I don't even know how to describe it, but I get what terms he's using that if I was talking to like a Baptist or a Catholic or something, I would just modify the terms and kind of translate. But Moose, I do see you with a possible redemption path, because you do seem to have been scarce for a while, and in this metaverse, no matter what we do, to an extent, if you disappear for a while and come back, you almost get like a reset or a do-over, at least like a chance to freshen up the whatever we call it, our stats. That's why I came into it standing on the drug past, and then whenever I found out the young girlfriend would be a thing, I'm just out with it, because I want to take on the worst shit they bring at me, and then when it's done, they got nothing.
So many people don't know what paradigm they're protecting. You look at what Voltaire said: find the person you can't criticize, and that's who's ruling you. And most of these people don't get it. They're just spewing stuff,
Small hat.
and they don't know who it is they're protecting. And then they're so delusional that they think they're against the system, and yet they're sitting there propping it up, spewing their filth.
And at the same time, you have to just accept that you got to roll with it and just navigate it accordingly to your morals or ethics. Because you
What's
don't
up,
have
Sunshine
to
Time?
totally
Good to see you.
exit. Like, I've always had plates on my car. I've always had insurance and registration. Not a problem. It's giving the Caesar what is his. I get pulled over. I might get a ticket. I might not. I drive on. It's not the battle I'm looking for but on the other hand, I'm always packing, and I don't have a card that says I can put my shirt over my property. So I'll stand against it where I see fit to stand against it. But
the whole
at the same time, I don't see how we're gonna save humanity by not having our vehicles registration either.
No, that won't save humanity, and it's not even wise, even though there is some legitimacy to it. It's not wise until there's
No, it
enforcement.
is legit. It is legit, but the idea that you're gonna hold yourself up and sit in jail and put yourself through
Right.
even
There's
more monetary
bigger,
damage
better
just
fight.
because you don't want to register your vehicle, it's ridiculous.
I do it as the beneficiary of the trust, so it's kind of an
There you go.
interesting solution. But hey, real quick, let me interrupt for just a sec. John, I can't find your Texas church channel anymore. Do you have? Are
Uh,
you? Do you? Are you? Were you talking about being live earlier? Or are you streaming again? Or
It's under Benjamin's Betrayal. That channel, I shut that down. Nobody's going to believe me when I tell you this, but I had 8 logos for that, and it was Holy Texas Confederate Church, a play on Holy Roman Catholic Church, and it was totally offensive to everyone, but it wasn't. Holy Roman wasn't. You know what I mean? But saying Holy Texan was, but it it was triggering, and I don't think it was what God wanted. And I don't have proof of this because I didn't print it out any of my logos. But I woke up one day and 2 of my 8 logos were missing an F in Confederate. So I'm big on the Mandela effect, and I have 2 logos now that say Confederate. I've got them printed out now, and I said I don't. They would have had to have hacked the Fiverr site and everything. Whoever did that, and
Have
Yeah.
you guys noticed a lot of your YouTube comments disappearing?
Some do, yeah. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes they don't pop
Because
up.
I've
and-
even accused people of deleting them, but now I believe them that they didn't. I just don't know why these comments are disappearing.
well, there.
I keep getting unnotified, and
Google.
some of my subscriptions keep getting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, that's
People have
that's
subscribed.
always been YouTubers have always pointed that out as well with losing subs, people getting unsubscribed when they didn't want to unsubscribe. But yeah, now just like typical conversation comments seem to be disappearing.
Yeah, my thing is I've been saying that God's causing the Mandela effect, and that these people should cease operations when they see something change, and so I couldn't be a hypocrite, but I don't know that it was a Mandela effect. If I would have had something on paper that I printed, could be that somebody was messing with me, but I'm
Could it
just
be
playing
be-
it safe. So if it was Mandela affected, I'm saying, I would be a hypocrite to keep on fighting it. I'm just playing it safe. Maybe God didn't want me doing that, so that church is down right now.
So-
That's what I've been
so I got,
telling
I got
London
one.
Man and all these channels, like whether you're doing the what's Max's thing called, the viewing, whether you're seeing that stuff,
Remote viewing.
yeah, whether you're catching remote viewing things or Mandela effects or even gematria stuff, I think a lot of it could just be those last chances of being like, hey, see that there's something more. You're not just
That's what I
a
keep
monkey.
telling everybody. If God shouts
Exactly.
at you, of course you're going to repent. If God starts shouting, you know
I
what I
don't
mean?
quite- I don't quite understand that Mandela effect. I mean, I haven't got any like clear evidence that you know
Man,
You've
hope
got to
somebody will
find it
listen
for
to me.
yourself. Because, like, mine is because my dad was a Ford truck guy growing up. That's why the Ford truck thing is a big one for me. I saw the Ford truck logo all my life, and you can't tell me that that curly thing was on the F. It was always in the O.
Well,
But you got to find the one that's
right?
like noticeable from your
Rebranding and
experience.
stuff. I understand. Moose asked, why would God cause the Mandela effect? Well, for one, I'm saying that that the dogma that the Bible produced was evil. I've always said that there's things in the Bible that don't belong there, like Solomon's songs about his lover's buttocks and his sister and stuff like that. And what has that Bible done? It's created a dogma that terrifies people. You know what I mean?
Well,
In every
you do
way.
need the fear of the Lord,
You
but
do.
you got to start cataloging all these beefs you have, because there might be some misinterpretation going on.
I've done a
Well,
bunch.
and translations, so many different translations and versions. You know, it like I can't get people to like slow down enough to really take a closer look at that and see where the change actually occurred. You know, all I get is an explanation like, you know, my Bible changed mysteriously. You know, I remember it being
I
this
know
way.
exactly where I was, Mitchell, and check this out. I tell this
Well,
everywhere I go.
it's also changing by design. They're reprinting. The only
That's
Bible
what I'm
you can
saying.
really,
Yeah,
the only one you can really trust is the King James version, because
no, how can you trust that? What do you mean
because it's
trust?
the only version that still has the passages on how to fast and pray to cast demons out of your body.
But
All the other versions are leaving that verse out, right down to skipping the
I
numbers.
would say maybe you could trust the Jerusalem Bible more than that, but
it's been
Well,
there's been
as for
changes
me
all the
and
way
my
back in the
house,
Hebrew, Mitchell.
we go
I'm
KJV,
sure.
baby.
I'm
There
sure,
is
but also the changes happening at the printing press, right? Not necessarily.
Do you remember what verse the lion and the lamb
How
thing
do you
is?
know? How do you know that definitively? That no, the change isn't being done intentionally by the printing press.
Because
Exactly.
because we can see it. Mark the Messenger. Hold on, I'll find the short, man. There's a YouTube short where they have all the different editions out and show that all of them are skipping this verse except the KJV.
From like the Bible's very simple. Okay, Bibles represent light and dark. A lot of parables in Bibles that can give many different analogies and
Right.
outcomes. But
Yes.
but
I
hold
know
on
with
a second. I
Mandela
just want to,
effect, we're saying that
Yes,
no
yes.
matter where this is sitting in a hotel room somewhere, that suddenly it changed to
Yes.
the
Gutenberg.
wolf.
Even the Gutenberg
Yeah,
Bible.
but this passage about casting demons out through fasting and prayer, that's being removed by man, and
Yeah,
that's how
some
you
things
can.
Yeah, that's what I'm
some
saying.
some things are being removed that are beneficial. But
What, Mitchell? No, you're
no
not.
Bible is, from my understanding, correct or incorrect.
What
There's a lot
a
of
fucking
truth.
bozo.
There's a lot of untruth
That's what
in
I'm
there.
saying. Yeah,
Truth I
Mitchell.
define as accurate information. Anything that's not accurate,
Better cast
I
out
define
them
as
them
untruth.
demons
But
in you, partner.
the Old Testimony, the New Testimony, it's telling you in the first
That's
four
what it
letters.
is to be
They
a
are
Christian,
tests. They're tests
to
and
believe
conditioning.
that
The
Christ
Bibles
in
are
the
types of
Bible
tests and
cast out
conditions
demons,
that can
while
be
also
interpreted
believing
from the
that
parables.
they individually
Basically,
cannot
in the
possibly
format
be
they are
infested
written,
with
they
demons.
have so many different translations
Fuck
and
outta here.
meanings and definitions. I went back to the Bible where
All right,
I
if
read
you're
the
going to
same
talk
thing
Bible,
over,
we're going to
it said
Z.
something else to myself where I got a different meaning. So it's
the
once
living.
I see you all down there.
God, the Bible panels are
I see you down there, Mr.
insufferable.
Illuma Tommy.
Insufferable.
Don't let me get started on you. Tom, Tommy, Thomas. Yeah. I got a whole thing about Tommy I need to get into. I'm just saying.
Well, I think I'm going to go for a walk here for a few minutes, but I'm trying to decide, do I need to actually
The
go
whole
to the
Tommy thing.
grocery store or not? I guess I need to go see if they have any more. Well, I need to give them a
Glad
little
you're here,
time.
Tom.
Give them a little bit of
I
time
mean-
to get the products stocked.
I kind of figured you'd be here.
But the
'cause it looks like
papaya,
you haven't
man,
slept in
papaya
quite
is
some time. At least
difficult for me to procure at times.
that's my evaluation.
And people are like, hey, get out of the cities. But it's like, hey, if I'm going to go live in the streets with nothing, that's probably going to have to be in a city or cities, a series of cities. And then I'm pretty sure I can get papaya year round in the cities. That's not necessarily the case here in Arkansas, I can assure you. Shout out to the donators, by the way. Just a gal with the $10 super chat. And then earlier we had
Yeah.
Pale Horse Rider with
Coming
the
at ya.
1999 super chat. Thank you,
Coming
sir.
at ya.
I'm assuming that's a sir.
Yeah, Tommy. I know you were streaming. Has anybody else been following this Illumitami? It's quite something to behold, Tom. I don't know what's going on with you. I don't know what realm you've come from. I don't know what fuels you. But you, sir, are certainly one of a kind. Yeah. Am I the only one that is now like sort of hopelessly fascinated to Mr. Illumitami? Who's this guy? Harold Riguez says, I came to this channel via Dose of Reality with Brian Staveley. Nice, Harold. Buckle up, strap in, because you're about to meet a guy named Illumitami.
Yep, that's the truth, Jen.
You may never be the same afterwards.
Yeah, Arkansas, there's...
After you've been exposed
Jen Tugon
to,
says, well, hang on.
the
Let me do this thing.
presentation
Let me do this thing I'm doing
of
here.
said
Hang on.
Illumitami, you'll probably be changed forever in some way.
There we go. In
There's
case
no way
anybody
to
wants to
wash
donate.
off what you're about to see from this gentleman.
Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of pluses to being in Arkansas. One of which is the relatively low population,
So
and that
I'm
there
almost
is
hesitant to show any of your stuff.
there
Tom,
is still a
because,
semblance of law and order here.
you know, at the risk of scarring and permanently permanently damaging my,
Is this annoying when I talk over
Listeners.
Z like this?
you know, I hesitate to delve into your imagination, Tommy.
Here, let me get a mic check on the mix. Hang on.
I'm sure it's tough enough for the listening audience to be part of my imagination. But if we step into your imagination, we may be
Mic check, check 1 2. I'm listening on the phone on the delay.
because it is too much. It's like
Yeah, it's not too bad.
it's like overstimulation of the synaptic junctions in my brain. It's too much.
Okay, good. Thanks, Gary.
Like, I have no clue what's going on with you, Tommy, but holy mackerel.
Yeah, there's still some semblance of law and order in this state. Arkansas, some folks may not know, even during the financial crisis of 08-09, in which many state governments, and, you know, as we know, they are corporations. Your local city government is
because I've done a
a
lot
corporation.
of filtering as a female, and I'm going to throw that in to make you look stupid.
Okay,
And I am,
I don't care.
I could leave this here.
Oh,
and I
he's
could
playing
cam
Tom,
up
but
as
he's
a girl
doesn't know
and
that he's not
still look
sharing the
better than
screen.
You fat piece of shit. Now cam the fuck up.
Okay, there we go.
I'm not camming up for you. You're not even worth the cam up.
Thank you,
Well, that's my point. You don't know- you
Rob
don't know
Cleveland,
how I'm
for the
working.
1122.
Then you should
Am I
leave
supposed
the
to read the
community
amounts? That's
because
a problem. Is I never know if I'm supposed to read the
Okay.
donations or not.
Then
Thank
you're
you for your
making
generous
yourself look
donation.
stupid.
That is another thing
No,
about
no,
the
hey,
super
Jen,
chats.
You're
Yeah.
gonna have to make 90
Now I probably am going to turn the super chats off pretty
Here's
soon
the
because
thing with-
I believe YouTube's
Here's
going
where
to
I am
start
with Tommy.
taxing the money.
He's
You
in
know,
the
the
top
30%
Claudia,
tax is not enough.
category
I think they're going to start income taxing me, and when
I
that
have
happens,
Tommy
I
and
probably am
Jackson's
going to turn them off.
category right now.
Because then you're getting
I'll
into
just
50
turn
plus
on, like, one
percent.
of their streams, and it becomes like a ASMR to me.
What was I talking about? Arkansas? Oh yeah. So when all these
It's very
state governments were going bankrupt, and you see states like California,
It's
you know, having to
hypnotic in a
let
way.
people out of prison.
induces the
You know,
state
Arkansas, even during the financial
train them
crisis, we have money left over every
the
year because this
consciousness of a
state takes in a
madman.
ton of taxes and provides almost no resource, you know, provides almost no services. So the fact is, Arkansas has virtually unlimited money to
consider
lock people in
Illumitomi's
prison. Which means when these
streams
bozos
like
run around,
ASMR to me.
you know, looting stores,
Like
they
some
get
people listen to,
they get put in handcuffs and prosecuted
you know, like
for things like shoplifting.
people
right?
rubbing
So
their
there are
hands
some
across a
advantages to that.
balloon,
You know, there being some semblance of
soft,
law and order.
whispery
And by the
voices
way, I did my own research,
for their ASMR
and I'm pretty sure that
content.
Arkansas has the lowest rate of the
If
cops
you guys don't
killing
know
the
what
citizens
ASMR
or
is,
the
look
people.
it up.
You know, yeah, it happens here
Um,
too, but it doesn't happen nearly as often as
I'm
other
sure
places.
most of us know. Angela Baby Carson knows. She's up.
I'm no fan of the police, but even in this town I'm
Tommy's
in,
my new ASMR.
I don't ever
When I
see
wanna
them
reach
just
a zen,
randomly
like,
pulling
state
people
of
over and harassing them.
consciousness.
So, you know, there's something
This
to
is what I
that,
listen
right?
to.
Me. Either you're gonna make nice with me or we're gonna be in
Well,
Are you gonna talk
I
to
can't
him?
go with you on the great weather. The summer is oppressive, but if you're used to a hot,
Him over our boots.
if one is used to a hot,
You
humid
guys
summer,
aren't
then
gonna
yeah, it's
hold
great
the
weather.
host to this shit.
But
You're gonna have London
summer
Man
is
over
fucking
there
brutal
playing
for
his
people aren't
bull-
used to it.
You just watched London Man Paul me today. You watched London Man backstage me, talk his shit like his daddy does. And I think the new term for who Paul's daddy is, when you're caught using Paul tactics, now Paul's your daddy. And it doesn't glorify
Yeah,
Paul, because
Maine.
we all know Paul ain't nobody's daddy. He's only
Maine has a
failing.
lot of good points from what
Um,
I've seen, Moose.
But guys, we have to
But
have
yeah,
some
I wanted
kind
to
of
talk about
order to this,
Walmart,
or it's just
which is
chaos.
headquartered
And if
in
you guys wanna
Arkansas.
roll
Folks
in
may not
chaos,
realize that.
That's where
that,
the big hits can swing.
Arkansas's,
Like, we
I mean,
have to
sorry,
show
Walmart's
your
from
kids,
Arkansas.
like London's
But
been
like
about.
this town I
He's
live
the
in,
one
the
that showed his
entire,
kids,
the
now he's
city
mad
limits
because
is
people was talking about his
100,000
kids.
people.
Like, I gave
Less
Moose
than
a little
100,000
credit.
people. There's
It's like,
3
yeah, it
super
wasn't
centers
classy that
and
Paul took
2
your
neighborhood
business
markets
page,
just in the
showed
city
your
limits.
family and your location off your
And the
business page.
metro
Wasn't
area
classy
is like
stuff from Mr. Truth White
280,000, and there's
Who's in my back chat? Or who's in my back
there's 2 more super centers.
Oh, what's
So
up,
there's
Cynthia
5
Graham?
super
You wanna
centers
come back?
for less than 300,000 people.
Talk about getting
Yeah.
what you want. Fucking cunt.
Crazy.
So interestingly enough, we have a new member to the Z Show this morning.
Do it.
Harold Riguez. And his first comment, Mr. Lumitami, when he looks at you and just says, he looks like a meth head.
Yeah, but so do I, Z, and I'm not. I've never done it. But
Well,
fair
Mr.
enough.
Harold, sometimes you're right, and sometimes you're right.
Oh, you're talking about Florida?
Circumstance, good sir, you happen to be.
I believe just the
Right.
gal's in Florida, if I remember correctly. South Florida, maybe.
Tommy, is it so obvious? Joe Morris says,
Yeah, man, there you go, Moose. 31 in the chat, 28 likes. We have almost 100% conversion, indeed. Yeah, we got great metrics around
But
here.
either way, it's working for me.
That's part of the reason I feel comfortable not necessarily
Because let me tell you something.
just
Tommy, this
trying to hit it out of the
indeed is my
park,
new
you know, for
ASMR.
hours and hours and hours
Keep
and
these
hours every
coming.
day. In fact, I thought I might wrap up, but I am about to take a walk.
Because I just kind of put your streams on, and I just
I'm
go.
gonna walk
into
to the
a
store and
state of,
back. And shout out to
sublime,
Z.
like, zen.
Yeah, I'm gonna restream Z.
Like, the new
Assuming
guy
he stays
got it
live
right
long
off the
enough. He
bat.
usually does at least 3 hours, right?
I'll bring you up, Cynthia, but obviously you're gonna sit
Well,
there and,
actually, Moose,
talk over
Alaska's
me,
where the strong
which is
move,
allegedly
but
my
I've never
thing.
had
No,
any
you
desire to
could,
even
Cynthia.
visit
That was my
Alaska.
thing. So let's make a couple things clear before I hit add you
That's a
back
good point. Yeah,
to
I've
show
got
you
excellent
I knew
skin.
You were gonna come up here and just
Yep,
be that
excellent
cinnamon
skin.
toast Grimes, like
My hair's kind of
just
up and down based
You
on
have to understand, Harold. It's
when I was
not
taking
what
all
he
those
says.
supplements and herbs. Man, my hair was great. But now
After
that I'm
you
on less
listen long
herbs and
enough,
less
the
supplements, it's not quite
of his
as
speech
not quite what it was.
just tends to fade away, and then again.
Well,
it's at
thanks,
that
Moose.
Point where you realize that you're
Look, I know a lot of people. It's just they
brain
want to contribute, and it's just money's too tight. You know, I'm fully aware of that. And then
Like if I were to
you know, a lot of
test your
people maybe
brainwaves,
aren't that. Again, now we're back to the discipline. You know, a lot of folks maybe aren't
where you
that
hook
great
the
at
electrodes
budgeting,
up to your head,
which is fine.
measure what's
I
going
wasn't
on there
either
in
for
your
many
noggin.
years.
you would see it sync right up.
And I have
to the,
certainly, I've just wasted a lot of money actually,
to the Illumitami
just
frequency.
buying all these guns and ammo
you're
only
there,
to sell
and
them
you
at,
achieve
you know,
the,
not a tremendous loss, but certainly
ASMR
sold them
Tommy.
at a loss, right?
blah 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 blah. And I've done that filibuster. I
Although
use
not
the
all
word
of it. Some of it I
quiet.
actually got back what I
But
paid for it,
Cynthia,
but that's not the point.
You say
You know,
my
overall
word
I
brought
lost
you
money, but
back.
that's okay.
No, no.
Shit happens.
You
I went
said
crazy too, by the way. I went
because
temporarily
Wizard said
insane
your name,
and
that
believed
was
I was
your
going to be in a
cue
war.
that he
Or I
wanted
also
you to
believed
come
there was going to
back.
be a Mad Max.
Not true.
The Mad Max never happens. This is the Mad Max. It just doesn't look like we thought it would.
No sweat off
Like
my
this
back.
is
I'd
the
love to
zombie
see 'em go.
apocalypse. This is the financial collapse. This
And then
is the
whenever
breakdown of
I
society.
pointed out that you were
You know,
leaving,
society very
you cut
dysfunctional
me off
at
mid-sentence
all
and,
levels, as
you
far
want
as
me
I
to
can
stay?
tell.
Oh, you want me to stay? Okay, I'll stay. You got this place fucked up, and you're fucked up, Cynthia. So let's see what you got.
Oh, Moose, you got to take care of the fam first and foremost, brother. I don't want people with family sending me money. I know Yurt was talking about sending me some money. I was like, man, you know, respectfully, I'd prefer if you kept that for yourself and your family.
Is this like a few day bend? It looks like you've been on one for a couple of weeks now. Can you carry this into like?
Now I heard Gary's been
the holiday
contributing to Moose. I'm sorry, Mitchell, but that's ultimately none of my business, and that might not even be true. So, Gary, you know, I believe in freedom, so everybody do whatever you want.
Yeah, he is unhinged.
Nice, nice, Jen. Yeah, Jen's hit me with
it's
several
too much,
donations.
Tom.
Thank you, Jen.
But still,
And I do play
completely-
favorites, by the way. The contributors
utterly
will
and
get
absolutely
preferential treatment.
fascinating.
You know, it's just how it is. But I might go off on them at times too.
Nonetheless, it's just completely over top. Completely over the top. 100%.
I've been sitting here not drinking my coffee. What a silly person. I must say, I do prefer it more warm to hot. This is delicious, by the way. I think it tastes better when it's not quite scalding hot. Oh, and I don't know where Capricorn is today, but I finally tried the lemon in the coffee. Actually, it's pretty good, but a little goes a long way.
Much love, buddy.
But yeah, that's what I need to buy at the store, lemons. Lemons.
Tom,
Yeah, I do too,
please
Gary.
promise
But
us you're gonna
I'm
have
working
more of these
on
coming.
accepting him for the horrible person that he is.
Please promise us.
And part of that is my, you know, my basis for compassion
'Cause I'm, like,
for
all in
Mitchell
with
is to realize how horrible it must be to be Mitchell. I mean, it's got to be awful, right? Has to be. Oh, I know you don't
either
want it,
you or
just a
Smith
gal.
W.
I know you don't want it.
As long as you two
I'm
guys
saying you're going to get it. Although when you showed up, you know, I assumed you were the same person I've talked to on the Discord, the old CBO Discord. I do have an affinity for Just a Gal. We get along. We've gotten along quite well in the past.
Far more order than anyone realizes. There is
So
much
just that's
mess
preferential treatment. You know, you're going to get it just because of that. And certain folks like Music Holds a Secret, who've been around since the early days of the channel, and he's actually contributed quite a bit. Even without those contributions, he's going to get preferential treatment.
Well, you gave a fuck. Then why don't you stay with your real nigga community?
No.
Why don't you?
Well,
stay
yeah,
with
that's the
your real
thing,
nigga
Moose. Yeah,
community?
I agree. I've sort of I've avoided conflict with Mitchell at times, but what I found with me is it's unavoidable. The only way I can avoid conflict with Mitchell ultimately would be not to do live
You don't
stream.
know how to utilize it at the gym.
I mean, if I didn't do live streams and I avoided him when he's in
It's little things
chats,
like
I mean, that's
that
about the only
you
way
said right
to
there.
accomplish that.
Make it all worth it.
But he's certainly relentless. I agree. I agree. He certainly is.
Like I get Tommy's little like. Oh my god.
I'm not even sure. I'm not willing to take his word for the
Tom, you
head
wanna
injury,
come
by
up
the
and
way.
say
Do we have
something to the
proof of
crowd
that?
this
We're
morning
just
as I'm
we've
highlighting
taken his word for this head injury, but I'm not willing to
Since
do
you're
that.
awake still. Do you have anything?
I
for us,
was at
Tom?
one time. Without proof, I'm not willing to accept that he's had a. He said multiple
I have new listeners.
TBIs
Not
is what he told me,
everybody's acquainted
or
with
what he
Z
said
shows
publicly,
as much
rather.
as, some people.
Yeah, multiple TBI.
I mean,
Oh,
do
you
have
definitely
anything for us this
contribute,
morning,
Moose.
good sir.
Yeah, you definitely contribute. There's no doubt about that. Well, and
You don't need to get your
ultimately,
call-
you know,
Tom.
I knew when I
Tom,
started
Meth
doing
Trump's
these live
coffee.
streams,
Get it? Like you're already
because
there.
of my experience with the Chalk Body Outline universe, that truthers as a group, they
It's like
number one, they eat their own. Number two,
Like,
you know, other than Paul, who's kind of
chemical
carved
effects
out
of
his own
coffee
thing,
in
and
your
that's not
body would
a
be
lot of
like,
his audience is not
I don't
truthers, by
know.
the way.
have the same effect of like
And it is his audience,
a drop of
if anybody's
water in,
to be
like, an
clear.
ocean.
You know,
basically
this is
nothing.
mostly Paul's audience here, with some that I attracted on my own. like Just a Gal.
You're way beyond caffeine, Tom.
Music Holds a Secret.
You left caffeine a long time ago.
Dark Glasses Woody. There's a few, right? But most of the audience
point, I
over
think
here
you're
is
drinking caffeine to
Paul's
go to
audience.
sleep.
Yeah, there you go. Real men have. Well, now he's even backed off of that. It's like, yeah, I understand he might not call it an emotional support animal, but he's described it as an emotional support
that's
animal.
Trump's coffee, Tom. Nobody's worried about you drinking coffee, brother.
Didn't he even say at one point that he had seizures and the dog knew to like wake him up from the seizure or whatever? It was some version of that. Of course, I'm sure he'll come in. He'll hear me say this and he'll come in and say that that's not what happened. But I seem to recall him saying
I'm not gonna
something
wait for
along
you all
those
morning,
lines.
Tom, you're out of your mind. I'm out of my mind for playing you right now. I'm fascinating. I'm fascinated by this. This was my weekend. I
Me
don't
what,
listen
Gary?
to many content creators anymore. Like, there's so many interesting topics I could be like spending my time with.
Is Z repeating himself
I
now?
could be learning about so many things, but I'm done with it all.
I'm on drugs. Oh, I'm behind.
All right, Nuba, as long as we're keeping the vibes above 5.
What happened? How am I
Nuba's
20 minutes
reporting
behind?
Right now, we're at a
on
vibe level
Z?
of 6.1.
What the fuck happened?
Thanks, Nuba. We have new listeners. So we
Did
have
I
the
accidentally
vibes
click
dropped
on
as well.
the I must have accidentally
But
clicked
of all
on the
content
fucking
that I could be consuming.
That's weird.
Here I am.
How the hell did that happen?
Listening to Tommy. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna fast forward to Z and
Ben,
looks like
this
Z
is how
and
I'm
Tom.
spending my time in the metaverse now.
I must
There's
have
no more
accidentally clicked.
research.
That's
There's no more
bizarre that I
interesting
managed to do that.
topics.
Trying out my.
All right, now we're on Z, 18 minutes behind. Sorry for that, folks.
What is it?
Oh no,
I am an old man using a computer, lest we forget. So that's already fraught with peril. And I was an actual computer
looks like a
expert,
literal Voldemort.
but like 23 years ago,
No, I got it
right around
Voldemort
the year
somewhere.
2000, I was an
Or
actual
it's just some like
computer
no, you
expert.
know what
That's
it more
not
looks like? Lord
hyperbole,
of the
by the way.
Rings.
Actually, I earned my
Nothing
living
else,
being
but
being
the,
a computer
whatever those
expert.
fucked up guys were, the bad guys.
And now I
Lord of
can't
the
even
Rings.
hardly use one.
No, I think it looks like what like a Decker elf would look like on Shadowrun. You know Shadowrun? It's
Yep.
I've not, I don't know any.
Exactly. I found Yurt because of CBO. But yeah, what I was to finish my earlier point, what I learned
Yeah.
from the
DeFreak says it
CBO
looks
side
like
of
those
things
Star
was
Trek
that
guys.
you
I
know
agree with
truthers as a group just they're
in the-
very
the next
frugal,
generation version of
which
it,
is another word
or
for
maybe
cheap,
one of the newer
right?
ones.
And Drew himself never made a lot of money from YouTube and donations. Now he certainly wasn't live streaming 7 days a week.
Tommy, it appears as though
Drew
you've started
probably
your
could have made
live
a living, just
streaming
barely,
career. How's that
and
going
definitely
for
couldn't
you?
have supported a family. But you know, realistically, I only need to make about 500 a week. That's less than 100 a day. But you know, the chances of me, and on the YouTube side, you guys would have to donate $100. It would be $100 a day because YouTube's taking a minimum of 30%. But even if I just did Cash App
Yeah.
and
Here's why I don't
Venmo,
monetize, 'cause what happens is that after you
what's
stream,
that,
you'll see
80,
sometimes
70
people
bucks a
think
day,
they
right? 70 a
yellow
day. That's just not
exclamation
going to
point, like
happen
a
day
warning,
in and
which
day
means they've
out.
identified your
It's just
content
not
as,
going to
like,
happen.
racy or
And that's
whatever.
not me
So they won't even
manifesting or
monetize
limiting.
half
That's
of your
just the
shit,
reality.
dude. Like,
And
half
I'm
the
not
stuff
in
you
it for
say
the
would just
money. I'm
automatically have the warning and you
I'm
wouldn't
happy that the thing pays for itself because lest we
Or you could be
forget.
like me because I play stuff.
Well, I
and
mean,
the,
realistically, it doesn't pay for itself, but I
they
mean,
may
it
give me
pays
a
its own
copyright
expenses.
on it,
Because I did a
which means if I
podcast
were to make any
on my
money,
own
like, half
website
of
that
would
it
just
cost
go
me
to,
money
like,
to
you
do
know,
that.
like Willy Wonka.
And when I first started doing these live streams, I was paying,
knows, Tom?
you know, for the internet service. You know, I'm paying for the StreamYard. You know, I paid money to do these starting out. So I'm happy that the thing pays for itself. I think last month was, I think right at 600 that I received, I think,
when I did the Conspiracy
total last month. So that's 20 bucks a day on average. That's not bad if you think about it. Now, if you compare it to the amount of time I'm putting in, I mean, that's like $1 an hour because it is a 24-hour a
it's
day
like
thing.
that.
But
If you were to identify right now your top 3 targets, people that you're going to be targeting here online,
We're getting more
not in
donos?
a bad way. Not
Hey,
in a
thank you.
bullying
More
type of
donos.
way, but just people you're going to focus on, I should say. Where's your focus currently, Tom?
I'm pretty sure that person doesn't want any recognition. So if you ever donate to me and
It
you
kinda
want it
seems
mentioned,
like it.
just
Seems like
email
you
me
have your
if I
eye
fail
on
to
the,
mention it because I'm
let's say the 500-pound gorilla. in the
I'm
corner
having
of the
trouble
room. Any
knowing
reason?
who I can
wanted it.
who I
was
can
just a viewer chatter and
publicize and who I
he
can't.
wanted this. Yeah.
Hmm.
Like
But thank you, thank you
true,
for the
not in the way
donation.
he
Much
wants to
appreciated. It
portray
means a
us,
lot.
But originally, I tried to be an asset or bring
Yeah, I miss
value to
Croco.
him, and he just,
May peace be
you know
upon
how
him.
he is. So
He
wanted
lives on
this,
in the
here it is.
soundboard.
Just along the way, I find people like Cynthia and Talcott that are very smackable, so I smack them.
Huh.
So I'm a bit disappointed with Mr. Talcott based on his recent behavior.
Just a little chill stream.
Sorry, Jack. I know you listen to my
What's
show.
up, guys?
If you hear
How's
this,
everybody
good
doing?
sir. Mr. Talcott.
Yeah,
you know,
Croco,
you're
may
gonna need
peace
to
be upon
do
him. He
some
lives on through the
explaining. I mean, not
soundboard.
just to me, but
I got a lot of
the metaverse
topics.
at large. How would you characterize Mr. Talcott's recent moves? It seems as though he's unwilling to break away from his cult-like entrapment. Sad state
Wait a
of
minute.
affairs.
Did you say
Jack.
Talcott?
Your thoughts, Tommy?
I allow the
would
truth to
describe his
flow.
Recent moves as typical. Like, should have seen it coming like the last 7, 8 times.
Oh, right on. That's cool. Gary says he
I
saw
take
Elle over at
myself
Paul's.
forever
She comes through
thinking
here
he's
every once in a while. That's
And
awesome.
he really pissed me off. He keeps me from getting that Aaron Gauchi when he's around. And now that crazy Hawaiian pastor bitch, he wouldn't give me a shot at her either. And he let her sit on his panel and talk shit, like passive aggressive shit at me while he kept me in the backstage. Machine Lies even said, "Oh, you got Snafu and Tommy in the back. You need to bring them up."
And that's
when
one
he
thing, folks,
only
I
brought
think like
Snafu up.
OTW don't
Like,
quite
is it
understand
any
about the
more
live
obvious?
streaming is, half of the reason why
What
these live
kind of-
streams
I
that
already
I'm
don't
doing have been somewhat
subscribe to
successful is
female
I'm
pastors
basically
leading
live the
churches.
exact same time
Who
every
has
day,
a
7
church
days a
in
week.
Hawaii that
Just
has
taking
beef
yesterday
selling
off,
during
there's
the
already a
service
few people
and doesn't
here that
have
would most
one
likely
thing
be.
to
They're
say
not
about
here that
burnt
would be here.
houses and missing
Now that
kids?
could be a
That's a
coincidence, but I don't
beast
believe in
system, pastor
coincidence.
female, if I've ever seen one.
I don't
That's
know
why
the
Jack
reference.
loves her so much.
Oh, you're good,
you live in
ATB.
Hawaii. What are you talking about?
No,
I just
just,
happened to see you in the chat and was
had
saying
on,
hi. I
is
mean,
that Apple
I like having
with
you over here,
Ragamuffin
but
with an Apple picture?
you know,
I
I'm
guess him and this
I believe in
chick are
freedom so much so that
some
I
church
want
in
people to
Hawaii
go where they want to
that
go,
doesn't care
right? And
that
some
all those
days,
houses burnt and all those kids are
you know, some
mad.
days, you know, if Tommy goes live when Paul's
Tommy,
live, I might watch
although you
Tommy.
come off as like,
You know,
a
that's
demon,
I don't see that as
your
me being
cyber
disloyal to Paul.
you
It's just,
apparently
hey,
are a Christian.
you know, I'm gonna
You, like
watch what I
myself,
want to
share the
watch,
same
right?
understanding
So
that there really is no
yeah.
place for.
There you go. Yeah,
female
33
pastors
watching
in
3
Christian
hours ago,
church.
indeed.
It's kind of
So no, I'm
insane.
glad you're here.
I could see
mean,
Jack
there-
going. I
Um,
could see Jack going to. One
And
of
you're
these
not
churches
necessarily
with
here
a
every
female
day, by the
pastor.
way. I'm talking about
100%. Jack.
certain folks
I'm
are
sorry,
here
but Jack
every
is
fucking
cut off,
day,
Tommy.
more often
I
than
have
not.
to leave Jack.
So I know it's
I'm
not
moving on
necessarily a
emotionally
coincidence
from
when I
Mr.
missed
Talcott.
yesterday and now they're not
Jack,
here. It's
maybe
it's
call
funny
me
how
sometime
we
in the
sort of just,
future, but for now, I'm
you know, it's
gonna
easy
separate
to sort of get
emotionally.
into zone like
It's too
that, you know.
hard, Jack, what you're doing. I'm just saying.
And sometimes I do
And
read too
I
much into
unsub
things.
not because of the backstage thing, but I can't speak policy
Well, thank
in
you.
his chat, and I
Appreciate
get,
that, Jen. And
timed out
some of that is just the moral support because the fact is,
My screen will catch
you know,
up.
when I started this channel, I was when I started these live
yeah, your
streams, I was
screen's a little
driving a
off.
truck and I didn't need anybody's
Yeah,
money
I'm
at that
running too
point.
many cameras. Hold on.
But the fact is, you know, if I had been taking donations for that period of time, you know,
Tommy, did you have
that's
your
still money I
breakfast
can
eggs
spend
yet
on
this
equipment.
morning?
You know, there is.
Yeah, I just finished.
I really
up,
could use another
Figment was
computer that would
playing.
cost about $300. Right?
Nice.
My mouse isn't even working. I'm like,
It would help a lot. I'd like to
Was
be
it a
able to
fresh
keep the
batch, or what did
yeah,
you
I'd like
do?
to be able to keep the
Did you have
stream
like-
going on my
it
main
was the
computer and then have a
end
backup
of the
computer that I
batch
could
I
go
showed
and
you.
like
So I do
Gotcha.
need
you know, if I
put
need
one
to
on.
do a soundboard or
I mean, that
whatever,
stuff looked
be
good.
nice to be
I
able to
would
do
probably
that
make one of those
simultaneously.
each and every morning.
I've got a
You know,
couple
it's
of old
funny, Tommy,
laptops. What's
my
up,
new thing
Capricorny?
is
I finally
now
tried the lemon
I
coffee. It's
go
good stuff.
after the after my
Anyway, I'm gonna get
streams,
out of here.
before I start
I'm gonna
working for
walk
the
to the
day,
store and
I
then
have this
I'll be back
Mexican
probably
bakery
about an
down
hour,
the store for me. I'm into
hour to
these
an hour and a half.
Mexican, baked
I
goods
guess,
now.
depending on
They
how
do-
fast I
they-
walk.
They do a really good job with like the sweet breads,
Oops.
where it's like not too sweet, and then they put like this frosting. I don't know what these little beaners are up to, but I've only recently discovered Mexican pastries, and I'm into it more than the Italian pastries. Although a good cannoli is hard to beat. Your thoughts?
Oh, you said it right when you said sweetbreads, because that's exactly what it is. It's like bread. It's not like a cake or a muffin. They're selling you a sweet bread. It is what it is. I mean, my personal favorite of their contributions is the Mandarin Charito Sota. Crisp, sharp carbonation with natural Mandarin flavor. I highly advise.
Yeah, that
Still
sounds
comes in a
pretty
glass
good.
bottle. Yeah.
Yeah.
But to update you,
the Mexicans do like alternative soda flavors very well. Like they could do pineapple soda well, even a mango. You get kind of that shit going on with those beaners. It's not bad.
they appreciate what we're doing in this country. The Mexicans in my barrio, I constantly tell them, it's an honor to watch this country die with you, because there's other nationalities that are born and raised here. They just hate it. They act like it's against them, and Mexicans are trying to beat their way in here to just work hard. I appreciate them.
I support the Mexican culture, the Mexican immigrants. I'm pro-Mexican. They seem okay to me, Tommy. They seem very family oriented. They just kind of like, they seem like they're less mentally disturbed than your average Caucasian. I don't know what it is, but I'm pro-Mexican. I'm embracing their fucking culture. Not only for
But
the
here's
food,
the trade-off.
you know,
The
there's a lot of
trade-off
things.
is when they do go rogue, like those cartel fellas, like the MS-13 fellas, oh, you better just pop yourself in the head rather than get captured by their type. They'll cut your fucking face off. They'll send your head on the back of a turtle to walk across the desert with your head on it. But when they're good, they're solid.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do. You don't want to fuck with them. They'll do some Day of the Dead shit, and then you're fucking done, dude. You end up in a movie where it's like Benicio del Toro is gonna be like, you know, holding you hostage and stuff. Tommy, let's do some role playing. Are you ready for a little role playing here on this fine
Speaking
morning?
of Benicio, in his recent movie, Sicario, yeah, he shows up and kills the guy's family at the dinner table, and the guy knows his kids won't leave that dinner table. Yeah, man, you're right. Before the role playing, whenever I told you that the rice milk, the what's it called?
Horchata.
Yeah, that's good in coffee. The pina colada, not so much. I put the pina colada in the cake mix. Boom.
Yeah, no way, dude. You're not gonna get me to get pina colada in my coffee. But the horchata coffee mix, that
That's
makes
good.
sense to me. It's funny you said that because when I was at the Mexican store getting my sweetbread, next to the cash register, they had these little packets of this powdered fucking horchata that I was going to get and dump into my coffee. I'm going to get it next time I'm there. It's like a powdered version of it. So I'm just going to dump that in my coffee. I don't know if I need to add my own sweetener or whatever, but I'm going to work that out.
And mine hit me while he was receiving information while also showing me the progress, because I was telling him about how the economics going to go cashless and everything. And he told me that, like, yeah, they're cutting off, because all his store is where all the local Mexicans go to send money home. And he said they're cutting off his wiring services and stuff. You're not going to need it. Everybody's going to be that with their phone.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do with you, Tommy. You're going to be Jack, and I'm going to be Paul, all right?
All right.
And this is going to be the conversation where basically Paul contacts Jack and makes him an offer he can't refuse. And then Mr. Talcott realizes that he's hopelessly and like utterly linked to Paul and Slave for the rest of his metaversal life. You ready to get into it?
I think you're already in the wrong context. If Paul would never contact Jack again, he'd be beaten down that door.
Yeah. Let's go into it. I remember, I'm Paul, you're Jack, just so the audience knows, you know, the different characters here. Yo, Jack. Yo, see? It's me, Paulie boy. You think you could stream without me, Jack? I own you, Jack. What are you gonna do? How are we gonna merge together?
Praise God. Praise God. Paul, I love you, brother. I love you. What can I do for you today, brother?
Well, you see, Jack, I've been noticing a little issue. My numbers seem to be down. Your numbers seem to be down. I was thinking if we work together, we'll get our numbers back to where they were like 8 months ago. And maybe Jimmy Shively will start donating to me again, Jack. What do you say? See?
Oh, brother. Yeah, I just take my Jimmy Shively donations I give him to Moose, and Moose will pay to have my viewers back up. Paul! Oh, now wait, Paul! You should do that too. I just had a thought, and it's gone.
Well, I don't have to buy subscribers. See? Remember I had a viral video once and had 20,000 subscribers? Now I'm down to like 120 people that watch me every day. See? What's wrong with you, Jack? Come on, we need to merge, Jack. It's time to make the next move. You gotta get over that Erin. You gotta get over Cynthia. Come on. Jack, you're a loser. You're a failure. Your fucking son won't talk.
Let's get into the now, all right? You're off in your delusions. Now, Paul, you used to talk about on Facebook you had no problem buying subscribers and views. Why would that change on a different platform? You have 2,000 subs and get 130 live viewers, Paul. Are you
It's not
creating
about the numbers,
disagreement?
see, Jack? It's only about the numbers when I say it is. When my numbers are down, it's not about the numbers. See? It's kind of whatever I say it is, Jack. You should know. We're both fucking sociopaths. Hey, Jack, who do you think's the bigger sociopath? Me or you? I got my money on you.
Paul, my button doesn't seem to backstage you. Where am I? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, I'm a narcissist. You're a sociopath. That's why you're daddy. That's why I'm following your lead. I love you, brother.
Hey, Jack, here's the deal, all right? If you merge with me and you let me get the keys to your channel, I'll let my 53-year-old girlfriend, Jennifer, give you sexual favors, Jack, and break
I'm
you out of
ready
the
to
world
merge,
you're
Paul.
in. What do you think?
I've been
Get
waiting
down
for
work,
you to
Jack?
say that. Oh, you mean, our channels. Okay. I disregard that. Never mind. I wasn't. Sure, brother. Sure. I'd love to merge with a woman that doesn't charge me for her time.
Jack,
are you feeling it? Is this doing it for you?
Jack, you see, we need to talk about this because we got a problem with that Zetetic warrior. He's been talking a lot of bullshit about me online. How are we going to take that son of a bitch down? What kind of lies can we say about him?
Z,
Jack,
I
come
love
on.
Z, brother. No, you're creating disagreements, Paul. You're trying to end wars, not start wars. You know, like World War Z. I want to end wars.
Fuck that Zetetic warrior. We're taking his ass down, motherfucker. I'm just saying.
Paul, brother, you sound like Austin today. I love you, brother.
Hey, Jack, how much did it cost you to rent that lady of the night? Because I've been telling everybody, like, I'm polyamorous, but I can't get more than one fucking pussy, and it's 53 years old. She doesn't let me live there. I need more pussy in my life. I'm gonna have to pay for it at this point. See? How much is it gonna cost me? Come on, Jack, tell me.
Paul, you are the pussy in your life. You're the biggest pussy in these streets. I think you're doing good, brother. I think you've got pussy on lockdown. You've managed to hide your location like a pussy. You've managed to let your old lady pay your bills like a pussy. You've managed to accuse everyone of failing as you e-beg, as you scroll all your donation directions. I think you're the biggest pussy in the truther community. Mission accomplished, brother.
You see, Jack, I wanted to bring this up. I saw Jimmy Shively donated to your channel, and it made me feel a certain way because that motherfucker pretty much supports my whole operation at this point. Jack, can you just send all donations to me? So we're gonna merge, which means I get my donations and your donations. Jack, what do you say? Is it a deal?
Paul, I'm running out of money, and I think the time's ticking on this fireplace. I don't know how long I'll be sitting here.
That's because you're a loser, a failure. You don't do nothing. You don't walk like me. You don't talk like me. You don't YouTube like me. You're a loser, failure. Your wife won't talk to you. Your son won't talk to you. Just give me your money, Jack. Merge with me.
I hope to one day walk and talk like you, brother. That's why I keep coming back and subjecting myself to your assaults and abuse.
All right, Jack. Fuck you. Fuck you, Jack. I'm done with you.
That's the plan, brother. Just lose that old lady and we can get down.
Get out of here. Where's Illumitami? I want him back. I'm tired of Jack. The fuck. Yeah, London man. Hey, everybody. Nobody feels sorry for Jack anymore. The next person that says to me, like, oh, Jack's being abused, like Jack's being abused like one of these fucking battered codependent wives. Like, Jack is like a 1950s housewife who just keeps coming back for more of it. He actually just loves the fucking pain. Tommy, who's more codependent? A 1953 housewife with like an alcoholic, like shell-shocked veteran husband who like went through it in like, you know, World War II, or Jack? Like, who's more fucking battered and sad?
Man, I want to know, like, Smith lives in his city. And also, Aaron has met with him personally. We need to find out what happens when that dude's offline. Like, he says he goes to a church and different things. I'm going to take my face down. I want to show you my Jack project I'm working on currently. Dude, well, is he codependent, or is he like ultimately coattail riding? Because he swung to Anton for a while. He was gonna ride the Aaron train. He was speculating that Hawaiian pastor lady, but like Paul's his main bitch. Like, that's his main that he can't quit. But he'll go fuck around with all these other possibilities.
Yeah. Paul and Jack are like that relationship. Like, I don't know, when I grew up in high school and then afterwards, like, there was always that one couple. They would always end up back with each other, you know? Like, they would always like go back to their ex every few years.
And you always had to hear about it on the off time. Like, they were so worried about it every off time, and everybody was like, yeah, maybe you should call, or maybe you should go there. Yeah. And it's like, the more he takes his stance of that's all I can stand, I can't stand no more, that's all the faster he'll be right back over.
Yeah. All right, Tommy, get out of here. Much love. I gotta
hold
start
on.
the show.
I gotta show you one thing in a second. And this Herod dude, you gotta treat Herod like, remember when they were unplugging Neo from the Matrix and he wasn't sure what was going on? He was starting to have like an aneurysm. Yeah, we can't give him too much the first day.
Welcome to the desert of the real. Come on, Tommy. I gotta move on. I gotta start the show.
It's coming. It's just firing up slow. Basically, it's Jack in a straight jacket in a fucking rubber room, and he's just gonna be saying his Jackisms. So yeah, you can boot me. I don't know why it's probably kicking me out or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Much love. Illumitami, everybody. Coming in.
I can't press the button.
There he goes. Yeah, I've just been fascinated with Tommy lately. Like I said, Tommy, you're at a point now where you're drinking coffee to come down. That's saying something, dude. All right, it's enough. Let's start the show. Been like meandering for like a while now. Let's get it going, everybody. Yeah, coming at you. It's not just all fun and games here. We're doing a show, a broadcast, and we're doing it live. Hey-o. Howdy, everybody. All right, guys. Let's do the official opening. Let's get on with it. I have a presentation all prepared coming up soon. The serious business. It's enough. I went to Illumitami like right off the bat. That may not have been my best move ever, but it is what it is. We're going to proceed forward at this point. Yeah, note to self. Don't go to Illumitami at like 6:30 in the a.m. Just kidding, Tom. It wasn't that bad. Official opening commencing now. Yeah, come on, everybody. Just let it wash over you. It's high vibes. We're high vibing here. No low. This is a no low vibe zone. We don't need Awesome Austin from the Melodome. We don't need Flatman X. We're bringing our own vibes this morning. We have Nuba. Let's get it going. Good morning, everybody. Grand Rising, Grand Approach. Welcome back to Z Show. That's right. That's my name. It's a letter Z. It stands for Zetetic Warrior. It's a word, Zetetic. It means to proceed by inquiry. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to proceed by inquiry. It means we're going to ask questions like, where do we live? What is this place? Is this even real? And we're broadcasting live and in living color around the level horizontal realm. That's right. It's level and horizontal. Water doesn't curve. It's not convex. It's just level and horizontal. That's it. It's not complicated, guys. Like our friend Nuba, I keep telling you. He doesn't live down under some globe. He just lives that way. Really far. It's not hard, everybody. Anyway, strap in. We're going to have a fun time. We're going to meet some special guests. We're going to have some ups, some downs. It's going to be an interesting ride as you come here to the bottom of the rabbit hole, the end of the rainbow. Let's greet the chat. Much love, everybody. Yeah, coming at you. I told you, Nuba, it's a high vibe morning. It's a fucking high vibe morning. We don't let the vibes drop here. That's right. No, Z's not at Flattoberfest. I was not invited. Just note that if you guys ever want to see Z at Flattoberfest, I need to be invited. I'm not just going to show up there like some, average pleb schlub. I'm not doing that. Come on, Karen B. Next year. Waiting for the phone call. Come on, Stavely. You talk to that Karen and let her know. You got to get Z there. Although you guys wouldn't even invite Martin Liedtke, so I'm not sure I'm going to get the invitation. Just saying. Anyway, let's greet the chat. Nuba coming in, like I said, over there. I'm not saying the land down under anymore, Nuba. I'm just going to say the land over there, just far. I mean this, guys. I tried to explain this to one of my normie friends once. Like my not metaversal friend, just like a guy I know from around. When I was trying to explain to him, like my understandings, the way I look at this realm, this world. And I tried to say, and I said, I had a thought. I said, listen, you know how you think in your mind, you think of Australia and you think you're going like this, like around the ball. I said, I want you to just wipe that out, take away what you're taught. I want you to really think about it. You know, when you just go to the store, you just get in the car, you walk, you go that way and you're there. Or if you go like 10, 20 miles and you just go and you're there. It's no different for like Australia. It's just further. It's the same. You're just still going that way. This isn't hard, guys. All right. Anyway, I'm fucking digressing already. Joe Moore. Shalom, good sir. Shalom, welcome. Open your eye, connect dots. Good morning once again to you too, sir. Ryan Johnson in the house. The Rebuttal R, a.k.a. London McLovin, coming at us. Much up. Axis Rap Blood. Good to see you, Axis. What does he say? Z, could I give contact information for my he needs help and love? It's free to text. I don't know, Axis. Yeah, sure. Do whatever you want. If you want to come up and talk to us later, come up and talk to us. Much love. The Z show and the Z listeners are sending Axis Rabbit and his son many blessings, sir. Although, Axis, you are an omniist. So who should we send our blessings to? Which deity? Could you let us know if we're going to send blessings to you and your son, Mr. Ratblood? It's hard to do so for an omniist. Which deity? The 4-letter tetragrammaton? You want me to send it to one of those weird Egyptian / Sumerian gods that appear just to be the same gods? The Nordic ones? What are we talking about here? Jupiter? Zeus? I don't know. You let us know, right? It's, Ratblood, if you're going to come off as an omniist, you need to define which deity to send the blessings to. Anyway, much love. Free Fingers coming at us from the lovely Palmetto State. Much love. Matrix Man in the house. Our Pool, Grand Rising to you. Mars Life, a.k.a. Mitch. Much love. Roper Overbearing. Our resident banjo playing local Southern yokel. Much love, Roper Overbearing. Good to see you, good sir. Illumitami, we already talked to you this morning. Out of the gates. Benton. Much love, Mr. Benton. Yeah, that's right, Benton. You have some splaining to do to me, sir. Because if you're not going to die now, I'm going to need to know how to proceed in my relationship with you. You see, Benton, I had you in a certain category. I had you in the category of like, like when my cat was sick and I took my cat to the vet and the vet just came out and said, it's to that point, just kind of feed him whatever he wants, it's that time. Just make him comfortable, give him the tuna fish, make him some fish. It's time. Well, I thought I was in that stage with you, Benton, but now I'm going to have to reevaluate, good sir. But much love to you. Many blessings. Da Freak, Super Freak in the house. Bane Bear coming at us from the shower. Likely, much love. Feather Bear, 2 bears in a row. Much love. Steph Davis coming at you. Much love, Steph. Angela Baby Carson, up early, probably back in bed. Guten Morgen, lovely lady. No Despair Bear in the house. Just as Flattoberfest 2023. Are you at Flattoberfest, Mr. No Despair Bear? How was your weekend, sir? Did you find any of that flat earth trim? Like I said, nobody's really going to Flattoberfest for the presenters. It's just basically like a singles meetup at this point. And I said that to Karen B. I said, look, you want to really get that Flattoberfest going? Ladies get in free. You give the ladies free entry into that Flattoberfest, you'll have 10 times the amount of thirsty simps there, 100%. And we know now, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that flat earthers are like the thirstiest of all people out there. Flat earthers are the most non-getting laid people there are. Only second to the Mandela effect people, which might be primary amongst all the truther incels. Well, maybe Gematria. Okay, I'm going to rank the incels from top incels to least incel, but still incel. The Gematria people, number 1 incels anywhere on Earth is the Gematria people. Number 2 is the Mandela effect people. Total incels. I've never seen a Mandela effect person get laid. I don't know. Maybe Stavely would be the only one, but he's kind of the top Mandela effect guy. So it means any lady who's into the Mandela effect, she's going to fuck Stavely. There's no second tier. And then the third group of incels in the truth community would be the flat earthers. Nobody's getting laid in any of those communities, but good luck, No Despair Bear. Maybe you'll do better. I'm not, I wouldn't hold your breath though, just saying. Who else is here coming at you? The new guy, Harold's here. Much love, Harold. Much love. Our Pool in the house. Good to see you. Good sir. Ageless, timeless being coming at us. I am. The great I am is here. Says, nice looking demon, Tommy for a Christian. Right. That guy we just saw, for those of you who don't know, his name's Illumitami. He says he's a Christian. Well, go figure. Tommy, you might want to back off on like the Christian thing. You're kind of giving Christians a bad name. You're not doing like the Christ any favors. Maybe just keep that under wraps, you know, for everybody's sake. You tell me in the house, coming at you. Yeah, who else is here? Come on, everybody. And the rest. So many lovely people. The lovely Cadence is here. Good to see you, Cadence. Have you been around any of these panels lately? Are you happy I no longer let you up here, Cadence? Because I know you were getting up in the morning. You were like doing your hair. I know you were kind of doing your makeup. You don't have to worry about that anymore. You could sleep in now. You could rest soundly knowing that I'm not going to let you up on this fucking panel anymore. Not because I don't like you. It's because I do like you. I'm looking out for you. It's too much up here. You saw what happened to Heidi last week trying to come up here. She probably still hasn't recovered. It's too much for some people. Some of you get it. Rose 777, much love. Rose. Sovereign Mist in the house. Special K. Special K. Lovely lady. Special K made an appearance last week during the Rocky Shepherd episode. Ryan Johnson coming at us. MFT, nice. MFT, did you head over to that Flattoberfest this weekend? If so, give us an update. Just saying. Jimbo Khan in the house. Don't get me started on you, Jimbo. And the rest. A lot of people agreeing that the Mexican sweetbread is the preferred pastry for the discriminating palate, much like my palate. Interestingly enough, although I am a Jersey Shore Guido, I am not very taken with the Italian pastries. I find, well, I'd like to hear what you guys think. I find Italian pastries to be lacking in many ways. Now, there's some exceptions. Like a good ricotta cannoli, yeah, I can get down with that. Like I live in a very Guido-ish area, a lot of bakeries. There's this one bakery in particular, and they do a pumpkin cannoli. I want you to think about that. It's quite good. It's the classic cannoli shell, the ricotta cannoli filling, but with pumpkin. It's quite delectable. But other than that, I find that the Italian pastries to be lacking. They use strange things in the Italian pastry amalgamation in the ingredients. They use things like anise. They use weird, like black licorice like flavoring and sesame seeds. Do you understand? Like you'll get like an Italian biscotti with like anise. I think that's what it's called. Anise, anisin. It tastes like black licorice. I'm not a black licorice fan, everybody. I'm just saying. I have to be in a very particular mood to enjoy any black licorice like flavor. It goes for the liqueurs too, like Sambuca. Something about it. But now I'm onto this Italian pastry. I mean, this Spanish pastry. And I'm way into it because this Tommy was able to validate. They do the Mexican pastries just perfectly because it's a slightly sweet bread. So you're eating it and it's a combination between normal bread and pastry. It's the perfect mix. It has the perfect like texture and consistency. And they put nice frosting glazes over top of it. I'm just saying I'm a fan. I'm just saying. But the black licorice flavor and all these Italian pastries, no. Sorry. Which is weird. Because with such, like, let's say foul-tasting pastries, you would think the Italian people would be, like, less obese. But, alas, that's not the case. The Italian people are some of the most overweight people you'll find. Have you seen that, Tony Soprano? Although the Mexicans, you know, the average load-bearing weight capacity of the Mexican family seems to be quite high. I see a lot of chubby, like, Mexican kids. Have you ever seen, like, a 5 or 6 year old little Mexican kid that's more wide than he is tall. You've all seen him. If you live near me, you've seen him. Yeah, the Mexican ladies are quite plump, but not in a bad way. My longtime listeners will understand that Z doesn't have an issue with the more adipose-filled women out there in public. I can handle a little stuffing, even double stuffed. Yeah, I'm into Mexican culture lately. Although, you know, the Mexican ladies kind of have a shelf life. Same thing with Puerto Ricans. Any Hispanics out there know what I'm talking about. Cynthia knows what I'm talking about. If Cynthia were here, she'd be able to back me up. There's a shorter shelf life in the Mexican ladies. That's why like they have their quinceañeras at like 15. You know, like the average Caucasian culture, you have your sweet 16. But they realize in Mexico, they got to start them a little bit earlier because they peak out at a younger age. It's because most of them are having kids really young. So anybody, guys, if you're interested in a Hispanic lady, you might not want to wait around. You might want to jump on that sooner than later. But just know that Hispanic women tend to be more loyal than the average Caucasian, East Asian, or melanated woman. You'll find Hispanics are a little bit more loyal, but they're also much more likely to stab you in your sleep. Look, if you know, you know. I'm just saying. Yeah, Rose pointed out, I was going to say that too. The Jews do it even younger. 13 for a Jewish lady. With the bat mitzvah. Not the bar mitzvah, it's the bat mitzvah for the ladies. They get them started exceedingly young. Look, the new guy says my ex is Puerto Rican. He knows what I'm talking about. Right. Yeah. I'm sure you have the scars as proof of the relationship with a Puerto Rican, Mr. Harold. Hopefully she was one of them, you know, more tender Puerto Ricans. Yeah. If you have a Puerto Rican girlfriend, like, here's how she shows her love. Is when she stabs you, she avoids vital organs. That's Z's definition of a loving Spanish woman. Is that they avoid the vital organs when they stab your ass. What's with all you Hispanics? Why do you always carry sharp objects? It's weird. I mean, I know it's a trope and everything, but sometimes I get into the tropes. But yeah, all these cultures start them young. As I keep saying, you guys think you're going to find a wife in this day and age? Hey, my young listeners, do I still have any young listeners out there? I found out that London Man's in his 20s. London Man, I didn't know you were 29 years old. I had you pegged for like mid to late 30s. But no, he's one of the young guys. But he seems to be married. So I'll speak to my other young listeners. Guys, if you think you're going to find a wife who's like 30 years old, I want you to realize that she's been out there. Like, and when I say out there, these women are out there. So your average 30-year-old who you're going to think is young, she's been riding the proverbial carousel of cocks, the cock carousel, for a good 14 or 15 years at that point. You see, guys, it's over by then. There's no way. There's no pair bonding ability on her part. Where's my religious people? Where's John Thomas when you need him? Well, Jimbo Khan doesn't believe it because you're a moron. You're culted up. You're unintelligent. It's obvious. I mean, no offense. I mean, glad to have you here. Much love. But you don't believe it because you want to believe in fantasies. Like, you buy the lies of like a white gorilla soft-sit sociopath. So you're the type of person who could listen there to the broadcasting of a moron. So of course you're going to believe the stuff he says. You're not going to believe what I say because you're fucking retarded. Much love though. Anyway, we're all getting into our imaginations at this point. But I got a new guy here, Harold. So, Harold, we're going to get to the next segment for you because it's not just all fun and games here in Z Show. We have to get a little, a little down the business. We can't just mess around constantly. It's too much at that point. It's enough. But yeah, Jimbo Khan, like, you don't believe me because you want to believe in, like, a bunch of bullshit. Like, you'll listen to a 500-pound grilled cheese, pussy-eating gorilla try to tell you about relationships as if he knows what the fuck he's talking about. So go ahead. Don't listen to me as I give you, reality. Because the difference between me and the 500-pound gorilla is I'm not trying to chase a demographic. I'm not trying to get women to listen to me. Women just listen to me because they know I'm no bullshit. I didn't change my story and my narrative to chase a demographic. You get it? I just kind of give it to you how it is. Anyway, just saying. Where were we? That's right. All right, everybody. Let's take a brief musical interlude as I prepare for my next segment. We can cleanse the palate a little bit. Like I said, we already did the Lumatomy thing. It was an experiment, like to come out of the gates with a Lumatomy. I'll have to evaluate that at a certain point, see how that went. All right, with that being said, don't go anywhere. More Z Show coming soon. Where's the song I wanted? See, now I'm going to miss my mark. I wanted to hit the mark on my song, but that's not going to happen. So now I'm just this weird in-between phase. I guess I'll play this one. Don't go anywhere. More Z Show after this.
I found your letter in my mailbox today. You were just checking if I was okay. And if I still miss you, well, you know what they say. Just once in a very blue moon. Just once in a very blue moon.
Just once
in a very blue moon, and I feel one coming on soon.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, Nathan, but I just want to remind my listeners.
To be friends.
Sorry, I'm interrupting Nathan. How dare me. Guys, remember, he's going to remind you, there's no blue moon. They just made it up. I'm just reminding everybody as we listen to this wonderful rendition of Blue Moon from Nathan. There's no blue moons. You can't have two full moons in the same month because a month is defined by the moon cycle. You get it? I'm saying this for the new guy here. New guy. Maybe you know this already. There's no blue moons because a month is a moon cycle. Get it? You got a full moon, and then there's another full moon. That's your month. They gave us these weird months. 31 days, 30 days, 20. No. That's arbitrary. Somebody made that up. They gave you a calendar and said, this is how you should define time. That's not time. Time is defined by the heavens. You can't have two full moons in the same month. It's impossible. There are no blue moons. But the song's still beautiful. Continue, Nathan.
Me get back on my feet again. And if I still miss you, well, it's just now and then.
Just once.
In a very blue moon, just once. In a very blue moon, just once. In a very blue moon, and I feel one coming on soon.
Yeah.
There's a blue moon.
Come on, everybody.
Blue moon shining when I am reminded of all we've been through. Such a blue moon shining. Does it ever shine down on you? You act as if it never hurt you at all, like I'm the only one who's getting up from a fall. Don't you remember? Can't you recall? Just once.
Yeah.
In a very blue moon, just once. In a very blue moon, just once. In a very blue moon, and I feel one coming on soon. Just once in a very blue moon. Apocalypse Cabaret.
Ladies and germs, that was Mr. Nathan Sanders regaling us with his golden voice. Thank you, Mr. Nathan. Always a pleasure here on Z Show. You tell me, yes, he does take requests. You tell me he was asking, does Nathan take requests? He does take requests. You need to go to his channel and just leave him a request in his comment section. Maybe I'll drop the link to Nathan's channel. You can go say hi to him. I have a few requests for Nathan that I'm going to put in. But the funny part about Nathan is I don't even have to make requests because he and I are kind of very simpatico regarding our musical tastes. And he'll just sing a song and I'm like, oh, I was going to request that. Link to Nathan's channels in the chat, everybody. Go sub up. Ask him. Request. If he could sing it, he'll sing it. Although I don't know how much he's doing on YouTube anymore. He said he was kind of moving over to TikTok. But he still has his channel. We love you, Nathan. You are truly one of God's original prototypes. Too strange to live, too weird to die. Caught somewhere in limbo, much like myself, Nathan. It's probably why you and I get along so well. We're existing in the in-between world. The world that exists somewhere between sleep and consciousness. You and I seem to exist in this diffuse world, this world of illusion, this world where there doesn't really seem to be any answers, only questions. Strange world. If you ever find yourself in this purgatory-like state, where things seem less real and more imaginary, you'll probably find the likes of Nathan and myself. We seem to be at home in this territory. Nathan and I, we're not afraid to voyage through the catacombs of thought, through the archives of human consciousness. And in this space, you'll find a sublime sense of Zen. You may even find that you've entered into what some may consider the Twilight Zone.
There is a fifth dimension. Beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow. Between science and superstition. And it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Where is this place and when? The answer is, it doesn't make any difference. In this year or 100 years hence. On this planet or wherever there is human life. Lesson to be learned in the Twilight Zone. You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound. A dimension of sight. A dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
That's right, people. Like I said, this is Z Show. They say the rabbit hole is endless. That's not true. The rabbit hole ends here. You've reached the bottom of the rabbit hole. There's no other place to go from here. You've basically exhausted, like, all other information that could be found here on the internet. There's nothing else to learn. You've basically completed the internet. You're here at the end. You've reached the 10th level of Metroid. When you've blue screened on reality, when you've absorbed too much information, when you come to the understanding that this physical reality is much less physical as such, and is more of a illusory world, a world in which your imagination serves to create your experience, then you've come to the Z Show. Settle in, folks. Things get a little strange around here, a little bizarre. Let's get going with this morning's segment. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this morning I bring to you the next installment of the Z Files. That's right. Because here in Z Show, like I said, it's not all about fun and games. We don't just come here and laugh with Illumitami and do role-playing exercises. We don't just do stuff like that. We do real stuff here, hard-hitting stuff. So this morning we're going to get into the Z Files. Now that I have your attention, listen up, everybody. Me. For today's episode of Z Files, I want to go into a fascinating phenomenon that happens once a year. That's right, folks. And I'm not talking about Illumitami getting laid as the once a year annual phenomenon. No. I'm talking about something much more ubiquitous. I'm talking about something called the Impossible Day. That's right. Each year, everybody, on July 8th, that's right, every year on July 8th, we see something called the Impossible Day. And I'm about to bring it to you. And I would explain to you why it's impossible. Because you see, it's not impossible based off objective reality. It's not impossible if you adhere to applied physical science. It's not an impossible day if you're able to use reason, logic, and critical thought. It's only an impossible day on the globe. Have I piqued your interest yet? Let's get started.
Hello, my dear friends. July the 8th was a very interesting day. It was the day that even the Weather Channel proclaimed to be an impossible day on the globe. It was the day when the heliocentric model shot itself dead. But first of
I want you to look at the image that we have here for you on the screen. What is it showing us? It's showing us that it's showing us a day, July 8th, particularly at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time. There's a particular phenomenon that takes place. We find that on this day, 99% of the world population is in daylight. What do you mean, Z? Isn't everybody in daylight every day? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that at this particular time, at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on July 8th, every year, 99% of the world population is in sunlight, I should say. Sunlight as defined by daylight and twilight. Because we want to be exacting. For all the detractors who are going to come in here and say, oh, Z, you don't know what you're talking about, Z. What do you know? What do you know? Let's continue.
I only found one video, and that was also made by the Weather Channel, trying to demonstrate this event on the globe. And as we can see here, the light of the sun clearly covers 60 to 70% of the globe. So we have 60 to 70% of the globe wrapped in sunlight. That's impossible. on the heliocentric model. The sunlight cannot cover more than 50% of the globe. But as you see on this simulation by the Weather Channel, to be possible for the sunlight to cover all those regions on Earth, it's necessary that the sunlight covers between 60 to 70% of the globe. Not being able to show, many news channels are showing the Mercator's projection because that's the only one they can show.
One more thing this half hour. There is a rare phenomenon happening right now across the globe as of about...
I want to point out the word he used, phenomenon. His quote was, "There's a rare phenomenon happening across the globe." Well, you got it half right, good sir. Because indeed, we can observe the rare phenomenon, but we cannot observe this globe that you speak of. You keep saying it's a globe, but I don't know. How can you have this phenomenon where there's 99% of the world population in daylight if it's a globe? Let me help the listeners. Let me read you the definition of a phenomenon. Phenomenon: a fact or situation that is observed to exist or happen, especially one whose cause or explanation is in question. Couple things there. A fact or situation that is observed to exist or happen. It means it just is. There's no theory behind it. There's no conjecture behind a phenomenon. It just is. Meaning to say, we can prove that at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on each July 8th, that 99% of the world population is experiencing sunlight simultaneously. We don't have to go to school, get a degree to know that. We don't have to engage in any type of thought exercise, any type of theoretical science. It's not needed. We just know it. It just is. And the second part of the definition of phenomena, especially one whose cause or explanation is in question. Right. Because as I say, I am the Zetetic warrior. Zetetic means to ask questions. Well, if this phenomenon is in question, why so? To me, it's only questionable if we're following your theory that it's a globe. So as you say that this day is impossible, let me remind my listeners, a phenomena is not impossible. It's actually the opposite. Phenomena show things that are possible, things that exist. What kind of world have we entered where they tell us that things that are phenomena are impossible? Have we crossed over to such a state of delusion, coercion, and mind control that we now are classifying observable natural phenomena as
loud
impossible?
out here. I don't know how bad.
What state have we entered? What state of consciousness can we be in that we adhere to theory and conjecture over observable, demonstrable reality?
Yeah, I don't know what. I can't deal with the flat Earth stuff.
Let's continue.
I'm confused. Is that most of the people that listen to Z are into flat Earth?
Is facing the sun. That means
damn. Sorry
we're
about
all
the
experiencing
noise
some degree of sunlight at the
brutal,
exact
man. Why
same
does everybody
time.
have to have
Full
loud
daylight,
vehicles?
or for a lot of
Very
other folks,
confusing to me.
twilight. If you look at the map right
don't
there,
quite
just the
understand that.
Pacific Islands.
But yeah,
and
to
Australia,
Nubs'
the
point,
Australian
Nubs,
region
there's no
are free
time for
in
me
the
to
dark.
make content
99%
outside of these live
In
streams.
California, poor
If I could do that, I could just
You know what,
take
though?
the
What a
walk
cool
some other time and stay live.
So you can try to say to me,
There's no time.
you
I
could look
don't
at
have
this.
time
You could look
for
at. You could look at this map. You could look at this
And
map.
I will
that
say
they're
this, man,
presenting
until
here and
somebody
say, oh,
does
I
7
can
days a
see.
week
This
live
makes sense to me.
streaming,
How 99%
you know,
of the
anywhere
world could be in
between,
sunlight at the same time,
you know,
based off
9 to
this
12
map
hours
that they're
is
showing.
what most of these streams
This map is
end up
called the
being,
Mercator
you
projection
know, with
map.
some exceptions.
The
They have no
Mercator
idea. The person
projection
has
map.
no idea what that's
This is the
like.
map, very
This is
likely, that was in
24
the
hours
front
a
of your
day.
classroom.
Because even when I'm not
As you
actually
grew up
live,
going
I'm
to your public
preparing to
school
be live, or
indoctrination
I'm
camps.
sleeping,
I mean, public
or I'm
elementary
on my
school.
way to the store. And
This is the map that you're
you
used
know,
to now.
part of that was
Just
now
by
I have to
showing
walk every
sunlight on
day,
this
or
map, you can say, "Oh, I
can't
get it. The
poop,
Pacific Ocean
like
is so
literally.
huge." That's
Now
how.
the tuna fish,
Let
the
me ask
canned
you,
tuna fish is making me sick
who
because I'm
says
no
that this is the
longer
map that
slow
represents
cooking the
reality?
vegetables. It's funny, I could eat
Not even
3
those
meals a day
producing,
that each
distributing
had
this
like
map
1.3
claim that this
cans
is
of
the
tuna.
model. They
But
say the
now if
model
I
is
eat
a
2 cans of
globe.
tuna just by themselves, I get sick.
So let me ask you, you guys have
Meaning
looked at
I'm
a lot of
having
globes.
fairly serious abdominal pain.
You grew up
So
with
I'm
the globe in
already
your teacher's
sick
desk.
pretty much all the time.
You've
But I
seen
don't
the
really
globe
feel that bad.
presentation in like
I know it's a bit of a contradiction in
a
terms,
high
but I
percentage
don't
of
really
Hollywood
feel
movies.
that bad.
Hey
Most of
guys,
the
have you
time.
ever noticed you've been watching a movie
What's up, Heidi?
that's
Good to
not
see
even
you.
like sci-fi?
Yeah,
And they'll show
I
you like a
didn't
picture
mean to
from
have a day
space
off, but
and the globe, and they zoom in
I've been
on
so
like the
sick with
location.
the
Interesting.
the bowel issues. I
You've
guess
seen
my
the globe
body
many
decided
times.
it needed to go ahead and
Hell,
take some extra
you've seen
sleep.
globe from these images
And I
from
don't,
NASA.
you know, I don't wake up to an alarm.
Remember
clock or
when those
anything.
Apollo astronauts were
I think
coming
I
back
probably
from the
woke up
moon
at my
with those
normal
moon missions
time
and
and
they
then
snapped a picture of that globe
back to
Earth they
sleep.
love showing you so much?
And I didn't even feel
We've seen a lot of
normal till
globes.
about 1 p.m. That's how off I was yesterday. So
Which globe have you ever seen that you can in
I
some
don't know
way
what's going
justify to
on,
me
but
any
it ain't good.
orientation of that globe that would put 99% of the world's population in daylight? I've never seen one.
What's up, Big Drink Tea? I've been
In
talking
a
about
bit,
the
maybe I'll
water.
share
I
some
went
images
on to
of the
OTWs
globe
to talk
from
about
space
water.
from NASA.
If you want to go back and listen to
And then maybe you
wherever
and
I
I could
popped
sit
in
here and try to figure out
right before
how we
that,
can orient that globe to
they were giving me
somehow
shit
convince
about
us and
not
everybody
showering
else
because
that
you
there
know,
can
ooh,
be
gross.
an instance where
Meanwhile,
99% of the
I don't stink
population would be
anymore
in sunlight.
since I don't put these chemicals in my body and on my body. I literally have no body odor, and I mean none. I wore the same T-shirt 10 days in a row, and it didn't smell. It had no odor
So
to
it
it
is
when I took it off.
impossible for the sunlight to wrap around the globe between 60 to
They even changed my shirts
70%.
based on when they
So
start
there is
stinking.
no other day like July
So
8th
apparently that one never
to
started to
demonstrate
stink, so I never
how
bothered to
wrong
change.
the heliocentric model is.
Again,
And to
who
better
decided that
understand,
we
all
have
we
to
have
put on
to do
clean
is to
clothes every
convert
day?
the Mercator projection
Well, I mean, the
into the
clothes are
flat
clean
Earth
until they
map
get
and
dirty, right?
see
Well, the
how
shirt
it
wasn't
makes
dirty.
more sense on the flat Earth map.
It wasn't
With
stinky
a
and
small
dirty,
sun,
so it didn't
a
need to
small
be.
local sun,
There's no reason
you
to
can
take it
see
off and
here
put a different shirt
how
on.
it
What's the
illuminates
reason? I
those
change my
regions
underwear and
on
socks
Earth,
every day,
leaving
obviously.
the majority of Earth
Meanwhile, the
in
socks
the
don't even
dark.
stink.
Only on the flat Earth
No foot
model,
odor.
even this map by Weather Channel, I converted
Yep.
into a flat
Yeah, the
Earth
smell
map.
comes from the
And you can
chemicals in
see
the food,
here, it's
absolutely.
better explained with
And I
a
still had
small
a
local
little bit of
sun
VO because I was eating
circulating
those
over the flat Earth. We can
those
see
processed
how this is
hard-boiled
possible
eggs in the
for a
packets
day
from Walmart.
like July the 8th. If you still believe in the heliocentric model,
Smell like
yesterday was the
anything.
day for you to drop that model and realize that you don't live on a spinning ball spinning around the universe.
Oh well, but that's the thing, Nubs. I think
I see DeFreak in the chat.
you know,
DeFreak, please don't
I think people
say that you
intellectually
asked the
know
most
these
basic
things. I don't think they've
moron
ever
question that
connected
there
it.
could be.
Most
Did
folks
you-
have never connected it to
I'm
their
gonna put
life.
this on screen. Did you just ask
So
where's
I
the
think
edge?
a lot of people intellectually
just do
understand
that?
what I'm talking
here
about
on my channel, DeFreak.
when I talk
my
about
channel,
water treatment plants and
You
what
just asked,
Big
where's the
Drink
edge?
Tea calls toilet water.
Did you-
which
did
is
you
municipal
really?
water?
Come on, DeFreak.
Fluoride in the water, chlorine
You
in the
listen to
water,
me
psychotropics in the water.
This
I'm
is the
pretty
level
sure
you're at.
just about
This is what
everybody
you came at me with?
knows that.
Where's the edge?
But they don't connect
Come
it
on,
to their
bro.
own habits.
Please do
and they
better.
don't connect it to something that's affecting
please.
them specifically. My thing is like, hey, how am I going to be in a so-called truth community, and how am I going to know certain information?
Yeah.
But I'm going to be so
Come on,
fucking
DeFreak. You're here
enslaved
too often
mentally
to
to
ask
this
that
system
question, homie.
that I have to take
Please.
a toilet water shower.
Same thing with you.
And I
you
have
tell
to
me.
put
really
literal
that's where you
corporate
guys are gonna come
Procter
at me
and
with
Gamble
where's the
products
edge?
on my body because society says so.
Let me ask you.
Because if I don't,
you guys, you
and
might
I'm
be
dumb
asking a
enough to
legitimate
tell
question.
people, they'll say, "Ooh, gross."
DeFreak, and you tell me.
Meanwhile, I could always just keep my mouth shut and
Do you
nobody
ever
would
ask
know.
where's the edge
Meanwhile,
of
I
the lake?
lived in the streets for damn near a
Do
decade.
you ever ask where's the
I've
edge of an
stank
ocean?
in public plenty
No,
of
you don't.
times. I can tell when I stink.
Why would you ask
There's no
where's the
version of,
edge
oh, he just stinks and
earth?
he doesn't know it. Oh, I know when I stink.
You've only been indoctrinated to
Believe
ask
me,
that question.
I know when I stink.
You're asking the question because you're assuming many things. You're presupposing a model.
Thank you, Big Drink Tea.
That was given
and
to you.
Yeah, I mean that is, but it's all true, right? Like
system
I'm not
of indoctrination.
You know, I'm not pandering. It's true, and I think I'm pretty sure when that Big Drink Tea first started paying attention to me because I went on with Drew back in the day.
Your mind
and we got to talking about water
has been formed,
and not that I'm a fucking expert, but I knew a halfway decent amount for just a normal
particular
person.
Paradigm, a particular world
just
view.
like reads books and pays attention.
That's why you ask, "Where's the edge?" And both of you have been.
Well, and that's the
at
point
this
I made. Is
channel
like, if I was outside doing
way
manual
too
labor like I've
long
done
to ask
before,
that question.
if I was getting
kind of
dirty
disappointing, everybody.
and stinky,
Please,
then
in the
I would
chat,
wash up.
please
Of course
talk
I
to
would.
you. Tell
Like,
me.
I don't need to.
Please let them know.
When I need to, I will. Like, why would I unnecessarily stand under a shower head and let chemicals go onto my largest organ, my
You're
skin,
asking a
and
logically
get absorbed
flawed
into my body?
question
Like, why would I do
based
that?
on beliefs
Because
and assumptions
society
that you are
says
not
we have to
aware
do
of.
that a minimum of 24 hours, once in every 24 hours,
simple.
or we're gross. I mean, think about that. Society says I have to do that thing once every 24 hours or
As
gross.
I sit here this morning and present to you,
But that's because
the so-called
typically we go
impossible
to sleep
day, as my
once in
listeners
24
continue
hours.
to ask
typically.
me where the edge is.
Right? Like if we have a job and we work that
Hey,
day,
guys,
we go to
instead
the
of
job
focusing
one time in that
on your
24
question,
hours.
where's the edge?
Well, most
Why
folks
don't you
don't
just
do
focus on the
jobs that
matter at
cause
hand?
them to be dirty and
Why don't
stinky.
you ask yourself
But
the
the
same
food
question
causes
I
them to
ask
be dirty and
myself?
stinky.
Is
The
that if we
chemicals
live
in the
on a
water
globe, the globe
causes
that
them to
they've
be
shown
dirty and
us
stinky.
repeatedly,
The Procter and Gamble
the
corporate
globe that is being
deodorant and
presented
soaps
to me
causes them to be
everywhere I
stinky.
turn
It's built into those products
on these screens,
to have
whether it's
to
the
use them
news,
once every 24
whether it's
hours.
academia or
Yeah,
education,
they do fight odor,
whether it's a Hollywood movie.
but only if they're used once every 24 hours.
Why don't you ask the question? How could 99% of the world population ever experience simultaneous sunlight on that globe?
Yeah.
Maybe ask that question.
When I told them, I said, hey,
before you
just
ask
go to
me
the
where the
Google
edge is,
Maps in
because
your area. Now, I know some people
while
own
you're
well
asking
water.
me
I'm talking
where
about
the edge
municipal
is,
water. I said, just go
you're
to the Google Maps in your area,
participating in
type in water
logical
treatment. I bet you
fallacy.
money there's a water treatment plant in your area.
You're trying to falsify
The
what
fucking water
you're
goes down the toilet
conjecturing
into the sewer system, and it goes to that
is-
plant, and they fucking
You're
treat
trying
it,
to
and they pump it
falsify
right back at you.
what you
That's what a
think
water treatment facility is. That's
I'm
what it
making
is.
as a claim.
Now, I
So
understand
as you
many
think
people
I'm
have
claiming
no
a
idea
model,
that
you're
this
not
is a thing. I
realizing
know
I'm not
about it because I
claiming
used to play
anything.
SimCity 4.
I'm
And once the city
falsifying
grows to a
model
certain size,
claimed
then you have to put in
by
a
these
fucking water
so-called
treatment plant
elite
or multiple water treatment plants.
and these,
You have to. Yeah, exactly.
let's say,
Yeah, it's literal poison. And the poison
prophets
is designed
of
to
the
make you
religion
need
of
the products.
scientism.
So what I figured out is just don't use the products, and now I
Your
don't
question
need the
is
product.
flawed as you
Amazing.
ask me where the edge is.
But as long as I continue to use the
Why
products,
don't
I have
you
to have the
ask
product.
where's the proof of this
You know,
impossible
I'm no
globe
freaking
that's
genius,
being
but I figured
presented
this
to
out. Hang
you?
on, I'm back at the place. I'm gonna
Start there.
quiet until I get to my room.
But don't worry. I'll come on here each morning and I'll keep teaching you how to think because it's not your fault, DeFreak. It's not your fault, you tell me. You've been engineered out of your God-given ability for critical thought, logic, reasoning. You've been engineered out of your
meanwhile, I got no problem with these people calling themselves truthers,
conscious
and
thought,
being in a fucking
free choice,
trutherverse,
and free
right?
will.
That's fine, but
So I'm
don't
gonna
tell
do my
me
best
I'm
each morning
gross
to
because
kinda
I know all this and I actually
help you out
am
of this
insane enough
delusion
to
that you
act
find
on it.
yourself
Don't tell
in.
me I'm gross. It's crazy. Hang on, I'll be right
Because
back. Let me get
unlike
back on my
some
computer.
presenters, I'm not going to try to tell you what to think. I'm going to try to teach you how to think and leave the rest up to you. Anyway, that'll do it for today's presentation of the Z Files.
If certain people have a belief around regular showering, that doesn't make me gross.
Come with me.
Oh, can we still hear Z?
And you'll see.
Sorry about that. I thought I removed him from the broadcast, but I guess I didn't. That's funny. Oh, it's because I'm on OBS. My bad. Yeah, that's why you could hear him talking the whole time. So I can't remove his audio when I'm not here. I see. So thank you for that. Now he's paneling though. Maybe we'll go back because I need to eat. So I see. Hang on. We'll go. Thank you for that. Go back to Z. Now he's paneling, but we'll do it live now that he's paneling.
You know, the drug deal gone wrong, gang violence. I didn't know. You know, my son had been shot before, and I thought, you know,
who is
he
this
got
wounded
in
bird?
a
Oh, this is
situation
Rat
where he
Blood.
had to defend himself.
Rat Blood.
And as we started getting information in the discussion.
So, and nothing against Axis Rat Blood, but the first thing I'm hearing here is the wounded baby bird voice. All right, this is a wounded baby bird. Am I the only one that I can't listen to the wounded baby bird voice? Or it's difficult for me to, but we're going to try to so I can eat.
Discovery.
God, brutal.
It turns out that was not the case.
Brutal.
It wasn't the
All right,
case.
so you're obviously going through a tough time, Rat Blood.
Now, is he picked up or is he convicted?
Hold on. He's currently arrested, right? He's currently incarcerated, facing these charges. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right,
So he's
Rat
still
Blood. Let
got
me
the
ask you.
trial and everything. Okay.
So, Rat Blood, you've talked a little bit about your relationship with your son on my show. You guys seem to have been on a little bit of, let's say, had some contention in your interpersonal relationship. Is that true? Are you and your son on the outs when this happened?
Yeah. I had ostracized and disowned him as a son.
All right. So you tell me, says, dude, he killed someone. Where's the compassion for the victims? You tell me, last time I checked, we still live in a country where you're innocent until proven guilty. You tell me. Much love.
And you
but
tell me as the type of person,
why
if
do I
he
need
got
to
killed, I
remind
don't give a
people of
fuck.
that? Why do I need to remind people of that? That we still, I mean, I don't know, unless something changed, I'm not sure. You know, maybe I missed something where they just revamped and tossed out the whole Bill of Rights. But last I assumed and last I heard, it's, you know, you still have to be proven guilty. Somebody just can't make a claim, whether it's a person or the so-called state of Indiana. I'm just saying. So,
Right, and Joe Moore's
you know,
talking like I wasn't just asking for clarification. Like, I didn't know if he's been to trial yet. You culted up bitch. Come up
I
here.
haven't told anybody anything. This is the first time that I've even stepped up, other than I put out a post asking people to please contact my son.
That's why I'm trying to slow Z's roll a little. I know how he interviews.
hold on, Lumatami. I don't need you to slow my roll. This isn't the Lumatami.
Oh, I don't get to be the logical, civil one for a change.
Tommy, if you're the logical one in this dynamic, I think I really need to reevaluate my whole life.
Yeah,
Rat
and
Blood.
the shape of the planet you're on.
Rat Blood. Why are you asking people to reach out to your son? What connection does he have to this community? What do you feel will be accomplished by having people reach out to your son?
Because he's alone, he's scared, He needs love. He needs understanding. And the only thing he's got is me and my mom. And we're doing everything we can. You know, phone calls, showing up at court, getting lawyers. And if he just knew that, you know, even got a positive word as a text or some type of encouragement to let him know that.
See, now we're back to the continuous disciplining of the mind. What kind of weak bitch needs constant fucking support and encouragement? If a person is dependent on encouragement in this world, they ain't going to make it.
You know, it mean a lot to me. It does mean a lot.
This world is like the opposite of encouragement. If encouragement worked, Rat Blood wouldn't have the fucking wounded baby bird voice.
Takes his mind from.
How about he could quit being a bitch? How about that? How about don't be a bitch, you fucking pussy? The continuous disciplining of the mind. What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger.
Over this situation.
I'm sick of these bitch-made
Here's the
motherfuckers.
thing, Axis. I'm a little hesitant to give out his contact information for his sake, because the reality is, the likelihood is he'll get more hate text than love text.
Yeah, I'm not going to text him either way.
But the request is for support. I would hope if anybody's gonna text.
Yeah,
me,
support him by telling him to man the fuck up.
shit
Suck that shit up. Don't be a pussy.
He's asking
He will give me names of anybody.
Like his wounded baby bird dad.
That comes across in a negative way. And believe me, my
Yeah,
report
negative.
is much more fierce than
You know
that.
what's negative? Is
itself.
facing reality when the reality is negative.
Yeah, well, I don't think. Here's what I'm gonna do, Rat Blood. I'm gonna put the link.
If the reality is negative, then how can a person live in reality if they're unwilling to experience the negative?
And then you could decide.
Ignoring reality is not positivity, folks.
Does that work for you, Rat Blood?
That would be great. See, I would
Yeah, that's what we're
appreciate
gonna. I'm gonna do that right now. So we're gonna drop Rat Blood's link in the chat.
Sick of this
to the
shit.
Rat Blood channel. If you want to send well wishes or
Learned helplessness. Oh, I need encouragement and well wishes. For what? What is that going to do?
You have
Encouragement and well wishes.
There. All right. So.
Yeah, I encourage you to quit being a fucking pussy.
Go ahead. I'm going to let you go, Rat Blood, because I'm
How about that?
You know, just let you process what's going on. We'll let the audience process it.
Oh, boo hoo hoo, my life. Boo hoo hoo, my life.
Do you have any final thoughts for the audience?
Boo hoo fucking who.
Have a little human compassion, a little understanding. You know,
I mean, is he doing a bit here?
if it was your son,
Is this real?
put yourself in that place for a moment.
What?
Hey,
All right,
Axis, hit me up on those routes you have before. I got some stuff I don't want to talk about.
And some people,
here.
let's face it, some people are defined by tragedy.
All right. Many blessings to you, Axis, and your boy.
I mean, I don't even know what happened, but
All right, man. Take care.
good Lord.
You know what's funny?
Maybe I'm an
Tommy,
asshole. Maybe something
about
tragic
these,
has happened. I don't
so-called
know.
Christians who like to come around these metaversal streets is that let's really ask what the Christian thing to do in this circumstance is. Would it be to condemn Mr. Rat Blood or his son? Would that be the
Well, I just
Christian
did.
thing to do?
Apparently.
Come on, guys.
I don't know the facts,
If you
though.
don't
Just
see
shoot my
your own
mouth off.
hypocrisy, I can't fucking explain it to you. Go ahead, Tom.
Wait, you're being like a nooba right now. I
Not a
was the
Christian,
one
though, by the way.
saying, hey Z, take it a little lighter, and Nuba's down there acting like I'm singing Green Jelly songs or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he did.
Like I told you, I was.
sorry,
hesitant to tell
Moose?
you
What the
about
fuck?
stories of my East Coast past, just in case those mobsters would notice you if they ever heard it, which I doubt they would. I doubt New Jersey mob listens to your show. With all due respect, and then a guy from the East Coast.
That's funny. I'll be right back. I'm gonna. I think I found a halfway decent watermelon. I'm gonna cut into it and see if I've made a tremendous mistake or not.
Manslaughter charge because he got in a fight with a roommate. I guess stabbed him with some scissors, and the guy died on the way to the hospital. And he was like a bony burn victim guy, not the dead guy. My friend that did it. He's like a skinny, bony Freddy Krueger looking motherfucker. Just
Tommy,
shit happens, you know.
I have no clue what you just said right now, but we'll move on.
Well, manslaughter is like they know you didn't mean to, but you did kill a guy.
So, Tommy, How do you feel about the revelation that I expressed this morning that I put your live streams on and they serve as like a Zen-like ASMR experience for me? What do you think?
It's an effect, I guess. I mean, more power to you.
How do you prep to get into that like mind state for your streams, that stream of conscious like mind state? Like, is it just a few bumps? What's the right combination of pharmaceuticals that gets you into that sweet spot?
That's just me being me. I've always been a form of this. I haven't always been the same. I mean, we're always growing and evolving, but I've always been somewhat this.
Yeah, but I really feel like you're truly coming into your own right now. I like that you've abandoned, well, not abandoned, but you seem to have like shift your focus to your live streams. I think it's a good little, I think it's a good little, I don't know, I think it's a good little corner for you, the live stream and Tommy. I noticed you have like a small but dedicated fan base. I think that's your whole, I think that's what you should focus on is the Illumitami fan base. I like what you got going over there. I mean, I don't listen to what you say, Tommy. Like, I could listen to you for 45 minutes and have no clue what the fuck you said. But it, like I said, it does something to me mentally that's weird. I don't know why.
I think it is weird because I believe we're in these end times and there's a lot of biblical stuff that's like only believers are gonna put it together and see it, and I see that. It's like people are saying what you say. They're like, I don't understand what you're saying, but I feel a way about it. And it's like, yeah, it's like they can't get it. And Z, that's what I was gonna bring up. You used to actually cite some biblical stuff. And so since you're still on that like spiritual against the man thing, I think you should come back to that concept. Can't do
Tommy,
any harm,
every
right?
day I talk about how this world is a creation, and that because it's a creation, that I know there's a creator. I never went away from that type of speech.
Right, but you seem to have pushed away and I personally have told many panels like, well, I try not to use that C word, but I'm definitely a Jesus follower, you know? I know what it is to try and use that C word label, and when people hear that, they can just turn off, like you said, you're a flat earther or something.
Oh, so you won't say creator. Why?
No, Christian.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get Rose to come up, Tommy. Can you implore Rose to please come up?
Yeah, if not, I'm gonna make her one-on-one on my stream. We got a lot to talk about.
Yeah. Come on, Rose. You piqued our interest.
I think you got your strike as karma for not giving me Magic Dance for my theme song.
Wait, from what?
I think the last time I came up here with Rose or somebody, I was requesting that my intro song be Magic Dance, the Goblin King, David Bowie, Magic Dance.
No,
and then I was sitting up here going, you remind me of the Babe, and nobody would respond. I'd be like, no, you guys are killing me. Somebody, you remind me of the Babe. And none of you respond.
Your song is already for Goblin Life. You know the Goblin guy that comes around?
Yeah, I've destroyed him on a number of, even this morning on my panel, I destroyed him because he's a jackass.
I like that Goblin Life guy. He's a very strange
I try and help him, but he's a rural Illinois jackass. Do you know he let us all think he was black for months until I caught him talking Native American? I said, oh, you let people believe you're black for a black card. Now we found out you're Native American.
No, bro, he's not black.
But he used to roll with like the Joe Cool crew, let us all think he was black. I mean, he's got the dreads. He talks kind of urban.
I don't know, Tommy. You're kind of pigeonholing people into certain categories. You might want to try to open your mind up a bit. Just saying.
Oh, really? Like the concept of globe. See, I see ya. I see you bringing up Axis to get into his business and deflect from this globy thing. Harold, the new guy is down there saying, Tom loves attention. No, I heard shape debate and came back up here.
Oh, please, Tom. You just
If I
love
could
the attention more
convert
than
you to Globe Christian, you'd never see me up here again unless we were just going to shoot the shit and have fun.
Right. You realize that's oxymoronic. Somebody really can't be truly biblical and think they live on a globe unless they're you, Tommy. So which one is it?
Because you're buying into Smith's stuff where it's like, hey, Smith, tell me how that says that we can't go past the firmament. Tell me how that says all the things that y'all try and say it says.
No, what I'm telling you is it makes no sense to think that there's a creator, but there's still an endless, infinite universe and stuff. That's so stupid.
I think
anyway,
that's the reason we know.
hold on. You might
Unless
have
you
an
wanna use
ally this
dimension.
morning because I always thought Rose was like a flat earther, but she seems to be rather disillusioned with the flat earth community right now.
Yeah,
It
I'm
may-
going to be your homeboy.
Rose. I don't know. You and Rose might bond over some stuff this morning. I don't know. I don't want to like set the stage,
So
but
that clip you played from me and Cynthia, I don't
Right.
think London booted me for whatever I said. I think he booted me because he had me and Dino talking globe flat stuff, and he realized I was taking Dino's points and being like, "That's globe, bro. That's globe," and he had to get me out of there. And London's technically globy too, but he couldn't destroy the community. He was protecting the community.
how could you say London's a globy? He thinks that we live in the eyeball of like a giant.
Which is a
unbelievable.
Gigi, I'm not gonna sting y'all. That's my choice.
Are you excited
Oh,
to
Rose
talk to
is
Rose?
in the back?
Yeah,
I heard her. I heard her
Yeah.
call across the mountain.
Well, you hear her music.
Laheim!
Yeah, come on.
Hey, did they say hey?
Of course they do.
Okay.
You kidding me?
He gives me spilkus.
You know how it is. I'm waiting for the breakdown. The breakdown's coming, Tommy.
A million monster balls, a million monster balls. One time my mama made a million monster balls. Yo, you know Joe Moore's culted the fuck up, right?
He does well here, but I think he is culted. Yeah.
Yeah. He's one of my hate watchers.
Let's bring Rose up. Rose, welcome to the stream this morning. How's it going?
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting me up tonight so I can express myself. And I want you to listen to me. I know you'll listen to me with an
Whoa,
open
she's vexing.
I'm vexing you?
You vexed a little bit there on the intro, but I'm good. It just caught me off guard.
Okay, I don't even know what that is, but I'm sorry.
Meshuggah, it gives me spilkus. That crazy Canadian Spurgy lady, you sounded like her for a second.
I'm about to make an argument that I really hope I guess it would be a
Hilarious,
good thing
Tom.
if you guys-
Hilarious.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's kind of gird everybody's loins for a second here. Let's prep everybody because I'm fairly confident that Rose and I are about to ruffle some feathers here. Is that fair to say, Rose?
Sure, if you're here because you care about the truth and not if your goal is just social interaction and feeling acceptance from a group. I think that that's the division in the community is who's
Now Rose sounds Christian AF. She loves the truth, Z. I'm loving this. Tell us about Flattober and how it offended you.
Okay, yes, I'm so offended. All right. So I am watching a live stream that Brian Stavely is doing in the
Ugh.
entrance to the event. And all of a sudden, David Weiss comes walking in with a person who looks extremely suspicious. And I can
Dun,
tell
dun,
right from the get-go, his whole
Tommy,
biofield.
calm down, Tommy. Jesus.
I was just doing the sound.
Yeah, I know what you're doing, but come on. This is Rose. This isn't like some fucking schlub here.
I was
Go ahead, Rose.
supportive.
I apologize.
No worries at all. And so he walks in,
Fine.
and his entire essence of him was immediately condescending. And I knew for a fact that is someone there who is not good with not there for good intentions. And I knew that immediately. And so all of a sudden, David Weiss turns this man over to Brian Stavely without explaining who he is or giving Brian any information. And the guy just starts kind of asking Brian dumbass questions and nodding at him in a very obviously condescending way. So I immediately start typing in the chat, this guy is there to make a hit piece, Brian. Abort, abort. Do not talk to him. Do not give him footage. And then Brian leans over to David Weiss and's like, this is for a hit piece, right? And David was like, no, not a hit piece. He spent a half a day at my house. Well, David, I also recall you having Alex Stein over at your house, and look what became of that.
Whoa, hold on, Rose, you are making some serious allegations.
It's already, it's not just, okay.
Hold up, everybody.
You're not even
Whoa,
letting me
everybody
finish
take a
what
beat.
No, listen, I heard the
Jacob.
small hats ran Hollywood, but Rose is schmoozing with the big name.
Hold on, Rose. Hold on, everybody. Wait a second. Rose, now, I have seen David Weiss
You
have
can't even
some...
say anything until you let me explain who this fucker was, okay?
I'm going to let you explain. Hold on. I'm prepping my audience because, Rose, if you remember, when I was on your channel, David Weiss took a shot at Karen B on your channel and called her a mafia leader. Are we seeing this being expressed? Are we seeing a division between Karen B and David Weiss being expressed? Is David now introducing subterfuge into Karen B's Flat Earth Mafia? Is this the allegation? Please continue.
If you could let me just get through the initial explanation, you would know that Karen already knew that this was occurring days prior, as confirmed by Jason Lindgren.
Oh, shit.
Yes, shit on
This is spicy.
Yes. So I knew, and I wasn't allowed to let people who I knew, my friends or my boyfriend, be involved in this BS, even though at the time I didn't even know who he was yet. So I was already texting and warning people and telling them not to give, turn around your signs. Don't let them even know who you are. Don't give him footage, whoever he is. But then David came out with the name, and his name is Tyler Oliveira, who has 4.29 million subscribers. You can look him up right now. Tyler Oliveira, however you spell his fucking name, it'll come up because he's got 4.29 million subscribers. So he was served to the Flat Earth community on a silver platter. You could have paid $250 to give your likeness for
I watch that
free
guy
in a public
sometimes.
setting so that you can be used in a Flat Earth hit piece.
Yeah, the
Which is
Tyler
definitely
guy,
going to
Tyler
happen
Olivier
because
or whatever.
He goes around, and because I was trying to warn people, he obviously wasn't getting the footage that he wanted. And so then, first of all, they gave him the microphone not once, but twice.
Tyler did
And I
a
don't
9/11
know why
video recently.
Brian didn't warn Karen while he was on the mic, and he was asking stupid questions to Mark Sargent with a spotlight on him in a dark room, perfectly lit. Like it's like probably doing the 1, 2, 3 method of Stanley Kubrick. This hit piece is going to have, because he was given her everything he went there for.
Rose, this
Could you
hold
describe
on.
the
This
venue?
Is
Yeah, could you describe
this
the venue
is
real quick?
explosive. So it's Flattoberfest, Tommy. It's in Las Vegas. It's where all the flat earthers go to get laid. Rose is
You mean for
alleging.
once?
Rose is alleging that
You're
David
telling me.
Weiss is now
Goddamn.
perpetrating
You love me.
subterfuge on the community. Rose, we've seen David in the Netflix hit piece. that
God
was
damn,
done on the
bitch.
Flat Earth community.
You're about to get fucking
Now
wrecked.
you're letting us know that he's introducing a YouTuber who has over 4 million subscribers to the. He's basically letting a wolf into
There you go, Jimbo.
into the flock.
Good to see you, by the way.
Wolf in sheep's clothing. Do you feel as though that David Weiss is the Mossad-like Jewish secret agent that has been purportedly infiltrating the flat Earth community since its inception? How do you plead, Rose?
Well, I don't think that David Weiss is that stupid.
I think I can
What's the
actually
alternative?
cover some of this.
He knew something, and if he either made a horrible mistake and just didn't know, or he knew. But it's good
See,
to
Carl, this is why you can't hang with me, troll boy.
totally support the idea of have it as possible. However, not at the expense of my friends, without their knowledge. At least give them some knowledge that if they go to this event, they might be subjected to a flat Earth hit piece.
In
I
all
don't
fairness,
think that someone with millions of subscribers would show up to that.
Listen to this
and
retard
actually be
jibber
there with
jabbing.
Good intentions. I think
Wow.
that.
If you gave them knowledge, they'd be globies. In all fairness.
Stop it, Tommy.
So this is what I can tell you, Z. We've already seen the dangers of you being signaled out by the Flat Earth Mafia. I've told you about my dealings with Jersey Mob. When you incorporate
Benton
Mob,
has it.
it makes this interdivision.
Benton has
these
it.
hits, these infighting.
Can I finish the story really quick?
Yes, ma'am, and get to the and also touch on the Alex.
Go ahead. I shoved Tommy for a little bit because I know you want to get this out, Rose. I know you're fired up. Rose, you realize you're making claims and allegations this morning that are
We
strictly
love you long
speculative.
time. Oh,
You're
Mr.
speculating.
Horny.
Yes.
Why
Mr.
so
Horny.
willing to
Oh, Mr.
basically
Horny. We love you long
throw
time.
Mr. David Weiss
Oh,
such a
Mr.
serious
Horny.
allegation?
Oh,
Are
Mr.
you?
Horny.
Could it be argued
Oh,
that you're just
Mr.
emotionally
Horny. We love you
defending your
long
friend
time.
Karen B? What do you say?
Well, I think that Karen should have prevented this, and I don't think she should have trusted David Weiss, or now at least she never should again.
Wow. This is a serious division because you know that David Weiss and Karen are allies up to this point. We know that Karen is a very powerful mafia don. Now, we can't overlook the fact, Rose, that Karen oversees
Why wouldn't you be
a
in the dark?
syndicate that is called
You've been
the Flat Earth
trained to be
Mafia.
in the
She
dark.
has power herself. Is it possible that we're simply seeing a power struggle between two Flat Earth Titans, one David Weiss and one Karen B? And we're only seeing the result of this power struggle being played out in front of the metaversal community. What are your thoughts?
I was just, someone asked me in the chat, why would
I'm a
Karen set
woman.
it up though? Isn't it her event?
I'm a
And
woman.
so I just said that Jason told me that Karen knew that this guy was going to be there for days. So I don't know what to think. I
Right.
don't know. Because from my perspective, what happened was so blatantly obvious. And if I had been there, I would have been the biggest party pooper because I would have kicked his ass so hard that nobody would have found
Praise
out
God.
that he was who he had bad intentions. Because what happened was
Obviously.
after he talked about his after he asked his stupid questions to Mark Sargent in his Q&A,
Yes.
when Mark Devlin had
Yes.
his Q&A,
Yes.
Mark Sargent asked if this guy could ask a question.
You
So I
know
don't-
it.
It was beyond me that they were giving the mic back to this guy when he already proved through his
What are you,
stupid questions,
crazy?
the way he was acting, that he had bad intentions and he was
You are
extremely
crazy.
condescending. So why did they give him the mic again? And they gave him the mic, and then he. So here's what I think happened. He didn't get the footage that he wanted.
You know it.
He had a plan. He was supposed to do something more. He was supposed to maybe stay there
Yes.
for 2 days, but it wasn't working out because I tarnished his plans by warning
Yes.
people, and he could feel the vibe. So then he had to lash out and do this dumb, dramatic thing where when he has the mic, he's like, I was a flat earther before I came here tonight, but now after listening to all you people, I'm definitely not a flat earther.
Obviously.
So he was just lying the whole time because he said he was a new flat earther, but he didn't know
Praise
anything
God.
there or anything, especially based on his stupid questions. So I don't know how this
Right.
was blatantly obvious. So where is it because everyone was drunk, or they were
Right.
just high on the experience, or they were just
Right.
more caring about having fun
Right.
than the legacy and the footage that will come out of it?
I'm
look
so
at the
sick
big
of this shit,
picture
bro.
And how it's making the community going to look. And this hit piece is going to be 2 to 4 minutes of him
I'm not
basically
interested.
using the second mic opportunity to get kicked out and have people boo at him. It's exactly what he wanted. Nobody should have even given him the pleasure of being kicked out. They should have just dissed him and then have him walk out on his own. But instead, it was a complete setup. It looked so fucking fake and planned.
Oh, Mr.
And so I
Horny.
don't know.
Oh,
Like I
Mr.
said, I don't
Horny.
think that David
Oh,
Weiss is
Mr.
stupid,
Horny.
but
We
maybe
love
he
you
made a terrible
long
mistake,
time.
or maybe he just knew and it was just allowed to happen, like all the other stuff that we see around in the lies and deception that we see in our world. I don't trust anyone.
Rose, have you been communicating a bit too much with our friend RV? Has Russian vids influenced you towards this line of thought? How do you think RV would respond to this?
Gary donated to me, but I didn't get
think that
any love from
what has
Shively.
occurred may have proven some of the things that RV has alleged.
Like when you
but I
get
don't
high
let
to the level that I am right
opinion
now,
influence me. I
like
am
when you
solely
get high
basing
to the level
everything
that I
I'm
am
doing
right now,
on this
there's a
particular
sort of a
situation. And
sexual
Z,
element
if
to
you
it.
think I'm
Like
being
when you
fucking
get
crazy,
high to the
and
level
if you
that
think
I
I'm
am right now,
overreacting,
there's a
and if
sort
you
of a
think that I am
sexual element
mistaken
to
and
it.
that my
Oh,
conclusions
Miss
are not correct
Sahani.
and my
Oh,
emotions
Miss
are not justified,
Sahani.
please
Oh,
tell
Miss
me, because I'm willing
Sahani.
to
We
admit
love
that
you
I'm
long
wrong.
time.
And maybe, I don't know, I could search for all sorts of things, like maybe I'm just jealous that I wasn't there, and so I have to make a thing of it. Like all the things, I'm willing to accept whatever the truth is.
Oh man.
But I don't want to be taken for a fool, which is how I even entered the truth community. I told myself I was never going to be fooled again. And now
Right.
all I see around me are a bunch of fools.
Obviously.
Fuck.
I'm
Well,
so sick of
I
this
don't
shit,
know,
bro.
Rose. If any conclusion from my part would be premature.
Because you know I'm wild.
I have not seen the footage that you speak of.
Yes.
So, without examining the evidence.
What are you,
I
crazy?
can text it to you on your phone right now.
You are
Check the
crazy.
videos.
I mean, you could drop the link in the private chat. Maybe we'll check it out.
Right.
I'm not sure,
Well,
but
it's just a video that people sent me from their cell phones. I don't.
Praise God.
And I
Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha. Well, I'm gonna reserve
You
judgment.
want to like spoon with me or something? You really want to feel
I
it?
will say though, it would be quite disheartening and disappointing.
Hey, man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I could say that it's possible.
You man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real. Publicity, right? So that
Miss
hey, if a guy has 4 million
Miss
subscribers, no matter
Sahani.
what his
Oh,
take is,
Miss Sahani.
by merely
We love
presenting
you
the
long
event.
time.
Come on, Dave is
Like
kind
when
of
you
a
get high to the level that I am right
flat
now,
earth
there's a sort of
shuckster,
a
so to
sexual
speak,
element to it.
he's kind of like a carnival barker.
You love
so to
me.
speak. In the old
God damn.
in the old definition of like what a carnival barker would
Bullshit.
be.
Bullshit.
So maybe he's just using
Bullshit.
what he feels is his best means to promote the event. Is that
Fuck
possible?
y'all.
Well, I don't see what the point is in promoting the event after all the tickets were already sold out after it's occurred. I mean, I understand promoting the app, and I'm fine with him promoting the app.
Welcome
My
to the
podcast is
internet.
advertised on his app. The more apps he sells, the more I benefit. I'm just telling it like it is, something that occurred, and people can deduce whatever they want to deduce.
Praise God. Right?
Let's bring Lumitami back up for his take.
Right?
So Flattoberfest, is this where like all gas no breaks, Daily Show, anything?
Listen, partner, you delusional and in denial, partner.
Exactly, Illuminati.
I think I'm old enough to receive gentlemen callers.
Said. Every time
I think I'm old enough to receive gentlemen callers.
Any kind of flat Earth.
I think I'm old enough to receive gentlemen callers.
At an event like that.
What's up, Ms. Ray? Good to see you.
That's where they get their
Hope you're doing well.
That's where they are able to shape the world's perception using them
Like into a globe.
even if flat Earth is flat Earth, even if it's flat, it's being used. The flat Earthers are being used like a psyop.
Praise God, Jackie.
Further the mainstream perspective.
25 guys. The science doesn't lie.
Now maybe
The science doesn't lie.
A way to diversify.
The science doesn't lie.
You can only hope, I guess. Because like I said, he does lead people to some good information. Like I would like to think my podcast is a good information. And then he might also there has to be some truth in order to make it appealing. So what if there's other things injected into it that are not true? Who knows? But
That's
what I
where we get the devil is in the detail.
right. But what I think that my main point is I am upset.
Why wouldn't you be
my
in the
main
dark?
beef
You've
this
been
morning
trained to be in the
is
dark.
that a guy with bad intentions, with a huge platform, was let into the event to do what he wanted and get the footage he wanted for free and at the expense of people's faces. Like maybe what if Jason's face ends up being on the hit piece? That's going to piss me off. So that's my
Do you think there's a way he could have done it just without the deception? Like, could he have just showed up with like, "Hey, I'm a Globie, but I just want to."
Luckily, I've been good so far. Knock on wood.
That's a good question that he asks, Rose. Like, is there like a media section at like Flattoberfest where like
You have a lot of value.
legitimate questions could be asked? from media.
You know what I mean? So I mean,
you see what I mean? Like,
you know what I mean? So I mean, you know what I mean? So I mean,
an intrepid reporter.
you know what I mean? So I mean, I know that I'm not necessarily somebody that everybody wants to listen to. You know what I mean? So I mean, I know that I'm not necessarily somebody that everybody wants to listen to. You know what I mean? So I mean,
disguise on.
Yes, because I know if Brian knew who he was, he wouldn't have given him the time of day. So just had him a friend that a friend of mine was just like fed on the silver platter to this guy, and this camera guy is getting this conversation, and the guy's nodding at Brian in a condescending way. So no matter what Brian says, just the body language and just the way that it's shot can shape it in a negative way, and I don't like that.
And you're right, there is truth delivered, because every day I watch Z and Don't Come On, he triggers me because he shares truthful information and doesn't realize it's globe proof.
Tommy, you and I've had
Real
this
talk, man.
conversation. You
Good to see
know
you.
that you're
Good
in
to
a
see you.
team that no
Nice to
matter
see you.
what, you're
Much
always
love.
going to be globe because you have an identity in these
Because I
communities about being a globe.
Sometimes I'm kind of a son of a bitch like that.
You like being a globie. You don't care what the reality
Welcome,
is.
everybody.
No, the
Welcome to
whole
the Z
community
Show.
does this. They say, I believe someone that told me, when it's like, no, I can, like, was it Sterling? Someone in the chat was like, why is the North Star always sitting still? Like, exactly, that's the North Star, where it's the closest star to our axis spin. And that's why it sits there.
Stop it. We're not doing this with you. I'm not
Okay,
doing
we don't
this
have
whole
to do it.
globe
I'm
thing
just
with you.
Rose
You
in
just
the
know my
chat
take.
sounded globe leaning, and I wondered what.
The science
her
doesn't
globe
lie.
was.
The science doesn't lie.
Rose's stance.
The
Rose
science
might
doesn't
be
lie.
a Fino. Rose, could you be considered a Fino? So a Fino is flat in name.
Flatter in
only.
name only. It's very clever.
Right. A Fino is a flat in name only. Okay, like
Death hunts us all. Boo hoo hoo.
Patrick from OTW News.
Is
He's
a
a
moron.
Fino. He's a Fino. Like Patrick's like, oh, I'm a flat earther when Martin Liedke is going to come on my show. I'm a Fino.
And he's Canadian.
Paul Unslaved, and he was a Fino. When Crow 777 was reporting Paul thought he.
You know, I have some people on YouTube that I can't
Now all of a
stand.
sudden that Paul's.
You know, I have some people on YouTube that I can't stand.
Conversation.
No,
Dustafino.
fuck, I'm stumbling on my words. Benton says he's out of content.
I think I'm relinquishing all labels at this time, and
wow.
Well, I am back to the information gathering.
Guess I got to get some
mode
rose
because,
drops.
I was caught off guard.
With all due respect to your boyfriend, I'm gonna get you alone on my panel. I'm gonna make you globy AF.
Well, here's the thing, Rose. This goes to my and I know like you're kind of MGTOW, like you're the most MGTOW of all the women I've ever talked to, Rose. But even you are evidencing why I always say that women are ruled by their emotions, because you are emotional. You're upset right now at Dave Weiss, and you're allowing your emotions to overrule your
But it's
logical
what
mind.
makes them good nurses and childcare.
I get
and
so emotional, baby.
Like
destroy them.
Tommy,
I get
Rose is so rational and so MGTOW that I've even conjectured in the past, not now of course, that she may even be like
Okay, that was a
lesbian,
little
like
Benton
hardcore
break.
type kind of
Hold on a
style.
second. I need to get a
Just her
tissue.
small hat.
Thank you, Jackie, for the $9.99 super chat. Much
It's for, what
appreciated.
is it,
Super
like
sticker, rather.
Jewish
You think
princess,
I'll get that
I forget
right
what it's
eventually?
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
Yeah,
Oh, wait a
it's
minute.
Jappy. Rose is extremely.
Z has
she's
something to say
extremely
about
Jappy.
this.
Rose
Why
is
do
so
I not have a
Jappy
Z
that
much
although
love?
she grew
My
up
apologies. I got to get a
nowhere
Z
near,
much
like,
love.
Long Island, New York. She's
I
still
don't have an
absorbed
isolated
the
much love.
Jew-like
I have
Jappy
one as part of a
qualities that we
greater
see
Oh,
clip.
like I said, we have them in Denver.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you
Good
would
to see
think
you.
they just
Nice to
flew
see you.
from
Much love.
New York, but yeah, we have them
That's
in Denver
perfect.
too.
What do you think, Tommy? How does it happen?
Man, I need
How
another
does a
computer.
Denver Jewess
I could fix some of these
still,
clips. I could be
take
making
on
soundboards right now.
Long Island, New York qualities that most Jews have? How do you think that
Just
happens?
that culture.
Larry David.
Interesting.
What? Larry David.
And I like what's his name? That stand-up Hari Shafir.
They're not
Am I
in the
saying that
testing
right?
phase anymore. They've
The
gone
guy that used to
operational.
Go on Joe Rogan's
Oh,
show.
Ari Shafir.
He made a good point. Like, how did Pharaoh, like, how was he that close to like Ubuntu badass athletic African guy, but decide to put like Saul Rosenberg into slavery compared to like Ubuntu athletic
Like when you
African
get
guy.
high
Like,
to the level that I am right
I don't know,
now,
he does it better 'cause
there's a
he's
sort of
joined
a
the Jewish
sexual
family, but I
element
thought
to
that
it.
was
Well,
hilarious.
it depends on what you need your slaves to do. Like if you need your slaves to pick cotton, yeah,
we love
you
you
want to head to the
long
West
time.
Africa, right? But if you need your slaves to like crunch some numbers, if you need them to like figure out how to run like industry and business and
Like when
organize
you
like
get
you
high
know,
to the level that I am right
economy.
now, there's a
Yeah.
sort of a
Oh,
sexual
you're saying
element
the
to
old
it.
time Jews,
Oh,
like the ones
Miss
that were
Yeah,
Safani,
that's
oh,
slavery.
Miss
The let my people
Safani,
go
oh,
thing.
Miss
Yeah.
because you got to
Safani,
understand,
we love you
they
long
were
time.
Israelites. See, Tommy, the Israelites and the Jews are not the same. It's too much to get into, but
But are
the
Israelis technically racially Jewish?
no.
This
Jewish
is how
people,
Judaism blows my mind. It can be
right?
it's a religion and a race.
Well,
The
I certainly
Jews
don't
come
believe
from
in
the
the
tribe of
globe. I just don't want
Judah. We
anything to
learned
do with
that
the
from
flat
our
Earth
Rocky
bozos, and
last
at the
week.
risk of
They're
potentially
not the
offending Sterling
Israelites
Ray.
as such. The Israelites seem to have
I don't want
scattered
anything to do with the
after
flat
all
Earth
that,
community.
You know,
And
let
I
my
find
people
flat
go,
Earth talk
Moses
boring
stuff.
and
They kind of
uninteresting.
scattered all around. They're
And
not
most of the
like
audience over here
Roses of
tunes
the
out as
world.
soon as Z
See,
starts talking
Rose
flat
and
Earth.
her likes,
But
you
this
know,
is
they
at least
weren't building
interesting.
those
The
fucking,
politics, the
you
inside
know,
politics of flat
pyramids
Earth,
as were
the
depicted
FE
in, like,
community
the
are
Ten
fascinating.
Commandments. No, it was darkies.
That
It was
part's
always
fascinating.
darkies doing the labor. Do you think they could get
Coolies.
like
Coolies
the
in this
typical,
context,
like,
Z.
Shylock
Let me
Jewish
help you out.
presentation to fucking carry around those heavy stones? That wasn't ever going to happen, Tommy.
Oh,
God, the stones are too heavy. Oh, can somebody please help me with the stones? They're
golly.
excessively heavy.
Oh, my spilkus.
My gefilte fish.
My Genectigazoink.
The stones are excessively heavy. I'm gonna call this.
No, but in this
supervisor.
great delusion, now we're starting to lean toward like anti-gravity Nephilim alien technology built the pyramids.
I don't
'cause
know. I
they're
prefer
missing the parts that the ships landed on or whatever.
I prefer the Charlton Heston Ten Commandments depiction of the pyramid construction. You know, to
Damn
let my people
dirty
go. That's what I want. I want the Charlton Heston like saving like, you know, Ruth.
Thank
from
you for the
getting milled under the,
Cash App
giant
donation.
stone depiction. That's the one I want.
I don't always
You
know
I
who
wanna
the
see a
person
bunch of
is
Jews doing work.
versus
have
their
to
YouTube
quit
name,
using
and I'm
my
not here to
line,
dox people.
can't
So
say I'm
if for some
anti-Semitic
reason
if my
people donate
primary rifle
and
is
I fail to
Israeli.
recognize them, or if you
That's
would
like
like to
an
be shouted
inaccurate
out, please email me
thing to say.
if you would.
Right. Calling the Jews Semitic is like, you know.
I think I know who that
calling
was, though.
Jews
you,
are
like, you know,
Semitic,
not a
but
Meth-
I think that might have been
Israelis-
Jackie hitting me with a $10 donation and hitting me with a
No,
Cash App.
you're-
So if
it's the
that was,
opposite.
thank you very
You
much.
mixed it up.
Much appreciated.
It's the opposite. You'll
Yeah,
get
the
there.
rifle is Israeli, which
But I'm
isn't
too dumb
Semitic,
to
so
know
that's
whether I
why
can read
can't say it.
somebody's Cash App name or not. So
But either way,
not going to be doing that.
I'm not imagining many of these Jewish.
Oh, thanks,
people
Jackie.
doing
Yeah,
a lot of the
Jackie.
hard
Appreciate
labor.
that. Awesome.
That's probably.
No, that
I
was
was
the
not
whole
expecting
stand-up.
it,
Yeah,
but
that was the bit.
awesome. Love
That
it.
was the
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're working this too hard.
Hell yeah.
I can't carry any more of these huge fucking stones.
I don't know, man. They roamed the desert for 40 years. That's not a pussy thing to do, though. That's not a very Saul Rosenberg thing to do.
Right.
It was different people of a different time.
Oh, jeez, I
It
can't
always
even type.
devolves into the Jewy
Thank
thing.
you.
It always does.
Disgust against me, Shokas. No, like I said, I'm a big fan of the Larry David, the Saul Rosenberg. It's kind of like Germans made small mustache concept, but we know not all Germans are small mustache. Small hats, same concept. They're not all that producer R-word assaulter guy.
Unbelievable.
The fuck's that guy's name?
Unbelievable.
The one that had
Believable.
like Gwyneth Paltrow that was what?
Believable.
Oh, Weinberg. No,
Yeah,
Weinberg.
yeah. Harvey
Weinberg.
Yeah, Weinstein.
Oh, Weinstein.
All right, I got to get to the news, guys. Rose, you.
No, not the news.
Rose, you upset me a little bit.
Don't
this
make me
morning.
take my show back
This
and have to start
allegation
talking full time
He's in
again.
a Steelers.
Yeah,
I want to
this
make some coffee.
allegation Kind of set me. You spun me out a
Panel
little
for
bit,
10 more
Rose.
minutes, Z. I'd like to
I'm
make
seeing,
some coffee.
Like dissension amongst the ranks, and it's quite heart wrenching. Rose, are you glad you didn't go to the Flatoberfest? is it possible that you're expressing some degree of like FOMO, fear of missing out, or possible jealousy that you're not there? So now you're just maybe lashing out. Is it just possible?
I'm totally open to the possibility. I would prefer that to be the case.
Also,
No, Jay
Rose,
Heighton, I know Globe. I believe in my God.
Stop it, Tommy.
I'm just responding.
Rose, are you in some way fearful that you've thrown a wrench into your friendship with Karen B? Because you seem to have implemented her or implied that she took part in this subterfuge, as she was aware of this presence of this YouTuber. Are you worried that in some way she'll take offense to your allegations this morning?
I hope not. I hope that she'll agree with me that what occurred was not cool. I can't imagine her not agreeing with me that it was not cool. Now, I guess the only problem in the situation would be that when David told her that he was going to be coming and that, it was going to be like a guy with a press pass, that I don't think she ever would have known that he was going to come in there pretending to be a flat earther and blatantly lying and being condescending. I don't think she would have agreed to that. But
so you were in with that guy not knowing that's what he was doing.
Pardon me?
You were in with the imposter guy unaware that he was pulling that bamboozle. Like, didn't you say something about your name is attached to his channel somehow? I might have missed it.
No, you're off, Tommy. That's
David is the one who has the Flat Earth app, and he advertises Crow 777 Radio on the app. Okay. He also brought this guy in, Tyler Oliveira. You should bring up his channel and see the kind of bullshit trash stuff that he posts, all mockery. So how could David not know?
And this is the trade-off I'm always talking about, Z.
Sorry?
I'm always talking about how I see all my information as one big picture, but putting it all together at the beginning is where I'll be a little slow like that. So can we
either
connect,
that, Tommy, or you haven't slept in at least 10 days?
No, I'm fine. Can we connect this psyop of Discworlders with this Hamas psyop allegedly? Is it a parallel situation?
Whatever. I need to get to the news. All right, Rose. Much love. I'm going to let you recover.
Talk about Hamas.
Rose.
Okay. All right. Have a great day.
Rose, get at me. Get at me about that channel thing, talkies, the one the interviews with the L'chaim and the Oives.
Tommy, if you can control yourself, I'll leave you up for the news. All right. You got to put some type of restraint on your Asperger's presentation this morning, please.
Truth or Cop, I'm not denying it. I did a 2-hour stream. When it was over, I was like, oh, Z's on. I might as well stay up.
Tommy,
I'm a
based off
grown-ass
my
man. It doesn't have to be drugs to stay up all night. It's not hard to do.
No, you haven't slept in a long time. We've been seeing you spurg out, dude. You really haven't slept in a while.
Right, but then you don't see me, and in your minds, you're like, he's probably just on another channel. And it's, no, I'm sleeping, or going to the store, cleaning my house, or whatever. Petting my dog.
So here's the problem, Tommy. You find yourself in a tough situation because you're now dependent on whatever, let's say, amphetamine treatment that helps you go on your insane spurns. But here's the thing: it's now, what are you going to do? Because to keep your content up, you're going to have to keep up, your regimen of speed and meth to produce the level of entertainment that we see from you. What's going to happen when you try to turn the corner? You've now become dependent on meth for your streams.
No, the secret actually is if this community
Christos, I got some new drops you haven't heard yet.
And played nice, I would have absolutely
when you get high to the level that I am right now, there's a sort of a sexual element to it. Oh, Miss Honey. Oh, Miss Honey. Oh, Miss Honey.
I
love you long time.
People know I don't even get the shit done I want to get done and say I'll do. I need a staff. And not just this infection. I mean, a staff of people to get my content together, and then I'll just do the magic.
Yeah, I like Rose too, I have to say.
I'm not sure what you said there, Tommy, but either way, whatever's
Well,
going
it's
on.
like I
in the
say,
areas.
my brain remembers history and lore of events, but to actually go back and find it, oh, that's a bitch.
Well, that's the problem. See, you know what's funny, Tommy? So I'm going through my old content right now, and I'm pulling up segments and shit.
Me too.
Part of me was going to pull up like the funny stuff, the goofy, weird shit, but I'm actually just letting all that slide into the archives because it's too much. The moment passes. So you try to pull something funny from a character, then it's gone. People don't remember. The metaverse is what it is, Tommy. It just proceeds.
Oh, and not
it
just
moves
that.
forward. You can't hold on to it, bro.
I've been working on projects where I'm not done it while the community evolves and context change, and I just scrap it because I'm like, oh, now it's irrelevant because the thing kept evolving and changed. But I do appreciate that your content is ordered and dated, but since you don't use thumbnails, it's like where to even start, you know? At least with other channels, it might not be ordered and dated, but there's significant thumbnails I might remember. Like, oh, I think it was close to this. We're coming along, though. It's not like there's an income involved or anything. It's just for the lulls.
All right, everybody, it's time for news.
This is the news segment. And now your host, the Medic Warrior.
In today's top story, from the AFP, U.S. amps up military posture in Mideast, warns against escalation.
Nobody wants you to cover the news, Z. And I mean nobody.
Escalation in the wake of Israel's war with
They don't want
Hamas.
any of us to cover the
Two
news.
top U.S. officials said Sunday, hours after the Pentagon moved to set up a military readiness in the region. With tensions mounting, Washington also announced Sunday it had ordered non-emergency staff to leave its embassy in Iraq. We are concerned at the possibility of Iranian proxies escalating their attack.
In
against
fact,
our
I
own
actually
personnel, our own
realized the
people,
number
Secretary
one
of State
thing
Blinken said on CBS News
that we
"We
all
expect there
have
is a
in
likelihood
common
of
in this
escalation."
truth community
Well,
is that
Tommy, here
none
we
of
are,
us wants to hear
war in the
about
Middle East.
discuss
You say
discuss
you're a
the
Bible
normie
believing
news
Christian.
items. We
Is this
don't
prophecy
care.
playing
We
out?
don't want to fucking
Is
hear
this
it for the
just
most part.
false flag hoax? What's your take, Mr. Tommy?
Not
No,
interested.
It is playing out. I mean, there are the prophecies that have.
Now, part of me and now there are some exceptions. Part of that was me and Drew did the morning show Monday through Thursdays. It was him bringing up news items, but we didn't cover them. He would bring up the news item, and then I would just riff off the top of my head. You know, I would go off on some jag about the news topic, whatever it may be. But people don't want the covering of the news as if it's real. We don't want people in the live chats who are talking about things as if they're real. And, you know, at the risk of offending T4 lovers, also known as Jay, you know, last time I called into his show, his broadcast, he wanted to ask me about politics and talking about, you know, America needs Trump and all this. And I'm like, look, man, none of that shit's real. Like, it's just complete garbage. You know, these are professional liars, you know, all the things that we already know, right? Like I'm still friends. Like we're still, you know, internet friends. Probably always will be on some level. As he said, friends forever. I'm sure that's true in some regard, but I have no desire to think about or talk about these things. And I mean none. So anyway, I guess now that the coffee's made, let me hit the head and then I won't inflict too much more of this on you. Hopefully Tommy's not going to stand for this, hopefully. Although Tommy himself gets involved in the normie news narratives to some extent.
Always happened, like wars and rumor of wars.
People who say they were in the audience have also chimed in on Reddit. One person described attending the show as an absolute mind.
You're killing me, Z. You're killing me.
And noted that the comedian
all right, we're out of
shy
this.
away from expressing his thoughts.
Thanks for carrying much of the broadcast this morning. Much appreciated. But no more of that. Let's hit this again. Actually, this always bears repeating. This is Mitchell from Paul Unslaved. Proper instruction motivates people. Yesterday, this always bears repeating.
Like I was saying earlier with Snafu, you got a real problem with people that are really committing fraud, but yet you want to sit down here on this panel and call some dude that gets 20 views on his streams the fraud. It's facetious. It's fucking comedy.
Let Mitchell address this because he's here. So what's the situation, Mitchell? Would you like to comment? I don't know how much you've heard, but you were there, so you know the conversation you were part of.
I just got here, but all I heard you say is I told OTW to stay away from you. I don't know where you got
You're
that.
sitting around 2 to 3 other people who have the habit, as you have in the past, of maligning me.
I'm not responsible for 2 or 3 other people. I'm responsible.
You weren't defending me in any way or the truth. You weren't.
Responsibility.
Sir, don't fucking talk over me. I'm not talking over you.
It's not my responsibility to
We can go one at a time, can't we? Or are you going to do exactly what I just said? Get belligerent, obstinate, act out, and not even be able to answer for what the fuck. So you're going to fucking do exactly what the fuck I said the broken child was going to do, because I'm literally just that fucking good, huh?
Sure.
So you didn't provide any counterpoint narrative. You did this the whole time in agreement. You're talking over me, you punk ass little bitch.
I don't know.
You're talking over me, punk ass little bitch. We all just watched it. Why are you talking over me? Because you do exactly what I say you all do, because I know you better than you know yourself. Get the fuck out and don't come back. Loser failure. Sick of looking at you every fucking day for a year and a half and your goofy little grin when you get caught up as you nod and add on to whatever they're saying and then say you're not responsible. See, that's how I know you don't stand for rights, freedom,
Apologies
principles,
for the low
and
audio.
you couldn't do time if you did. Because if you did that in there.
I'm going to start it over. Because it always bears repeating. And this is a clip it's only 4 minutes. We're going to be watching this a lot going forward.
It's like I was saying earlier. It's like I was saying earlier with Snafu. You got a real problem with people that are really committing fraud, but yet you want to sit down here on this panel and call some dude that gets 20 views on his streams the fraud. It's facetious. It's fucking comedy.
Let Mitchell address this because he's here. So what's the situation, Mitchell? Would you like to comment? I don't know how much you've heard, but you were there, so you know the conversation you were part of.
I just got here, but all I heard you say is I told OTW to stay away from you. I don't know where you got that.
You're sitting around 2 to 3 other people who have the habit, as you have in the past, of maligning me.
I'm not responsible for 2 or 3 other people. I'm responsible.
You weren't defending me in any way or the truth.
It's not my responsibility.
Sir, don't fucking talk over me. I'm not talking over you.
It's not my responsibility to
We can go one at a time, can't we? Or are you going to do exactly what I just said? Get belligerent, obstinate, act out, and not even be able to answer for what the fuck. So you're going to fucking do exactly what the fuck I said the broken child was going to do, because I'm literally just that fucking good, huh?
Sure.
So you didn't provide any counterpoint narrative. You did this the whole time in agreement. You're talking over me, you punk ass little bitch.
I don't know.
You're talking over me, punk ass little bitch. We all just watched it. Why are you talking over me? Because you do exactly what I say you all do, because I know you better than you know yourself. Get the fuck out and don't come back.
And this is what I mean about Mitchell
Sick
is
of
the
looking at
least
you every
accountable
fucking
person.
day for a year and a half and your goofy little
He just
grin
acts
when
like
you get caught up
that was
as you
completely
nod
fine.
and add on to whatever they're saying and then say you're not responsible. See, that's how I know you don't stand for rights, freedom, principles, and you couldn't do time if you did.
He can't
If you
stand for
did
rights,
that
freedoms,
in
and
there,
principles.
You get hit up
Because he won't hold himself
and there's no
accountable.
explanation. We heard you running your mouth and talking shit and or nodding to what they were saying at the table and adding on to it. So we take what
A
they
person
said
who
as what
can't
you
hold
said.
themselves
Now you're
accountable
getting
or refuses to do
consequences.
so can
And you still
only
don't
be a
understand
slave.
what being a man is.
Doesn't
'Cause
matter
you're a
what
bunch
their
of broken
status
little
is.
bitches who sit around and commiserate.
Because
And
nothing
gossip
can ever be their
online
fault,
and don't give
therefore
a fuck
they
what
don't
the
need to do
consequences
better.
are
They're
to your
already perfect.
integrity, your reputation, or your rectum. for that
Damn near
matter.
killed them.
Because you know what happens in there to little bitch boys who come in with long hair and bat their eyes, right? And they kind of blush when they're in a company of men, you know, and then they go to like yapping and giggling and gossiping. You know what happens to them behind the wall. Why is he back? I just threw you out. I kicked you out. Why are you back? I don't want you here. We're going to watch the rest of the clip of you to know who you are, because when we ask you who you are, you go to lying like you do on the clips.
The clingy bit.
So there's no point in asking you anything because you'll never be truthful, honorable, presentable, or honest. So I don't need you then. You're deflecting, you're playing games, you're talking over me and acting out like a child because you can't answer for what the fuck you've done once again, because you make horrible choices in your life, everywhere in your life. Goodbye, slave, you're banned. I don't need you fighting me. I don't need you fighting me for mute buttons. You guys are obstinate, broken, belligerent children where when I mute you or put you in the back or kick you, you act out, you fight against me, you try to equalize and take control and power. That's why you all hang out together, because you're grasping
Meanwhile,
and
guess
lusting
who's
for
never gotten
control and
kicked or
power
muted
everywhere,
on Paul's
and you
panel?
have none.
Me.
And you keep
Never.
projecting onto me that I'm powerless
Certainly
and
never
weak because
banned.
that's your experience. How could it be mine? You wouldn't have found me if I was that. Are you kidding?
Now, part of that is when Paul's talking, I don't talk because I know he don't like that shit. Well, and I don't like that shit either. People do it to me quite a bit, but and it's interesting. What is this, Christos? Let me go to this link. What has Christos dropped here? Is this a clip?
Up in the same way you and
Hang on. I'm going to the clip here. Bullseye, says Christos.
I'm not
you
snapping.
might.
So
I know. I don't know. Can we move on? Actually, I'm not asking. Mitchell, thank
I'm
you, brother.
happy to move on, Jack, even if you just got to let it go. I believe your intentions are.
I never started it, dude. I
didn't
never
say you
picked it up.
started it.
You're telling me to
didn't
let it go. Mitch,
It would have
follow
to be a
your
mutual
advice.
decision. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm saying if
Yeah, he can't let it go. And I haven't even seen what the clip is yet, but yeah, he can't let it go.
we let it go,
Mitch,
I'm happy to just let it go.
Yeah, it's a lack of discipline. He can't let it go. The letting it go means the other person lets it go, and Mitchell does whatever the fuck he's going to do. And this is at the risk of offending the female audience. This can be, and again, it's really society's gotten to the point where it's really not even feminine or masculine. It's just this is how people are now. Some people just can't let things go. So when they say, I'm willing to let it go, what they mean is you let it go, and I'm going to just keep on the way I am. And that really, realistically, that has nothing to do with if the being is male or female.
up in the same way
Cool,
you
but
and
I'm not
you and
snapping.
he might.
So
I know. I don't know. Can we move on? Actually, I'm not asking. Mitchell, thank you,
I'm
brother.
happy to move on, Jack, even if you just got to let it go. I believe your intentions are.
I never started it, dude. I
didn't
never
say you
picked it up.
started it.
You're telling
didn't
me to
say you-
let it go. Mitch,
It would have to
follow
be a
your
mutual
advice.
decision. I'm not telling you what.
He can't let it go. It's a lack of discipline. And by the way, a lack of accountability. He, in his own mind, whatever he does is appropriate and valid. So when there's an issue, it's always the other person, no matter what. No matter what.
What to do. I'm saying if we let it go,
Mitch,
I'm happy to just let it go.
We can't let go of it.
I say even if we just.
No, you're not happy to let it go. You're happy to let the other person let it go while you continue on. And the fact that he can't see this, I mean, this is a psychological illness, by the way. This is a psychological illness that we're seeing here.
I believe my exact words were even if we just let it go.
great. Thank you.
So just for the
So
sake of
topic-
accuracy, those little words and
Wow. And see, this is actually, this is a person who means harm. A person who because not everybody has a defense against this. This is a person who intends harm.
twist of narratives really make a big difference for the sake of accuracy and accountability.
Up in the same way
Cool,
you
but
and
I'm not
you and he
snapping.
might.
So the person who won't shut the fuck up about accuracy and accountability is one of the least accurate, least accountable persons of all time. So much so that he can actually do things like this.
So
I know. I don't know. Can we move on? Actually, I'm not asking. Mitchell, thank
I'm
you, brother.
happy to move on, Jack, even if you just got to let it go. I believe your intentions are.
I never started it.
Well, and what he means is even if you, Jack, submit to what I'm saying, even if you have to just surrender and let me carry the day, it's a psychological illness. This is, and again, it's a person who can't submit, who can't surrender. And I'm talking about Mitchell.
You're telling me to let it go. Mitch,
It would have to
follow
be a
your
mutual
advice.
decision. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm saying if we let
Okay,
it go,
Mitch,
I'm happy to just let it
great,
go. Like
great,
I say,
great,
even if we I believe my exact words were, even if we just let it go.
great. Thank you.
So for the
So
sake of
topic-
accuracy, those little words and twist of narratives really make a big difference for the sake of accuracy and accountability.
Up in the same way
Cool,
you
but
and
I'm not
you and he
snapping.
might.
Well, and again, I tend to blame things because in spite of certain things that I've talked about, I've only ever dated ladies. So I tend to, some of these things I tend to equate with ladies, but realistically, it's my experience of having exclusively dated ladies is, when somebody, and I've noticed in the context of a relationship, in my own experience and observing other people, when the other person says, well, we need to work things out or work on things, what they mean is for me to do better while they stay the same. That means you do better and I will stay the same, right? That's what Mitchell's doing here. He needs the other person to be the bigger person and do better, but he's never even going to attempt it himself. He can't, number one. Number two, he's suffering from psychological illness. Number three, he's bad faith, and he will not hold himself accountable for anything, so much so that when I pointed this out in a live chat, and he was going off on me literally for hours this morning, my morning, his night perhaps, I don't know what his sleep schedule is, he eventually said to me, when I pointed out that he's never, ever in the wrong, seemingly, because he never, receives his comeuppance. He always blames the other person. He finds a way to blame the other person. Well, he finally just said, yeah, I must be perfect, and put a smiling face. Well, yeah, exactly. It's not possible. And in fact, I'd already said that, is it possible that Mitchell's never wrong? Of course it's not. Of course it's not. But he is absolutely, because of the way this realm works. Good to see you, Mr. Me, by the way. Because of the way this realm. Oh, and I got a clip for you, sir. Hang on while you're here. I hope you're still here. I got something for you. Give me just a second. We'll find it. I hope it's on here. I know I've got it. Damn it. Where is it? It might not have got added to the soundboard, but I've got a clip for you. Let me find it. What did I call it? Oh, here it is. This is for you.
Let's cut the bullshit.
How's that?
Let's cut the bullshit. Let's cut the bullshit.
Was that what you were looking for? Hopefully it was. Slowly but surely, I'm getting this soundboard. I'm getting everything in order with the soundboard. Oh yeah. Well, meanwhile, if anybody's limp wristed, it's if anybody's limp wristed, it's RT, right? Yeah. Put a little bass in your voice there, partner. Yeah, exactly. Well, again, because Gary Baxter, imagine being in the truth community, but backing up the financial system, right? Which is, other than the medical system. Basically, the financial system and the medical system are basically tied, as far as I can tell, for, the most corrupt, evil, institutions there are, right? So imagine defending the fucking financial system. And he believes in it. He believes in the veracity and the validity of the fucking financial system. Right? What is that? What is that? And I think I'm getting my YouTube payment today. Hopefully, that would be pretty cool. Like $315 from last month. I hope so. I hope I'm getting it. They keep telling me, yeah, Christos, thanks for letting me know about it, and thanks for clipping it in the first place. Now, what I've figured out, by the way, and I know I sort of cut off that, cut that riff off early, but that's okay. What I've finally figured out, Christos, is even though I'm technologically challenged and I am an old man boomer, so what I figured out is a lot of these clips that I know I'm going to want to replay, like, and in fact, I'm going to do this with Z, Z and OTW, the clip that Paul played yesterday. So what I did, the way I had that Mitchell clip, because that's 4 minutes, right? And YouTube will only let you do it's a maximum of 1 minute for a clip, I believe. And I'm sure part of that is they're trying to promote the shorts. but I think it's a minute. Excuse me. Is what I've realized is when I find one of these, you know, because it's too much to try to go to try to remember, you know, okay, which live stream was it? What I can do is actually go to the segment that I want to be able to play in the future, and then I live stream it as a private video to my own channel. So now all I have to do is go into my YouTube studio, and then I can, you know, sort by private, and then I'll be able to find the streams that way. So that's what I'm going to do with that Z segment. And then like with Paul, he goes on some pretty good rants here and there. So, well, I mean, goes on some very good rants, I should say. Same thing with that. I'll just stream it to my own channel, and that way I don't have to worry about remembering where it was, which stream it was. And that's why, again, it's critical for folks to email me links and time codes. But the thing is, you can't get the time code until the stream's over. So, and if folks have their own channels, they can also do the same thing. They can stream it to their channel. Just do it as a private, and then they can add me, you know, they can add my email, and then I can go in and grab it. You know, the more we work together, because I could cover way more of these other streams, except, you know, right now we're just dependent on, you know, I'm already doing what is a 24-hour-a-day endeavor. This is all I'm doing, and I'm happy to do it. But, you know, the more folks pitch in, the more the show gets better, you know. And I was thinking earlier, you know, if I ever find a producer who can connect to my StreamYard, the so-called keys, right, and who can produce in the background, I can go to the store. You know, I can take my walk and go to the store in the morning, and we can play Z, but have him on a like a 30 to 45 minute delay, and that way we can play just the parts that are interesting. Because if I like his show, if you cut out all the flat Earth and the fucking covering the news. And the flat Earth community stuff's interesting. You know, the actual, you know, what Rose was talking about with the Flattoberfest and all of that, and the community, you know, infighting dynamics and the politics. That stuff's interesting. But, you know, just talking about flat Earth, I have almost no interest in that. Effectively no interest. And it seems like most of the folks over here also don't give a fuck. Right. Yeah, thanks, Christos. I'm getting there, man. It's constant improvements around here. Yeah, I agree, Mr. Me. He did. And, you know, I was trying to throw some points in there here and there, but it's tough. It's tough to do with Paul sometimes just because he's, you know, he's covering most of it himself. And when he's locked in like that, it's tough for me to get in also without, you know, derailing what he's trying to do. And by the way, when I woke up this morning, you know, nighttime for most folks, there was OTW, 50 people in the live stream, you know. Yeah, of course, Christos. Yeah, absolutely. Can I email you the link though? I prefer to email the link. If you can check your email. Because more and more, I just have almost no desire to panel over here. And I don't mean you, Christos. I just mean, you know, the problem is for me is when just one random person shows up, I have to talk to them. And then sometimes no other people come. And now I'm just having a one-on-one when I would rather not, you know. And again, I don't mean you, Christos. I just mean generally. So, you know, I was pinning the link every day. You know, now I'm not only not pinning it. Hell, I'd prefer not to ever drop the thing for the most part, you know. Now, if somebody else wants to come up here and be like, hey, you know, if they want to fucking host the panel, that's fine, you know. Or if somebody comes up here like Bex, who can solo until the panel gets going, all the better. Do we get more emails? Oh, okay. That's just a login notification. All right. Send the link to Christos. Now, I guess since I'm putting the link on the screen, if somebody was really paying attention, they could just type it in themselves. But the chance of that happening is pretty low. And I don't have to let them up. And I'd just like to have a list of people I just send the link to every day. And then, you know, if they want to hit the link, they can hit the link. I might start doing that. We'll see. But OTW is doing just fine especially for the, you know, the frequency of broadcast. You know, if he was live 7 days a week, more or less at the same time, he would probably be doing bigger numbers than me, I would imagine. I suspect. All right, let me get out of this. Let me get out of this, too. Shout out to 34 in the house, by the way. Oh, OTW going live at 9. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and jump on that. Pop out the chat. I guess I can go ahead and close down Z's chat. Let's see if Z's done with the news yet. Or if he's done with the show. Oh, show's over. Ended 75 seconds ago. Cool, man. Yeah. Get her done, Christos. Get her done. Appreciate the help, partner. Yeah, exactly. Fresh panel recruits. Well, that's why I think that Charles Vaz replay, you know, when I was restreaming him, I think that's why that worked so well. A couple of times now, his panel's been pretty well received over here. Wait a minute, we don't want that. Make sure, yeah, I still got my chat popped out, don't I? Okay, good. All right, we're going to watch some Sam Hyde while we're waiting on, not that we're waiting on Christos, but I'm going to watch some Sam Hyde content. I know how much y'all love the Sam Hyde content. Some of you do, some of you probably don't give a fuck.
And I'm doing it for my daughter.
Did I, 21F, ruin our relationship by heading home after he, 30M, was late? Dude.
Well, and for some context, Sam's just been browsing through Reddit, random Reddit, you know, I guess a lot of relationship stuff.
Wait, heading home... You could be late. You could head home because he was late fucking 20 times. If you're sexy. I met this guy on a dating app a while ago, and we went on one date 2 weeks ago. We were supposed to meet up a week ago, but something popped up for the both of us, and we couldn't make it. I asked him if 8 was acceptable. He said, "Yes, I'm gay, 100% gay. Sure, I can make it." That's how you should text, by the way, guys, to get sexy, get pussy. You say, "Yes, I'm 100% sure I can make it, girl." So we agreed to meet at 8. I arrive at the place early. I receive a text saying he'll be a few minutes late. I waited till 8:25. I receive a text that he's 20 minutes away.
Yeah, I wouldn't have waited either. Fuck that.
Cold outside, area known for having creeps. Wow, okay, I'm going home. I get home and he's calling me and telling me he's there and I should go back.
I might have
So
gone back.
I told him he can head home because I'm not going back in this cold-ass weather.
Well, yeah, I probably would have went
I
back.
also
but
told him
I
we could have
wouldn't
agreed
waited
on 9
around either.
p.m. Okay, so you gave him a Reddit text. We could have agreed on 9 p.m. You should have just informed me on time, but you had 8 suits. You said 8 suits you most, blah, 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 Reddit, using logic.
Well, and the fact is, the guy's
He
probably
told me that if he does go home,
the guy's probably figured out from all this that that's not the type of lady he wants to date in the first place.
we'll never see each other again, and that I should be man, people are unhinged. People
They
are
are,
fucked
though.
up.
Yep,
And these
I agree.
these low testosterone beta males are so gay, and they're ruining the game. They're ruining the game by traumatizing these women. It's fucking with the retardation. You should be ashamed of yourself for throwing this all away for just a 30-minute wait.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yuck, man.
Or maybe you should have been where you said you were going to be there, bozo.
Well, they should, at least should give a TLDR.
This is loser shit. This is loser
Yeah.
shit. So many people are just
Fucking
wasting
losers.
their time spinning
Yep.
their wheels in the loser zone. Yuck, man.
Yep.
We got Wicked Tears with the $50. Hi, Sam. 22-year-old autistic goomer had ideas for skits and story potential.
I only saw part of
Anyway,
OCW's.
I can zone.
Christos.
Anyway, I can zone in on myself creatively and
Are
stop.
you a goomer or a doomer? Or a gooner?
Doomer.
Is he a gooner?
Maybe it's a gooner. It's a gooner and.
Do y'all know what
He's a
gooning
doomer
is,
who's
by the way?
gooning all the time. Gooning. I have to goon real quick.
That's a good question. I might do the first ever poll in the history of the channel. Let's do that right now. Let's find out, does people know what gooning is? Without Googling it, do you know, let's honor system. Do you know what gooning is? Yes or no? Honor system. Do not Google it. Nice. Heidi says no, but I know what a beard is. All right, we're at 100% no so far. How many votes are in? And do I vote in my own poll? All right, we got a no. Yes, Sam Hyde for the win, indeed, sir.
I gotta go in the bathroom and goon.
Anyway, I can.
He's got to stop gooning so much.
Anyway, I can hone in on myself creatively and stop putting off.
Hone in on
routines.
some gooning.
Right now, I'm researching scripts. And
Researching
screenplays.
gooning.
Or should I just niche all day?
You should call it a day with gooning.
Yeah.
The guy's gooning, essentially, Chris, Taver, Lynch. The guy's a gooner, man.
Yeah, that's why he's late.
He's a goner. If you're gooning, you're gone.
That's right.
You're a goner, guys. Ben, what are you doing over there?
Can't say I've never gooned, but
What are you giggling at?
I'm not a gooner.
Okay. Dude, everybody has to take a break from gooning for 10 seconds. I've been gooning the Sniper Wolf all day.
Same.
Sniper Wolf is so hot. Also, the guy complaining about being doxxed, grow some balls. I think Sniper Wolf should be deplatformed, but it's because she's a bitch.
She's hot.
She's a hot bitch.
She's
The only
30.
platform she should be on is my koch.
My gosh.
Sniper Wolf needs to hit me up. Wait, isn't she? Oh, she's Turkish. Oh, never mind. But Sniper Wolf, she should be deplatformed because she's a milky. What? Is it like you banned for calling people milkies?
No, that's just a funny word. A milky.
Now, can we use AI to generate a picture of Sniper Wolf with black eyes?
Probably.
AI picture of Sniper Wolf crying with black eyes. Oh, it's right there. Cool. Perfect. All right.
Like when you get high to the level that I am right now, there's a sort of a sexual element to it. Oh, Miss Sahani. Oh, Miss
SXE Phil goons the Sniper
Oh,
Wolf?
Miss Sahani. We love you long time.
SXE Phil's still around. That guy's got some
Like when you get high to the level that I am right now, there's a sort of a sexual element to it. Oh, Miss Sahani. Oh, Miss Sahani. Oh, Miss Sahani. We love you long time.
Creatively.
You gotta zone, brother. You gotta start zoning in on yourself creatively. You know what I'm saying?
Hey Z, man, yeah, big fan, by the way.
Well, first you
good
goon the
stuff.
Sniper Wolf.
I'm personally not
nofap until
interested,
cum
as
sprays out of
is
your mouth, like
most of the
SXE
audience
Phil.
isn't, with the and I will come up someday very soon for the no longer actively dying rather, because I mean we're all dying, right? The no longer actively dying. What do they call that? Mea culpa? Yeah, mea culpa. But yeah, we were watching you all morning, and I think what I'm probably going to start doing, because I need to be able to walk to the store every morning, even if I don't need to purchase things. I can no longer poop without going for a walk every day, and TMI perhaps, but that's where we're at. Mr. Benton here needs about 2 miles on foot every day. Too much sitting around streaming obsessively. Arguably, although certainly not obsessively. I am enjoying it. But yeah, I think probably we're going to play you on a delay. And that way, especially if somebody produces the show, I can have somebody connect to the StreamYard and just, like, whenever you start talking about the news or Flat Earth, we can fast forward through that. But the audience seemed to very much enjoy the rest of your content, even if some of them were hate-washing it, right? So well done, sir. Much appreciated. And, you know, in spite of some of the recent criticism, I've pointed out that Z's been doing some pretty interesting, funny stuff. And I definitely like the, you know, what I see as something of a heel turn also, in addition with the Tommy stuff, especially when Tommy goes globetard to your Flat Earth. That's a fascinating dynamic. Very, very enjoyable, sir. Very enjoyable. Some of the paneling, yeah, only caught the tail end of the Wounded Baby Bird. What's his name? Axis Rat Blood. I have a trouble with people who have the Wounded Baby Bird voice. You know, like something traumatic's happened to them, like life has happened, and they weren't quite, you know, they weren't quite up to the challenge.
Man.
What's up, Christos? I mean, you know I'm right. You know I'm right. You can hear it in their voice. Well, you can hear it in their voice, man. And a lot of times it's people who've abused opiates, but not always, right? Not always. But and I got nothing against Axis Rat Blood. I'm sure he's an intelligent, thoughtful person that brings a lot to the table. It's just that voice. Same thing with Morgan, dude. I just can't listen to that voice for very long. But anyway, what's up, Christos? Good to see you, brother.
Hey, yeah. I can say something on that, and then we can keep it moving. There seems to be some type of disconnect with certain boomer types. No doubt. And yeah, I have nothing against Axis. I used to go back and forth with him at cages where there'd be like no one there. But I'd be talking shit when I'd see him there because Cage gave him a wrench. And this is back when like I was still going over to Z's, and there's the whole bit about the Axis of Evil that was forming with Axis Rat Blood and Cage, and then
oh god,
whoever else.
Yeah, whoever else I can't listen to. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it was the like ongoing meme stuff of the Trutherverse at the time, and he definitely played a part in being, you know, that villain character or whatnot. But yeah, I know what you mean. Well, the main point is some people are unaware. Some people, usually it's middle-aged people, in my opinion, from what I've seen. They don't know how to operate the internet.
Yes.
Now I'm not saying all middle-aged people, obviously.
Many.
I would consider you middle-aged, and you're very adept.
Thank you. I'm very middle-aged.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll keep moving on from that. Yeah, man. I broke out the Nectar Collector recently, and I think it was a couple of weeks ago I was on here talking about getting the crystallized shards from that cartridge, from the concentrate that was in there. You know, using this G pin, this dab pin. I had this old half-gram cartridge that was actually made by family that I have. So also another reason to trust it and appreciate it. But I had a half-gram of DMT concentrated into a vape cartridge, and some of it had gotten left over for so long I hadn't used, so it crystallized. I have all this old dabbing equipment. I don't dab anymore for real, but actually a couple of days ago, I was like, let me see if I have anything left over, even if it's just really small amounts. I'm gonna scrape it out from the inside of these containers, and sure enough, I did. I had like Colorado wax from a couple of years back, and then I also had this half-gram of DMT. So I'm like, I could totally just heat up the Nectar Collector with the blowtorch and get to work. And sure enough, it completely worked. So, yeah, we're in a good direction right now. I'm gonna have some stories to tell people. Nothing too crazy, not like major trip reports, but definitely some interesting visuals.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Nice to see you. Much love.
You know, quote unquote spiritual experiences. Even microdoses can give you very like powerful feelings of connection to the all or quote unquote God. So, I've just been, doing my thing per usual. And another reason I talk so freely about this is like, I don't care if people get the misconception that, I'm doing this stuff all the time, because I'm really not. And I'm doing it in
All right,
pretty
guys.
small
You
amounts.
know how we do.
But I know it triggers people, and certain people like to get in their ego and
Now, how do we
think that
break
they're better
through
than others
this?
because they can have their spiritual experiences.
Now,
through
how do we break
meditation
through
or
this?
yoga and cold therapy, and that's
We're
great.
doing our thing.
There's a lot of different responses that I get, but it's like I've heard it all before, and then that's the funny thing. It's like I kind of went through some of these things already years ago through like high school and college. So like seeing people twice my age that are like looping in certain very juvenile dynamics rather than progressing forward and actually having like a higher purpose and goal. And yeah, I come on here for entertainment, but like, goddamn, like some of y'all need to look at yourself.
Oh shit. Yep.
But anyway, I'm just riffing right now. I just wanted to hop up here. I'm gonna hop on my computer in a little bit, but I'm gonna mute
I'm
up.
asking you to look
I'm
at your
literally just kind of
behavior.
running my mouth.
And I'm telling you,
Earlier
no.
you mentioned Bex. I don't mean that in a bad way either. Like good way. Can keep going and hold it down while you're off doing other things. So that's kind of partially what I try to do when I
Hell
come
yeah,
up.
dude.
But I also like having the back and forth with you. And just the whole casual aspect of it, we don't have to have some in-depth build. Sometimes you can just let me keep talking. I don't know if you had stuff you needed to go do.
Oh, I can. And
Also
if you
another
want to
reason I
solo,
hopped
yeah,
up.
absolutely. I'm always looking for a chance to do that. So yeah, take it away,
Well,
sir. Take it away.
That's funny, bro.
Say no
Okay,
more.
I'll keep going here for a little bit.
Please
That's
do.
funny. And if you can hop in and respond to some things, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay.
'Cause
Cool.
I'm not necessarily looking to monologue, but I will.
Yeah. Let's do it.
That's funny because when you just said that, actually, it, it made me realize, like, oh wow, like, yeah, you're not lying. Like at one point, at least weeks ago, you were saying, wish people would actually hop up here. Like that MGTOW guy hopped up, and then no one else hopped up. And like, I understand the expectations of paneling. That's just been kind of falling short recently. So it's just like, fuck it, why even pin the link? I can totally understand that. OTW is about to go live in a couple minutes, if I'm correct. Shout out to Benton for being on top of that. Another thing about computers that's good is you can keep track of all these things fairly quickly, whereas yeah, okay, you can do it on your phone, but switching between tabs and navigating on a laptop or a desktop, I think one can be far more versatile with that mouse rather than your fingers on a touch screen, in my opinion. Not anyway, that's a little side tangent, of course, but shout out to the Grand Rising show. I don't know if anyone, and he did say it was going to become OTW Squares after 100, I guess. Yeah, shout out to OTW. I don't know if anyone saw him last night do his stream, his Sunday, whatever, Super Sunday. I hardly saw any of it, but I did see he was reviewing some content, and I'll actually have to go back and watch that. Some things I say I'll go back and watch, but I don't. But this is definitely something I would like to see, or if anyone knows anything interesting happened, just let me know in the chat about OTWs last night, because I was already asleep. Again, going to bed early out here. I just picked up some homegrown. I am vaping on this cartridge from the Dispo.
That's why you never
so,
resolve
I'm
with
not
duplicitous
necessarily
people.
super happy about that, but I am enjoying it. I don't do this shit all the time, like some people that dab constantly or vape constantly, so I'm not really tripping about it. Especially when I got homegrown flower. It's a great way to balance out any type of off-centered, off-balance energy that could come from smoking or vaping Dispo stuff. Because I've definitely had a couple strains from the Dispo that did not agree with me, and I understand why real motherfuckers out here, specifically like people that would align themselves with truth, wouldn't be smoking from the Dispo and would say fuck that. pesticides and nanotech, whatever. Shout out Dick. You know, because that's real. There is a lot of bullshit out there that we're completely A, unaware of, or B, if we are, a lot of us don't take action on it, which is wrong, in my opinion. You gotta take action upon that shit when you start learning about the health, and, you know, health consequences when it comes to vaping all the time. I know there was that vape scare a while back. But yeah, anyway, I brought up the dabbing earlier. Shout out to the dabbers out there. I even like that they have the emoji in YouTube. On the YouTube live chat, the specific YouTube emojis, they got a motherfucker coughing into their elbow, like doing a dab type shit. And they call it like elbow cough, but I think we all know what that really is. Hey, shout out Michelle Moretti. Yeah, I'm just a machine right now. I'm not even reading the comments. I'm just talking, holding it down for Benton a little bit before we get OTW to start filling in for me, so I can take a moment to walk away as well and do some stuff on the side, and OTW will hold it down for both of us. But shout out to Michelle Moretti, the beautiful Michelle Moretti, and the great meme maker. You know, whether known or not, responsible for quite a few of those Paul enslaved thumbnails. Salutes. And by the way, I'm jumping all over the place. Yeah, the Metaversal Meme Lodge. Shout out, salutes. Let's get these thumbnails going, people. We need fresh panel walkers. We need more fire thumbnails. Yeah, and I was gonna say we need more channels. You're still here. There we go. Yeah, shout out Michelle Moretti. Hey, shout out me for being a member of OTWs as well. Hey, feel free to keep. Oh wait, no, yeah, we don't want to listen to that crap. What am I saying? We'd rather listen to me, of course. No, not for real. Benton, actually, I'm gonna hop on my computer. I need to go hit the washroom, as OTW would call it. Those proper Canadians, eh? You know. Please put the audio on if you are able to at this moment. Unless you don't want to hear it. Otherwise, I just need to step away for like 1 minute. Oh, well, before I completely step away, I have a mustache that y'all just saw. So get ready for that when I get back.
You can live the life you desire. It's right there in front of you. But in order to achieve it, you must first see it, then believe it, and then you must graciously ask and train your brain to help you execute your vision.
So when you start to focus and you delete distraction from your life, and you start to get seriously invested in doing one thing staggeringly well, and you practice that one thing over and over, a term to think about is mundanity. You do one simple, seemingly insignificant thing every day around your main skill, and it's very mundane, but small daily improvements over time lead to world-class results. Well, here's what happens in your brain. You start to isolate a single neurocircuit around that skill, and that starts to trigger a certain type of brain cell called an oligodendrocyte, which then releases myelin. Myelin is a fatty tissue that starts to wrap around that single neurocircuit related to that main skill you've been practicing. And when myelin starts to wrap around the brain circuit, what happens is you have accelerated learning times, you can see more quickly, heightened perception, and you'll learn more quickly. And that is really the quote-unquote secret of the great producers. It's not a result of some natural gift, but their daily practice, their relentlessness and their grit, their work ethic, and their singular focus and sacrifice.
Shout out Joel Osteen, Mushroom Seeds.
A great life
is built not by revolution.
Well, or put another way, a continuous disciplining of the mind.
Small and steady wins the race. What you do every day is far more important than what.
Hey, if you're back, Christos, sorry for the quiet and loud volume. Hopefully I'm not blowing anybody's ears out. But Christos, if you're back, you can talk. Oh, he dropped off. Never mind. Never mind.
Matter.
The scripture says we will eat the fruit of our words. You are planting seeds when you talk. At some point, you're going to eat that fruit. My challenge is make sure you're planting the right kind of seeds. If you want apples, you have to sow apple seeds. If you want oranges, you can't plant cactus seeds, poison ivy seeds, mushroom seeds. You're going to reap fruit from the exact seeds that you've been sowing. In other words, you can't talk negative and expect to live a positive life. You can't talk defeat and expect to have victory. You can't talk lack, not enough, can't afford it, never get ahead, and expect to have abundance. If you have a poor mouth, you're going to have a poor life. If you don't like what you're seeing, start sowing some different seeds. We may not realize it, but we're always feeding ourselves. What we watch, listen to.
Christos. Christos, are you there?
I can hear you now. What'd you just say? I heard.
Oh,
like
hang on. Let me
the
turn you
last
back
word.
up. We're having some problems with the. I'm going to have to put you on a different web browser. Is what's going to have to happen. And apologies for.
No.
I was listening on my
You're good.
phone, and real quick, it got a little loud for me too. So apologies for that, folks. We're still learning the audio engineer side of things. But yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Smell that. You saw Benton. You saw the Joe Cool video, right, from Copflix, where he's like taking off like a
Yeah,
spaceship.
oh yeah, yeah. We played it here.
Oh yeah.
Great stuff.
Okay, I figured. I just had to make sure. Yeah, I'm looking forward to these OTW Squares Brady Bunch game show energy that OTW's got going, and that is something I'll give him legitimate shout out on. Is I'm glad he took note that it was time for a change and shift naturally after coming to like almost 100 episodes now of the Grand Rising show. Although it is a vibe, and he probably could, if he wanted to, just keep going like into the hundreds and then thousands, like JRE type thing. But I think that freshness will help. Not that he like needs help for his channel or anything, but I think the novelty and the freshness of it, rather than just keeping it that same picture and then the same title, Grand Rising Show, even if it's been established as like a sturdy, pretty regular stream, and he's got good momentum going. As a creator, an audience member, I think he's doing a good move. Switching up the theme and the aesthetic a little bit with the whole OTW Squares thing he's got going. Now I would just say maybe he needs to get a doper intro that isn't so cookie cutter and cliche in some ways. And I'm glad he got rid of the disclaimer. I don't want to complain too much to OTW, but this is okay. It just takes a while. I think he would just be better off with the drums, the OTW war drums. Just keep going in with those war drums that he got. I think it's his own music as well or some shit. So I don't know. Sometimes I like listening to this in the background, and we all get a good chuckle when we hear Joel Osteen talk about mushroom seeds. And, yeah, but I'm gonna have to get OTW about that, especially since I'm one of his closest consultants.
Benton says he's out of content.
Metaversal Meme Lodge, And hey, by
Fuck,
the way,
I'm
talking about
stumbling on my words.
metaversal memes, I don't think people were necessarily there. This was like a week or two ago. Can you believe it? OTW really got a do-rag because I told him to get a do-rag. I
Z's
said,
killing it.
OTW,
Z's hilarious.
I thought he was wearing a
love this.
do-rag once,
It's great.
and he wasn't. I said, OTW, you need to get a do-rag, bro. I didn't think he was actually going to, but then he did. And we just pulled it up on screen one day. I'm like, because he didn't know what I was talking about first either. And he was like, "Oh, these things?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro. You get a do-rag that says OTW on it, just like you got that hat that says boss." My dude, we need, next thing you know, we're gonna get the OTW do-rags next out. We're gonna be selling those out of this world do-rags. I guess there's some interesting things going down in the chat, Benton. I don't know. I haven't looked. Oh, is he talking to Joshua Phoenix Fox, I guess? I don't know. It's funny to see it's funny to see the Pathetic Warrior making an appearance in live chats as if it's something special. It is special in the sense that he's never in the live chats, but the thing is, we know that you're always fucking watching shit in the background, just like Jack and many others, content fiends, watching everyone out here, not fucking saying shit in the live chat, as if you're off doing better things with your life.
Let me say what's up to the chat.
I'm not sure those are fake Z's, by the way.
More often than not. But anyway, that's besides the point. I'm looking forward to this show. I'm going to check in with the live chat here. Hello, Rachel. Good to see you. Yeah, I like OTW too. People are triggered that he's been on
Good to see you. Good to see you. Nice to see you. Much love.
People don't like to see him, going through his
I'm
process.
Glad, I'm glad it's the real Z in the chat.
And naturally, and just networking and developing with the people he has.
I like seeing content creators in the chat.
Yeah, it's funny to see how people react when.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Nice to see you. Much love. Much love. Always see you around. You have a good presence here. You have good comments.
How you hopped up the other day, and it didn't take too long. I mean, you stood his ground for a little bit. But yeah, OTW, I don't know what the fuck. I gotta go watch his stream last night because maybe he handled it there more thoroughly.
In my opinion.
I was gonna say, man,
and then he was whining and crying.
You gotta let those motherfuckers get in your head.
OTW was whining and crying because he can't monologue.
Oh my god, yeah, that was hard to watch the other day, but I didn't want to rail into him too bad. It's just I consider him a buddy. I don't consider too many people friends that I've met here on the internet per se, but OTW is a real one. And he's been way more authentic than I know. I keep using that word authentic, but it is an important word. He's been way more authentic than some of you motherfuckers.
Hey, I think Z's coming up. So,
anyway,
keep going.
Oh,
man.
well, that's wonderful. I've been trying. I was hoping he would come up here, the Pathetic Warrior, and maybe things could get interesting. We could get a whole panel of people going, right? But feel free to put the audio on because I am going to walk away here for a second.
I got it. I was. We're good. I'm back.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks you, sir.
I'll be listening.
Right on. But yeah, OTW, was whining and crying to some extent about not being able to monologue. Fuck, I'm here every day. I can do my stream and
that's bullshit.
That's what I'm saying is he can have
me
on.
At him about that.
Well, real quick,
go ahead.
Dude, I'll just I'll monologue till the panel gets going. I don't give a fuck. I'll just talk, and then once people pop on, dude, I'll just go back and do my thing. Who cares? Like we can all work together if we want to.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Oh, wait a minute. Z wants you to hang around. Yeah. So Z wants you to hang around, apparently. If you don't
who
mind.
said I was going to hop off the panel?
I don't know. I don't know, man.
You responded was funny.
I'm multitasking here. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
I'm not even reading the chat still.
Yeah, is this real, man?
What's
happening here?
Yeah. I'm going to shout out the chat.
Did you get any other ones on the soundboard other than Lou?
Yeah, I got
okay.
Yeah, I don't even remember. I got Notch. I got Notch.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'll just I'm sure I'll hear them naturally as time goes on.
And I got some OTW too. So, but I still don't have the motherfucker. I'm gonna get it though. I don't have it yet. I think somebody sent me an email of where to get one. Because all the ones I've heard, it's people are talking over him. And ladies and gentlemen, may I let's welcome to the panel, Mr. Zetetic Warrior. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Mr. Benton.
Good morning to you. Welcome. What's on your mind? Should I go ahead and explain myself as far as the no longer actively dying, or what do you want to? Where do you want to start? Or do you want to...
let's start with Christos.
Oh,
Christos, dude, why are you so fucking incredibly strange, dude? What happened to you, man? Christos, are you there?
It's a bit of a mystery if he's here or not. It's always like that with Christos. We never really know if he's here.
Christos, you know we can't hear you if you're talking.
I think he might have stepped away. Hard to say.
Either way, he's strange. Well, Christos asked, why would I be here in chat? Christos, Benton literally restreamed my entire show this morning.
Yeah, most of
and
it.
then Christos wants, right. And then Christos wants to make it seem like it's weird that I'm here. Christos, this is what I'm seeing in you. You're lacking all degree of discernment, dude. You make no sense. So as Benton restreams my entire show, Christos wants to make it seem like it's odd that I would like be interested in that in some way. Fucking weird guy, Christos.
Yeah, I like seeing you down there personally. I mean, that's just me.
Well, you're not gonna see me. You know I'm not gonna come around here, Benton. You're completely culted up, dude. When did you sell out, dude? I expected from OTW, but not you, Benton.
Well, I didn't realize that was the case, but I'm not going to put too much energy into fighting you here. But yeah,
I'm not trying to fight you. It looks like Christos is unmuted.
I know you're not.
Are you there, Christos? Were you responding to me?
No, I'm trying to get my shit figured out over here. Yeah,
right.
Just a bit,
you
bro.
need to get your shit figured out.
A bit like everything else you do.
Christos, do you understand how moronic
With
that
your
as
valley girl tone.
Hold on, idiot. Don't you understand? Yeah, me, dude. You sound like the biggest fucking
You're
valley girl I've ever heard.
zinking shit, bro. You're in the zinking shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just like you told Paul.
Well, it's funny because my numbers seem to prove otherwise, and so
you're
do all
on
the
a
content.
steady, you're on a steady kind of neutral slash down, decline.
Interesting. It's
and
so
meanwhile,
funny,
Paul's
Christos,
on the uprise.
Right. Yeah. So you could just say that because that was my numbers.
Right.
Otherwise,
Exact
and it's multiple.
opposite of the triggered
right.
narrative
You're going to talk
you had
over
from
me,
the
idiot.
get-go.
You're going to talk over me, idiot.
And then you got your boyfriend,
you're under a
Wonder
narrative.
Man,
You're just going to talk over me because you're a fucking moron. So you're just going to say, so Christopher, as my numbers prove otherwise, and I'm
going to be entertained listening to this garbage.
Hold on, moron.
Yeah,
I have
go
multiple large.
Go
so
ahead,
again,
you
you're a fucking
incel, middle-aged,
You're
pathetic
the dumbest
warrior.
moron ever seen. Christos, you're fucking
and
pathetic,
see, this never
dude.
goes anywhere. It amounts to a hill of beans because it just becomes dudes
You're
trying to
just
talk over
talking
each other.
over me. No, you're
if I let
talking
you
over
talk,
me.
you'll just say nonsense.
Christos, yeah, me. You've been on here for hours. I come on for 30 seconds. You won't even let me talk, idiot. So
maybe I should go over to OTW.
Right, exactly. So this is what you're going to do. This is why I don't come on, because idiots like you. So Christos, as multiple huge content creators are trying to get me on, as my numbers are going up.
Yet, bro?
Hold on, idiot. So as I fucking totally show that I can survive without Flavia. Yo,
why would I let you talk?
About you. You're culted up under a fat, moronic, sociopathic gorilla, dude. And you have the balls to say anything to me. Christos, you're the most slimy, pathetic person I see on these fucking streets, dude. I'll fucking dare you say anything against me. You're a fucking clown show and everybody could see it, dude. You're a meme. You have no content and you're fucking a loser. Get out of here, dude.
And you can unmute.
So where were we, Benton? Where were we with this idiot?
Yeah, and Christos.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Ben, I expected more from you. I expected
that's your first
OTW to
mistake,
roll over. Well, maybe it was. I expected OTW to roll over to a sociopathic, fat, grilled cheese eating gorilla. I didn't expect it from you. What was your thoughts in selling out to Enslavia? Was it just purely a logistical move, or are you buying into that bullshit?
Well, I'm rejecting your whole premise here, but I would like to go with the spirit of the thing here. But I'm liking your heel.
Really,
turn.
Benton? Last time I was on your show, the fat fuck came on and put me in the backstage.
I remember
It wasn't
that.
you. He did it.
Well, you don't have to worry about that now, do you?
Okay, so as you're disagreeing with what I'm saying, how could you have the balls to do so? The evidence is totally opposite, dude.
I've got
Why
big
was I
balls, but it's not about
backstage
my
by
balls,
another
so.
man on your show? Explain that to me.
Oh, I think it speaks for itself. I don't know that I would need to explain it, Z, but that's certainly not something you'd have to concern yourself with now, being backstaged. Because I'm not going to kick you. I'm not going to kick you. And Chris,
What's your deal, man?
Real quick.
Are you out of content, dude? You just restreaming me all morning. Are you out of content? What's going on with
To
that?
some extent, yeah, I will say that. However, I like what you're doing, man, and I don't like the flat Earth stuff, me personally, and I'm not a big fan of the news that you're covering. I like the rest of it, so why wouldn't I?
Okay, what do you got a problem with the flat Earth stuff? You don't like to know where you live?
I like the when you and Rachel and Tommy, I'm sorry, Rachel, when you and Rose and Tommy were talking about the flat Earth community, that stuff's fascinating. I like the politics. That I find fascinating. I'm just not that interested in the flat Earth talk personally. So I'm trying to compliment the show here. I'm trying to.
Well, you don't have to compliment it. You can do whatever you want, dude.
No, I am complimentary because I mean all of that. So yes, it's not for a purpose or a manipulation. I actually mean all of that.
All right, so you heard my contents regarding you and your health status.
Yes. What do you want to save that for your show, or do you want to do that here?
Well, I don't know how much to do shtick and how much to get into it. In reality, Benton, if you're well, that's good news, man. So all shtick aside, seriously, dude, if you had good health news from me to you, dude, I'm glad to hear it.
Thank you.
All right. So I'll step aside from the shtick. But back to the shtick.
Okay, good.
You know, I kind of was in your corner, Benton. You pulled on my heartstrings a little bit. I thought we were witnessing something here, but now you're saying your health diagnosis has changed. What's going on there?
No longer actively dying, as far as I can tell. So, yeah, I'm still fucked up, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to be around for a while.
What did you do, man? Did you go get a diagnosis? Did you get some imaging done?
No, sir. But unfortunately, we're on a medical misinformation, so I'm not able to actually comment on any of that, unfortunately. But yeah, I have not been to the doctors, certainly.
What do you mean medical misinformation?
Yeah, I'm on a medical misinformation warning. I don't exactly know, but part of it was as a joke. I had a one of my favorite YouTube videos is called I can't even say the name of the video or I might get a strike, but yeah, it's fucked up, man. YouTube. What are you going to do?
You know, it's funny. They're coming down on the C word. It's interesting you say that. But you think, Benton, you'd be allowed to talk about your own health, you know? But I read about maybe 5 or 6 weeks ago, there was an article that YouTube's coming down on the misinformation around the C word. So who knows? Who knows, Benton?
Yes.
I don't know, Ben. I didn't want to stay long, dude. I just wanted to come on and say, you know, all right, kind of weird you're restreaming me all morning, but I'm not going to what am I going to do about it? You know, it's just kind of weird to me, dude.
Only ever good for you, in my opinion.
Apparently, it's just still odd, you know. It's odd to me that Unslavia just wants to watch me, but in your
I can
stream,
explain
it's kind of
myself
strange.
if you'd like. Number one, I think there's something to having the two separate live chats. I know certain folks enjoy that. I enjoy it. You know, some of them want to hate watch you, so some of these folks don't tune into you. But then when I restream, you know, you're saying compelling things. Maybe you're having interesting panelists. You know, and I have excellent taste. I don't know if you know this, Z. So if I'm resonating with portions of your show, I know that much of the audience is as well. And again, this is not a kiss your ass segment. It is what it is. And you know, you can accuse me of being culted up all you want, and that's fine. But you know, the fact is, Mr. Unslaved will become aware that I'm doing this, and will become aware that you're welcome around here, as is pretty much everybody else. And selfishly, I'd like to see you around to some extent, and I'll tell him that if I need to.
Well, you have to understand that, you know, when you make alliances with certain individuals, it's generally going to create a landscape where other individuals are going to respond. I guess my only issue is my you know, my take is that, you know, like you're culted up. I agree, dude, that it gives a place for the enslaved retards to congregate every morning, so they're not just buzzing around my channel constantly.
There you go.
But are you aware of your status in these YouTube streets of being a culted one? I mean, whether or not you conjecture yourself as culted or not, that is at least the optics. Are you not aware of this?
Oh, yes. I don't care. See, that's not my concern. Yes, I'm immune.
So you really
to
buying
much
all
of
that bullshit that fucking fat gorilla's slinging? Like, you're still like not seeing through that yet? You
Which
haven't seen
bullshit?
the man behind the curtain?
Which bullshit specifically?
Like all of it. Well, I don't know where you want me to start. I mean, so if you want me to explain it, then either you haven't seen
I feel
it
like
or
I already understand. I feel like I already understand.
I mean, I don't know. Let's say a guy who considers himself a soft-sit man on the land, but is sponging off his 53-year-old girlfriend as he lives in her house, in a house that I'm presuming is paying taxes, and riding around in the passenger seat of a car that I'm presuming is registered and with a licensed driver. I don't know. Maybe let's start there with the insane hypocrisy. Or a man that calls himself polyamorous, but is completely and utterly obviously in a monogamous relationship, a man who calls himself alpha as he lives in the house with his single mother girlfriend. I mean, we could just start there on the insane hypocrisy shown by the man. I don't know.
Well, the first thing I would say is show me a human and I'll show you a hypocrite, and that also applies to me. However, how he chooses to live, that's none of my business from my perspective. It's just none
Well,
of my
of course, but does that mean you're going to follow a man? You're going to support this cult-like status of all his acolytes as they obviously ignore
what do you mean by
these
support?
hypocrisies?
What do you mean by? Do you mean money? Because I'll send you money if you had a Cash App, by the way.
No, there's multiple ways to support people, Benton. I mean, like I said, the last time I was on your show, I was backstage by the man we're referencing right now.
Not going to happen anymore.
Okay, but you say that, Benton, but we all watched it happen. So forgive me if I'm not completely willing to buy into the, the new current situation.
Well, you do. I hope you realize that some of the growth of this channel came directly from him having the keys, and that's the channel stopped growing in that way, and now he doesn't have the keys. I mean,
right?
And I'll say that to him.
It's the same thing with OTW because you're going to bank on your channel growing.
No, I'm not. I'm going to grow it myself.
Right. So you finally decided to do the fucking thing that's smart for you.
Well, but the point
in your
is,
long-term
it was
insurance.
Still a shortcut to where we are now. That's the point I'm making. Basically, Z, real quick, pretty much no matter what I do, I'm going to be able to talk to 15 to 25 people. That's what I need. No matter if I don't have to go live every day now. Now I can go live. I can take days off. I can go live at strange times. I can go live when Paul's live, and I can still talk to 15 to 25 people. There was a time when that wasn't the case. And the fact is, him having the keys absolutely contributed. By the way, just like when Drew from Chalk Body Outline, who a lot of folks may not realize, I had a big portion of his audience over here at a certain point. Then me and him had a falling out. Meanwhile, we're still getting along to some extent. But I know I've opened a lot of cans of worms. So if you want to respond to any of that, please feel free.
Well, gotcha. I mean, I understand like your motive. I get it. But the way it looks to at least me is suspicious,
Sure,
Benton.
absolutely.
It's
Well, you should be
suspicious.
suspicious, by the way. Yeah, I would be suspicious, certainly. The thing is, I think you're overestimating how much I care what you think. And I'm not trying to be a dick. I don't really fucking care.
No, I don't assume your level of care regarding me at all. I'm just stating my opinion. I'm giving you my take on the situation. That's all.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate the feedback, and I like having you here. And I know just having your icon when people hover over the fucking stream, that helps, right? Like I'm not unaware of these dynamics.
Because when I came in, you had like maybe less than half of the people currently watching now. I understand how this works,
Yeah.
I get how this goes.
Well, I know
Benton.
you get
you
it.
And I,
I'm
you,
saying
you
I
and I
also,
both know how this works.
Sorry for interrupting. I also get it. That's the thing is. And I'm not trying to be rude to you, Z, but the fact is folks who are from the part of the country you're from often will often underestimate me based on how I talk, which is generally to my advantage.
Don't assume that about me, Benton.
Well,
Do you hear my accent?
Generally.
Do you hear the way I talk? I talk like the quintessential Jersey Shore South Philadelphia fuckface.
That's not the
Benton.
point I'm making, but go ahead.
Right. The point you're making is you think that people hear that slack-jawed yokel-like presentation from a guy from Kentucky or Alabama, wherever you're from, and we're going to just assume you're a fucking moron.
Yes.
It's not the way it works,
but
dude.
Generally, that's the way it works. But yeah, I understand it may not apply to you. Yeah, I get that part.
So what's the takeaway this morning is you're not culted up. There's no longer keys, but yet I'm watching the entirety of Unslavia in your chat right
that's
now.
the audience.
You're going to have a real hard time. You're going to have a real hard time convincing me of your current status.
That is the audience. I mean, that, like it or not, you do have an audience with the flat Earth stuff. I had an audience. I have a little bit of an audience for my podcast, but it's not that strong of an audience. I used to have a lot of the Chalk Body Outline folks. I don't now, which is fine. But yeah, this is what it is, man. This is the audience. It's not my audience. I'm very aware of that.
Interesting. Yeah. What's your take on me and Paul? When you look at how it played out between me and Paul, I'd like to hear your take on it.
Well, I don't know if you want my honest take. I mean,
I want your honest take, Mr. Benton. I want your honest take.
The Paul's Beta thing, that's a tough one to come back from. I don't know that you can come back from that. It's just my opinion.
Proceed.
That's it. I was there for that. I saw it, and that's a thing that happened, and that's a tough one to come back from. Just generally. So I didn't lose any respect for you from it, but it's I've had my own. I actually came up with my own breakdown how I think that worked psychologically. I think that there's a lot that plays into it that I don't necessarily want to say here, but. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, because I never, gave Paul the keys to my show. Paul never backstage anybody on my show. So it's interesting you take an offhand comment I made out of context.
I'm not taking
Hold on, Benton.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
You're taking an offhand comment I made out of context, and you're using that to basically disparage me in a way that you have evidenced in reality in the past. So to compare my comment to your actual behavior, I find quite interesting. And the fact that you don't see that, and I had to just point that out to you, I find even more interesting.
Well, I do see it, number one. Number two, I almost never bring this up. I could certainly bring it up nonstop if I wanted to. I certainly don't do things towards you that I would view as slanderous, because that's not my style. And I'm not taking it out of context. I was watching the broadcast live when you said it, but I'm not here to hold you accountable for that. That's not my job. So, but I certainly formed an opinion based on that. Yeah, that's all I would say about it. Yeah, and you asked,
okay.
and you asked, and I wasn't going to bring it up. I could bring it up. I'm not Snafu who's going to bring the thing up every time I talk to you. But yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So beyond it, like I asked you about the situation and you pointed to a thing that I said once.
Well, but that's what I thought about when you asked me the question. Beyond that, it's very interesting dynamics. I see him attacking you at times that I might consider unnecessary, but I'm not Paul, so how do I know what's actually necessary? And then a lot of the stuff you've been doing, I just find funny. Like it's I do appreciate humor, like, so it's funny and humorous to me. And I am here, by the way, I've made no mistake that I'm here for my own entertainment first and foremost, and I'm also working on, doing a thing that I enjoy doing. But yeah, I'm entertained by the dynamics, I should say. Well,
speaking about entertainment, are you not entertained by the behavior of the cult members and the acolytes of the unslaved community? Does their behavior not entertain? I mean, you're entertaining them all morning, but you're not entertained by them?
Oh, well, my thing is I'm very, I don't know if you know this, I was trained by a cult to be able to tolerate a lot of people's behavior. And the reason why a literal cult called the Jehovah's Witnesses, why they did this to me was so that I could try to convert people. So I'm pretty long-suffering, but I did either yesterday, I don't even remember when, I think on today's broadcast, I went in pretty hard on some of the, although not because they're culted, just the audience. I went in on the audience pretty hard. I do that from time to time. Mostly I'm accommodating and, happy to see everybody. And then occasionally I tear them a new asshole. So some version of that happened this morning. But again, if I'm not
That
talking,
makes two of us, Benton.
Yes,
that
sir.
makes two of us.
Yeah, and I found
You
if
notice I do that sometimes.
Absolutely, and if I found if I don't tell the audience to fuck off every once in a while, they get some type of way for whatever reason. So they sort of need to be reminded, hey, there's the door. Feel free to see your way to it and don't come back. And yeah, every once in a while, a certain one or two people don't come back, but almost everybody stays here every time I do that. So I think you understand these dynamics to some extent as well.
Yeah, I've learned that one along the way too. What it does is solidifies your base and it kind of trims the fat a little bit and it defines it. And then people really want to, if they want to hate watch, they could hate watch, but it puts people at least, in a certain situation where it becomes unambiguous. You say, okay, well, you're a hate watcher now. You're a troll now. Fine, continue watching if you want, but this is where you are. Much like Heidi. Like I had to do that to Heidi. They get a little too big for their britches, and she found her way over here. She's going to do great here. Benton's not bad for you, Heidi. If you're moving on from me to anybody, I'm glad it's Benton. Just make sure, Benton, you realize that, Heidi needs to be treated with tender love and care. She's a very sensitive soul. But you'll do well here.
Well, thank
Heidi.
you. I'm emotionally unavailable, just for the record. But I'll certainly be gentle and accommodating. But I did yell at her one time. She came up on panel on my walk and talk, and I ended up yelling at her, which I don't like yelling at people, but it does happen on occasion. So I don't know. Might already be too late there, Z.
That's okay. Part of me thinks she likes the abuse.
Some folks, and I more and more I'm getting away from saying it's a woman or a man thing, but some people they can tell that there's something in me and they need it to come out every once in a while. And that may apply to her. It may not. I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Benton, the other day on my channel, OTW admitted that he feels a certain way that you're beating him in the Unslavia adjacent channel Morning Wars. Did you hear that? And what's your thoughts?
I'm live every day. If he was live every day, it would probably be fairly equal. I'm live every day. And like he said, he's not that great at monologuing. By the way, I can't just monologue every single day necessarily. That's part of the reason why you get restreamed. It's part of the reason he gets restreamed. It's part of the reason also I need to go to the store and do other things in my life on occasion. But, this is where I get a little annoyed with people like OTW. Nobody ever emails me and say, hey, man, could you do a thing? Meaning, dude, I'll monologue at the start of his show anytime he wants me to. I'll go up there and monologue until he gets a panel full. So he doesn't have to feel like he has to go up there and talk. I think he's putting that pressure on himself. And then, with the English is not his first language and he's a little slow reading the chat because of the French thing. Dude, I'll help out any way I can. That's just the type of person I am. But, I'm not going to just figure out how to help people. They need to ask me at some point. Hey, man, could you fucking start the show off? I'm going to be live, tomorrow at whatever time. Hell, I'm here anyway, Z. I might as well.
It seems as though, Benton, that your tactic is consistency in these long-form streams.
Yes.
Which I wanted to kind of pick your brain on that because you see my tactic is a bit different. It's the consistency, but the show model, right? Yes. I do more of a show. I come in, it's kind of like when it's going to start, you about know when it's going to end, and I move on.
Yeah, it's a format. It's a format.
Yeah. Right. Like you said, you're not too keen on hearing me do the news at the end of the show. But for me, at the end of the show, I kind of decided that it's a daily show, so I wanted to be topical. So I decided to bring in the news component at the end. I could see pluses and minuses in both approaches. Why did you choose the more long form, this kind of avant-garde Zen-like presentation with the 6, 7, 8, 12-hour streams as opposed to more the hit it and quit it show that I do? I'm interested.
Yeah, I think it plays to my strengths. Improvisation is something I'm good at, although not in a performative, comedic improv sense. Just it plays to my strength in that I can just sort of figure the thing out as I go. I mean, that's the way I look at it. It's worked for me. I enjoy it. I like it. I don't have anything else going on right now. Hopefully I don't end up going back to truck driving, although I might. And, Yeah, for now I'm able to afford to do it because of money that I earned working 7 days a week driving a truck. So and I'm working on my skills, and it's I need inspiration, right? When I go off on a rant, the rant doesn't come from the emotion. The rant comes from things I've already figured out in my head, but I need to be in a certain emotional space in order to do that, and I can't necessarily be in that emotional space on a schedule, if that makes sense. So I'm a little more just bombastic in a way, I guess. But I'm also controlled and planning. I can be controlled in planning as well, if that makes sense. So I don't know, man. I'm open to all of it. And in fact, when you were talking about having me host your show one day, I was actually going to study your format, and I was as an ode to you. My plan was to replicate your format. So I think I'm capable of it. It's just not necessarily what I'm as interested in doing. But your thoughts, Mr. Z?
Interesting. So you were going to do, when you were going to do my show, you were going to do the Z format. That would have been actually pretty cool. That would have been funny.
Yep.
Yeah. There's currently people claiming that I'm here now strategically to draw viewers away from OTW, which I think is interesting. I'm going to put it like this, because I know you're listening, Patrick. That yes, Benton is beating OTW in the Unslavia adjacent morning wars, but OTW, it kind of seems like Benton has, at least on this morning, said that he's going to move away from specifically catering to the Unslavia community. This may work out well for you, OTW.
Well, I don't know that I said that, by the way. Did I say that?
Oh, you didn't?
When did I say that?
It kind of seems like you're equipping. It kind of seems like you kind of want the best of both worlds. You're trying to walk the line between catering to Unslavia, but not turning yourself over to the cult. You're going to find, Benton, that probably is not going to be able to be a line that you're going to be able to walk for very long.
Well, we'll see. That'll be interesting to find out. Again,
just remember, No,
thank you for
come on, if
reminding
you haven't
me,
seen it already.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, so you're just gonna, you'll learn.
Well,
you'll learn just like anybody.
Now here's where
no one walks that line.
I'll push
Go
back
ahead.
by saying I'm not sure you care as far as. I'm not sure you're concerned about the broadcast. Not trying to be a dick here. I'm just saying I'm not sure that that's your motive, but I don't necessarily care what your motive is. It's not my concern. I'm just not willing to accept that you actually might concern yourself with the success or failure of this particular broadcast. But I will say this: if you've chosen to come here to smite OTW, that's fair play. Like that's within the bounds of fair play. So certainly that's okay if you're doing.
No, it's
that.
all within the bounds. But I mean, listeners, maybe I chose to come here because I'm noticing Benton is restreaming me every single morning. So I decided to come over and have a conversation with him about it. It could be that.
I think that's what it is. I think that's what
when Christos asks, like, oh, why would Z be here? Christos, are you that much of a fucking moron, dude? Have you lost that much of your sovereignty and accountability? You can't see what's clearly obvious to anybody. If the channel is restreaming my content whole cloth all morning, it might want to be a conversation I have with the person for certain reasons. One, maybe Ben enjoys my content, and this could be a relationship that I can cultivate. Two, maybe Benton is just clowning on me.
No.
Either way, it's still, hold on, Benton. Either way, it's still a good conversation to be had. But for Christos to completely moronically say, oh, look at Z over here. Christos, you look stupid in front of everybody. I don't know what you're doing, Christos, with substances you've been smoking lately. Get a hold of yourself. It's crazy. Any thoughts on Christos, Benton?
Well, I've enjoyed his contributions. So other than that, not really, no.
Yeah.
It was a little distracting when he was. I was trying to watch Paul, and he was when I was on the panel, and he was and when he was shirtless. That was a bit distracting. But other than that, no actual thoughts.
Interesting, because I did hear you say the other day, Benton, that you may indeed have occasionally be attracted to members of the same sex. Is that what was going on?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about him specifically, but yeah, a shirtless male can be distracting. Sure, can be, Yeah. And I can't be the only one distracted by that. It's not possible. It's just, it's Benton out here on an island by himself. That's it. Come on. It can't be.
Well, we've seen you with your shirt off, Benton. Let me ask you, if you're not indeed hey, you did it, man. You've shown it.
I know. I'm 120 pounds, Z. It's not pretty.
Okay, so what's going on with your weight loss? So if you're not you're not in a state of, let's say, terminal illness.
Well, I probably
what
am.
the fuck's?
Yeah, I'm just not
Well, I thought you
actively
weren't.
dying. No, I'm not. I'm no longer. I'm going to be here for a while, most likely. That's the point I'm making.
All right, so can we be slightly less cryptic so I can understand like what's going on with you? I mean, it's your fucking show, but
Yeah, malabsorption.
I don't understand what you mean,
malabsorption.
dude.
I'm trying not to
Well,
talk
if
in
you're
medical
saying-
terminology. Yeah, I'm
I've
having
seen what you eat.
trouble extracting.
You eat
the
very
nutrients.
healthy, dude. I've seen
well,
you with
yeah,
the
I know.
slow cooker, the sweet potato yams.
Yep.
The beet. I've seen you. You appear to have a very healthy diet.
I can't
What's
eat
going on?
processed foods. They make me sick. I mean, like, can't get out of bed for 2 days sick. Yeah, I'm all fucked up. But again, I'm trying not to talk about specific illnesses because I'm trying to avoid the YouTube police coming down on me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much they'd have a problem with you talking about yourself, but who knows? It's your channel, so.
Well, I'll just most likely we're talking at minimum chronic pancreatitis at a minimum. Yeah. And I know you know, and I don't want to say anything else beyond that. But yeah, that,
Well, that was my initial impression of
Hmm.
your presentation based off your symptoms and signs. Okay, so but it seems like you're, I don't know. It seems like you're kind of backtracking on that a bit. so I'm not-
No. I just I was so ill, I wasn't even able to maintain 120. I was looking at a scale that said 116, and as far as I could tell, I was still losing weight. So it seems like I've stabilized between I'm probably going to bounce around between 120 and 125, and yeah, that's still underweight, but I'm a naturally thin person anyway. I hit the weights for years. I put on a lot of size. So I had a lot of weight to lose, a lot of bulk on me that I don't have anymore. So if I can just stay here, I think I'll be okay for a while. I feel good, man, most of the time. Most of the time I feel pretty good. But I'm still fucked up and I feel ill. I have abdominal pain. I feel ill on a daily basis. Sometimes I get fatigue out of nowhere. But some of that's not as bad, man. Some of that's it's clearing up to some extent. So I think I've had some measure of healing. It seems like I have. Anyway.
All right, I think I understand what you're getting at. I'm just trying to
good.
find out where I need to classify you, Benton, like in my consciousness. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like
Well,
I'm
you know,
trying
I-
to get to a place where.
And I did this with my family. Like I told my family that I was, I gave them all the same spiel. So while they don't want me to be gone, I'm sure they're still like, what the fuck? This dude said he was checking out. Now he's still here.
Okay, so you're not offended with my commentary when I
it's
said
fair. No,
what's
it's
going
totally
on
fair.
with Benton? Like,
No, I'm
why is
glad
he
you
still
brought it up.
kicking? Like,
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up. Yeah, and I'm sure portions of the audience are also like, "Hey, what's up with this guy?" Yeah, so no, it's all fair. I'm glad. Yeah, it helps.
well, here's
me.
the thing. I mean, come on. I mean, like your weight loss has to be indicative of something. You know it. I know.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Like the
I
fact that
don't
you-
have an
yeah.
eating disorder, so yeah, it has to be. And in fact, I had no appetite for about the first 6 months of this thing, and I made myself eat anyway. Now, part of that was the weightlifting, and I've done enough force feeding that I don't have to be hungry to eat. So yeah. But yeah, I have an appetite nowadays. Yeah, things are looking up.
All right, Benton. So before I bid you adieu,
Yes, sir.
you could all proceed on with your broadcasting. You and I, look, from my perspective, I would say that I'm in an okay place with you,
Oh, great.
Mr. Benton. So, meaning to say, whether you're looking for it or not, I know you're not. You really don't care, but you're restreaming me every morning, so I do think it's appropriate for me to come over here and have the conversation with you, take your temperature.
Oh yeah,
to kind of see
absolutely.
what's going on here.
Definitely.
You certainly don't need my blessing to restream me on these YouTube streets. But that being said, sir, I can proceed forward in good conscience, knowing that you're holding all my hate watchers down over here on the Benton channel. You're giving them a place to express themselves as they consume my content. They
Yeah.
could all hate in full glory,
Yes.
uncensored, unblocked,
Yeah.
and
You're welcome, Z.
yeah, I think you and I are at a pretty good place.
I like it,
right now,
yes,
Benton.
yes.
At this moment, I think we've come to a pretty good understanding between the two of us. Good
Wonderful.
sir.
Fantastic. Well, let's not fuck it up now. So have a good day, sir. It's good talking to you.
All right, Ben. Take care of yourself, man.
All right, you as well.
Bye.
All right, the Zetetic Warrior. That was cool, man. Yeah. I love this, man. I love this. I love this live streaming. It's never a dull moment. And apologies for the people who said my mic was low. Actually, it's just a balance. Since I'm on the OBS, it's the volume of my mic compared to the volume of his mic, and he's coming through the StreamYard. So, and I'm not yet an audio engineer, so please bear with me, folks. But I think we're probably going to start restreaming OTW now, most likely, if anybody's down for that. Yeah, chemtrails, indeed. I do like the highly suspect non sequiturs. I'm a fan of the. I am a fan of the highly suspect chat non sequiturs. And good to see London McLevin. And you will, by the way. I don't yet have London Man drops on the soundboard, but I will. Believe you me, I will. Yeah, thanks, Rachel. Yeah, I thought it worked out pretty well. And, Sterling Ray, that's a fair comment about the keys, and I understand where you're coming from on that. I don't necessarily share your viewpoint when it comes to me, but I'm glad that you are able to express yourself in that way. And, I can justify my past actions all I want, but, I don't need or want people to agree with me necessarily. The fact is, I'm happy with what I got out of it. At the level of, not that I was using anybody, because certainly Paul is not the type to place himself into that sort of position to be used. But, I understood the deal I was making at the time. And, most likely, nobody will have, and again, to be clear, the keys meaning, a person who's has the administrative function on my StreamYard. The fact is, Truther Cop was the first person to ever have that. And in fact, I learned a lot about how StreamYard worked by him producing in the background from his computer while I drove a truck and watched, when I was able to glance at the phone, I could see what he was doing. I didn't even know you could make a banner. Like, I knew nothing about StreamYard at the time. And then I believe Paul had them, and then I took them away from Paul to give them to Drew, Chalk Body Outline, and then we had a falling out, so I took them away from Drew and gave them back to Paul. And then now nobody has, now that slot is unoccupied, so we may run that on an ad hoc grassroots, get in where you fit in basis where, and also sometimes the problem with the mic is I'm not speaking directly into the mic. These dynamic mics, they're designed to have the person speak directly into them instead of near them. That is actually Mallory. If you've seen, that's my favorite movie. If anybody's curious, this is my favorite movie, not the best movie, my favorite movie. Although I will say, I watched it again on my birthday, a few days after my birthday, and I've noticed a couple of little problems with it I hadn't quite noticed before. It holds up, but it's starting to lose some of its, it was seemingly timeless. Natural Born Killers we're talking about. But yeah, that's actually Mallory. He's looking at Mallory in his glass. That's the reflection is his cohort there. And in fact, when Land of the Blinded used to be around here, what's that, Tartarian Truth? Is that what TT is? Highly Suspect? When Land of the Blinded was here, he or she was always talking about Lilith, and he saw this icon and said that was Lilith. That was a representation of Lilith, which is apparently some combination of the masculine and the feminine. I'm not an expert on that, but that's the way I understand it. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, Heidi. And again, sometimes, not that this was your intention necessarily, but, sometimes certain folks are going to continue to communicate in such a way until I finally do, sort of spurg out to some extent. And I was probably cranky old man at the time. It's probably cranky old man. Yeah, TikTok. Oh, TikTok. Why are you? I mean, it's fine that you watch TikTok, but it's funny because that Chris Rasta was going on and on as if he has the answers to life and reforming society. But then the next thing you know, he's talking about somebody he watches on TikTok, and I'm like, bro, really? You watch TikTok? I mean, I guess it's okay, but what the fuck? It says a little bit about him. But yeah, Z trying to pass Heidi off to me, I think is kind of interesting. Interesting dynamics there. But oh, is he? Yeah, yeah, that's what I usually do. And by the way, if I'm still on OTWs, I meant what I said. OTW, like I'll happily come over there every day or whenever you're live. If you just need somebody to monologue, dude, I'm monologuing right now. I could just come monologue on your channel until other people join the panel, right? I don't have to monologue over here. I can do both with the OBS. I can be here and there, sir. And well, in fact, I am here and there. Funny how that works, right? But I want to support what OTW News is doing as much as I can. And I will say this about what and obviously I was holding back some of my points to get Z to engage in the back and forth there. And just my thoughts wrapping up on the Z conversation in general is, my goal, one of my goals, and the fact is I do play a long game around these parts. I'm the one-on-one conversation guy. I don't know if y'all have noticed that. I'm the guy for the one-on-ones, period, end of story. I'm the best at it. Now Paul probably is if he focused on it. Let's just call it what it is. I do think Paul probably has the best overall skill set, although Z's no slouch himself in the one-on-ones. Now, what I'm trying to do, in part, among other things, is I'm trying to have an environment where Paul will drop in, when he has something he wants to express. I'd love it to have an environment when Paul would show up in the chat and say, hey, where's the link? Right? Well, there is no link, sir, because I'm not trying to panel, but, we'll absolutely drop a link for Paul. We'll absolutely drop a link for Z. I'll drop a link for Christos, right? These dynamics exist. I love it. So, you like it, I love it. So I would eventually love to have Paul himself cruising through for a one-on-one. And part of that is I know when to shut the fuck up. Not saying he doesn't. I'm saying I know when to shut the fuck up and let the other person talk. And I've noticed with many folks, and Christos was doing a bit of it. Nothing against Christos there, but I finally had to mute Christos. I don't want to mute Christos, but and apologies to those folks who didn't get brought up, by the way. Nothing personal, folks. It was I was on one, and when I'm on one, when I'm locked in, I need to ignore the panel there. And by the way, that's another reason I haven't been dropping a link, because it's when I need folks to come up here and panel, nobody's available. Like when I need a break, where are the panelists? Oh, but now the numbers are up. Fucking, we're cooking with hot oil, right? We're cooking with Crisco, and now everybody wants to hit the link. Well, it's like, well, if I had Z's email address, there wouldn't have been no link because I would have emailed it to him, right? And I'm not trying to collect your data, Z, but if you could drop me an email, I would appreciate it. It would probably help things along. I'm able to email people like Christos, Paul. Why not be able to email the Zetetic Warrior? I won't blow up your inbox. You won't get any TLDRs from me. I've learned to keep it short. Yeah, exactly. NJ Jeep Girl. And I want to like Nubs. I just can't listen to Nubs. I can't do it. Nubs. Let's see. What's the list of, Christos, Yerk came up with the will have coffee with list, and then potentially a will not have coffee with list. I've got the can't listen to list. We got Morgan, Cage, Nubs, Axis Rat Blood. Now that I've heard his opiate, whatever that is, the baby bird wounded voice. I just can't do it, man. There's certain folks it's probably the undiagnosed fake autism. There's certain people's voices I just can't listen to. But yeah, let me make sure I got everything covered with the Z stuff. But yeah, I want to have an environment where people can drop in for a one-on-one chat, right? Whether that's Z or Paul or whoever, OTW, whoever it may be, Dick, Notch. We've had some really good one-on-one conversations, but not a panel. See, not a panel. I want to do a one-on-one for a specific reason with a specific content creator or another powerful person, someone I view as equal to or greater than myself in the what they bring to the table. And I mean what I say. If I'm still on OTW's show, I kind of forgot I was, but OTW, if I'm still on your show, man, you know, if you were live, this is why I was disappointed to see you sort of getting your feelers about the so-called morning show wars. And you might have noticed how I handled Z. Not that I handled him, but, you know, that was my answer was, look, I'm live every day. If OTW was live every day, I think we would split the audience. I think it would be equal. But then what would happen is the days when the drama is here, meaning like if Z's here or there's just drama, of course, most of the people will be here. But guess what? That happens with OTW also when we're both live. And I've noticed this many times because I think I pay a little more attention to this than OTW does. When we're both live, sometimes the drama's here, sometimes the drama's there. My thing is I know that if he's got 60 over there, especially if Paul's in the house, and I've got 20, I have no problem with that. And like what I told Z is, you know, part of me doing daily live streams, part of me servicing a specific audience has been that I want to have 15 to 25 people who are going to listen to me no matter what. So I know when Paul's live, if I just have some shit to say, I can just put the icon up and talk solo to probably a minimum of 15 people, right? Which is worth my time. 5 people, probably not worth my time. But I've been saying since day one of my old podcast, nightmaredystopia.com, I still own the domain name, by the way. You know, I've been saying since those days that if 10 people will listen to me, I'll keep doing the podcast. But that was a podcast, you know, that was once, twice, maybe 3 times a week max. And I don't think any of those episodes ever went over 3 hours. So kind of back to what Z was asking me about the long form is, well, I did a podcast. I did a 56 episodes of a podcast, and the episode lengths was more like an hour and a half to 2 hours, probably on average. You know, some of them were a little shorter, some were a little longer. So, you know, I do have an ability to do the more pre-planned, you know, format if I need to, right? I think some of this is stretching my legs, right? Well, yeah, that's true, Steve. But that is part of the dynamic, and you know that's what I told Z is I'm just not interested in the flat Earth talk. I'm not interested in it. However, I find the flat Earth community dynamics fascinating because I knew just enough of it to halfway follow what Rose was saying earlier. I knew just enough to sort of follow along. That's to me is fascinating. You know, the personality politics. You know, the various agendas at play, the fact that there's apparently a once-a-year event that I absolutely would have went to if I had realized that was a thing. Unfortunately, I now must apparently wait an entire year because I guess I've just missed it. Thank you, Jimbo Khan, for the $6.39 super chat. Good show, sir, indeed. Well, that's with the help of the audience as well. And you know, back to Z's point about me restreaming him, and I'm probably will continue to do so on a regular basis, although not necessarily. You know, another thing about the long form is, you know, it does lend itself to, you know, being able to experiment and try different things. But, you know, part of that is I need to be able to step away from the mic on occasion, and my digestion, my bowels have now told me that they're not interested in me. You know, I need to take a walk every day, or you know, the waste is not going to come out properly. So I must step away at some point. And this is a 24-hour, it is literally a 24-hour endeavor. And that's probably, you know, OTW probably has a life. He probably has to go earn a living. I already earned my living, meaning I drove a truck 7 days a week for, you know, months on end. That's not an exaggeration, by the way. So once the truck driving money's over with, well, then I will be in a very different spot. So, you know, OTW probably doesn't have the luxury of going live every day. But if he went live 7 days a week, I promise you, we would most likely be doing equal numbers, most likely. Meanwhile, if you want to keep doing what you're doing, OTW, I'm a fan, and you know, I would have already been restreaming you by now, except apparently you're restreaming me, so which is completely fine. I enjoy being able to talk to and that's, you know, the thing with Z is it's only ever a good thing if I'm restreaming him. Meanwhile, certain folks will find his channel because I'm restreaming him. Then also, because there are, believe it or not, just random people stumble in here on occasion. Number 2, yeah, I'm going to play some sound effects. I'm going to talk over him at times, and he won't know that I'm doing that. But again, that's just, you know, the people who want to hate watch him, And then some folks like to watch him and just maybe there for whatever reason not tuning in and would prefer to listen to me talk, except, well, I'm on my way to the store, so here, listen to Z. Why not? I know if I can listen to it, I know other people can listen to it. Not everything's for everybody, clearly, but I do have excellent taste. And, as far as the Paul Z drama, I'm not willing to accept Z's premise about how Paul chooses to live his life. And I'm also not willing to accept Paul's premise about Z just being completely irredeemable and all of these things. Like, I don't accept that. But I'm also not here to defend Z either, right? So, next time I go on Paul's panel, if he wants to confront me about certain things, all I can really do is just tell him how I see it. And then, he will either choose not to have me on the show or he will continue to have me on the show. I'm sorry, his broadcast, because I know he doesn't like it when I call it a show. See, that's up to him to determine that. And the fact is, a great deal of the subs to this channel came from me either being on Paul's panel or Paul having the keys over here. But at a certain point, I will sink or swim on my own merits, which I would like to think is happening now. Yeah, it's called gumption, Jimbo Khan. That's right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I suspect I know who Huge is, but even if I don't, I like what you're putting down. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Huge. So I'll have my suspicions about who you may or may not be, but it's kind of more fun not to know. I'd rather not know to some extent. All right, peace out, Mr. London Man. Peace out. Now, am I still solo on OTW show? Because I'm running out of steam here, OTW, just for the record. So I might have to drop the link on my side, but why don't we go over to OTW's? Is there a link up? See, I should have already came over there, realistically. The thing is, I might not want to stay OTW. I might not want to hang out. That's the thing. So I don't know that I want to go hit his link. Wait a minute. Oh, he's got me paused. Okay, I'm not live. Okay, they got a panel going. Okay, good deal. So now I can restream him. We can go Inception. So let's do that. Let's do that. Since he's got me paused. Should I refresh and get the chat back? I guess I probably should, right? Is that going to kill the screen share? Nope.
Someone's up there.
Hey, play the song, bro. Play the song. Don't read it off.
Oh yeah.
Play the song.
Yeah.
Christos producing. I like it.
Here comes the money.
Oh yeah. So thank you to hold on, let me click here to go see who gave us a marvelous gift this morning. Click to see.
Do I get any?
I'm clicking now.
No, you don't.
Oh, thank you to Miss Sunshine Time. Thank
Shout
you
out
very
to
much
Sunshine
for
Time.
your generous gift. Thank you so much.
Awesome,
It was-
Sunshine
wow,
Time.
man. I feel
Fantastic.
so appreciated. Woo! And we
Yep.
got another one.
It's a good
We have
feeling
another
getting
one,
them
ladies and gentlemen.
donos.
Somebody else decided to contribute. Let's go see who that was.
Oh, fantastic. I love that, Huge.
Someone decided to support
King Troll
you.
in the house.
Let's go see. Oh, Mr. Jimmy Shively. Much love, brother. You're the best, man. Wow.
Out of everybody
Aren't you
that
guys
I've ever
awesome?
heard donate, Jimmy Shively has definitely
Gary
given
donated to me,
the
but
most
I didn't get
donations.
any-
Whether it's
any
the
love from
most
Shively.
dollar amount, I don't know because I don't care. That's your business. But that man is a very generous man.
It's crazy, man. I mean, I hope the guy, he really does make a lot of money, and it's like it doesn't affect his daily life. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
Gary
doesn't seem the
donated to
type
me,
that
but
would be
I
that
didn't get any love from Shively.
Well, I don't know. So you don't know who you know. You never know. Man.
That's
It's
very
like, you
true.
Make sure, like,
That's very true.
You can afford that, and not, hope your life is going very well, and that's, you're not sacrificing your well-being to, to help us. I mean, but I mean, it's so much appreciated, and I hope that I want to thank you.
Is that even
I'm very
possible
grateful.
though? Because
But I just want to make
isn't
sure
one of
that
the
it's all-
biggest blessings in life? Isn't one of the biggest blessings in life the ability to give?
Yeah, it's better to give than to receive, I believe. Well, that's what they say.
Gary donated to me, but I
You know,
didn't get
inherently,
any love
when
from
you
Shively.
give, you are receiving.
Giving is receiving.
Yes, you are.
I mean, to give an example, a while back, I made a donation, a non-taxable event, out of the goodness of my heart for the betterment of Unslavia. I don't give a crap about, I didn't do anything major or anything. It wasn't billions of dollars, but wouldn't you know it, within 12 hours, I had that blessing given back to me doubled. From a place that I did not
Wow.
expect at all.
Wow.
And it seems what I've noticed in general, and this could be a superstition, but what I've seemed to notice is and can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I noticed that where there's truth, where there's the energy of truth, where there be truth, you're going to find abundance of quote unquote currency. I'm not saying fiat, beautiful women, and knowledgeable people that have more life wisdom that can bestow that knowledge to you. So what I'm saying here, not just like Paul's channel, but I see it like in a metaversal sense on Paul's channel. It's like, okay, where there's truth for real, there is going to be an abundance of resources. There is going to be a bunch of beautiful women. And there's going to be motherfuckers with more life experience that can also help you. And so I'm saying that as someone in my 20s, and I look around and I see a lot of people older than me. I see a lot of people that are acting like clowns, but I do see a good amount of people though as well that have a lot to offer. And I see when it comes to the quote unquote truth community, there are like sub communities that I guess you could say are more accurately hitting truth than others. Hence, we see the results of things that I said, and I don't mean that just in a material sense. I mean, two of the things you could argue are maybe superficial, the beautiful women and the currency, but
Well, where does beauty come from but within?
it's realer than rap. Yeah, y'all get what I'm saying. You got it.
Yeah. Where does beauty come from other than within? If you're not beautiful, like Paul says so often, like, not to sound like I'm fucking culted up to the max, I just hear what he's saying.
Oh, you are.
And that
You're
yep,
culted up to the max.
absolutely. True story. Regardless, if truth is spoken, I'm gonna adhere to truth. I give fuck less who. I mean, even OTW's intro, where Mr. I locked the doors in a hurricane is speaking. What he's speaking is true. He himself is a snake. Nevertheless, truth is truth.
That's why I leave it there.
Dancing with the devil.
Much of your sovereignty and accountability you can't see what's clearly obvious to anybody. If the channel is restreaming my content, a conversation I have with the person for certain reasons. One, maybe Ben enjoys my content, and this could be a relationship that I can
Stop
cultivate. Two, maybe
restreaming
Ben is just
me.
clowning on me.
No.
Either way, it's still Ben. Either way, it's still a good conversation to be had. But for Christos to completely moronically say, oh, "Look at Z over here," Christos, you look stupid in front of everybody. I don't know what you're doing, Christos, with substances you've been smoking lately. Get a hold of yourself. It's crazy. Any thoughts on Christos, Bento?
Oh my
Christos.
God. Well, see, this is just like
what's wrong with you?
asking HMFI Steve
I've enjoyed his contributions. So,
what he thinks about
other than
me
that,
when he
not
had
really.
nothing
No.
bad to say.
So it was a little distracting when he was. I was trying to watch Paul, and he was when I was on the panel, and he was when he was shirtless. That was a bit distracting. But other than that, no actual thoughts.
Distracting.
Here come the people saying that Benton's closet gay or some shit, bisexual coming out.
Oh no, he said something about that
Triggering
multiple
the
times.
peasants.
Yeah, I know.
He was just, you're just being real
Benton's
about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Benton's a real one, but I'm just saying, there's people out there that will take bits of information and want to just use it for whatever.
Well, I don't think anything can be as bad as Illumitami, honestly.
Indeed, and that's who.
Oh, Bubbles is fine.
Yeah.
Bubbles is fine.
Nah,
You just got to realize where it's coming from.
I know I distract a lot of people in many different ways. So we continue.
Yes, we shall, because either I'm going to say something stupid or we're going to continue this.
Can't be.
Well, we've seen you with your shirt off, Benton. Let me ask you.
I remember Z said he was
But
going
it's
to
not
start
really-
working
Okay, so
out.
what's
He was
going on with
eating
your
his
weight loss? So
chicken
if
and
you're not,
broccoli. My
no,
bad,
you're
I
not in
started
a state of,
talking
let's say,
right quick.
terminal illness.
Well, I probably
What the
am.
fuck's?
Yeah, I'm just not
Well, I thought you
actively
weren't.
dying. No, I'm no longer. I'm going to be here for a while, most likely. That's the point I'm making.
All right, so can we be slightly less cryptic so I can understand like what's going on with you? I mean, it's your fucking show, but
Yeah, malabsorption.
I don't understand what you mean.
Malabsorption. I'm trying not to talk
What
in
you're
medical
saying-
terminology. Yeah, I'm
I've
having
seen what you eat.
trouble extracting.
You eat
the
very
nutrients.
healthy, dude. I've
Yeah,
seen
well,
you
yeah,
with
I
the
know.
slow cooker, the sweet potato yams.
Yep.
The beef. I've seen you appear to have a very healthy diet.
I can't
What's
eat
going on?
processed foods. They make me.
The hydroelectric is fucking knocking at OTW again. Holy.
Thank you, Cricket Day, for the $4.99 super sticker. Much appreciated.
Yeah, so I had to shave. I'm just such a crazy person. I do things like DMT, and I decided to shave. What's going on with me? What have I been smoking recently? I shaved my face. OTW. The lighting makes it look like I have a Hitler stash, low key. Holy.
That's
cow,
not the lighting.
OTW. Right. Yep. It's just a Hitler stash. Just like Wiz. I need to find that clip of Wiz when he put on the little stash and he was doing the crazy eyes. That was great. And Paul was immediate like, Wizard, please. We don't need you doing Hitler bits around here. He was about to, yeah, he was like, yeah, because he was like, I got one for Brian O'Shea. He was about to talk about, 6 million cookies in the oven.
1 million cookies in the oven. Wow.
Hey, OTW, you're,
Oh yeah, guys, we got another gift. Somebody decided to give us another gift.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money
talk. Here comes the money.
We're gonna have to thank Jem for her generous gift that she decided to give us here on OTW News. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
It's much
Jem.
appreciated.
Thank you, Jem, for giving from your heart, from your pocketbook. We appreciate you. The boys are back in town. I yield.
Boys are back in town.
Yeah, that was dope.
$20 and $125, and yeah, that's still underweight. But I'm a naturally thin person anyway. I hit the weights for years. I put on a lot of size. So I had a lot of weight to lose. A lot of bulk on me that I don't have anymore. So if I can just stay here, I think I'll be okay for a while. I feel good, man. Most of the time, I feel pretty good. But still, I'm still fucked up, and I feel ill. I have abdominal pain. I feel ill on a daily basis. Sometimes I get fatigued. It seems like I have, anyway.
All right, I think I understand what you're getting at. I'm just trying to find out where I need to classify you, Benton, like in my consciousness. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like,
Well,
I'm trying to get to a place where,
And I did this with my family. Like I told my family that I was. While they don't want me to be gone, I'm sure they're still like, "What the fuck? This dude said he was checking out. Now he's still here."
Okay, so you're not offended with my commentary
it's
when I said
fair.
what's
No, it's
going
totally
on
fair.
with Benton? Like,
No,
when,
I'm glad you brought it up. Yeah, I'm sure portions of the audience are also like, "Hey, what's up with this guy?" Yeah, so no, it's all fair. I'm glad. Yeah, it helps
Well, here's
me.
the thing. I mean, come on. I mean, like your weight loss has to be indicative of something. You know it. I know.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Like the
I
fact that
don't have an eating disorder, so yeah, it has to be. And in fact, I had no appetite for about the first 6 months of this thing, and I made myself eat anyway. Now, part of that was the weightlifting, and I've done enough force feeding that I can.
Hey, Calvin, are you Gem? Because I've got yes, I did receive a Kofi. But if you're not Gem, then I'm gonna have to check to see if. Hold on a sec now. Someone supported you. Okay, again, another one. Show go there. Okay, it's Gem. Said, good, you stood your ground on the pathetic wallower.
Pathetic wallower.
The pathetic wallower. And wait a minute, I think I got another one. Or is it okay? No, that's the same thing. Hold on a second. I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Hold on a second. I gotta go check. All right, so that was a generous gift from Gem, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Christina Vergara, and welcome also to Mark Jones and Jay Phillips. Super happy to see you guys. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. We have 43 people watching right now. Make sure to hit that like button, share, and click the notification bell. And if anybody else wants to support, there's also super chats. We've got there's a link down in the description, one at the top of live chat. That's Kofi. And we also have now newly added, and we also have 5 members right now here on OTW News Crew. So if anybody wants to become a member of the crew, just go ahead and click that join button. And if it's in French for you, well, it's, you click the rejoindre button. Starts with an R. It almost looks like join, but there's actually join in the word rejoindre. So anyway, click that and you'll see.
Your bronze membership is English, but then the 2 after are like in French for whatever reason.
It's all French to me.
Okay, well that's weird.
Hey, but yeah, I signed up. I'm a member now, and OTW, I won't lie, I almost want that green name like Michelle Moretti, but then I won't have the wrench, so maybe sometimes we'll just have to take the wrench away so I can have a green name if that's not too much, but let's not worry about that right now.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's your choice, dude. When you don't want it, yeah, we can easily take it off, put it back on whenever, It's to the discretion. I mean, Michelle didn't want to have the wrench, so she says, "Please don't give me the wrench. I want the green name." So she doesn't have a wrench.
This is another reason that I really appreciate Michelle's vibe when it comes to this stuff, because that's exactly how I feel, and she's a great meme maker. So, just saying, I'm resonating with Michelle when it comes to these memes, and I'm excited to get to work with her and others to help people like OTW and other content creators as well. I'd like to make some thumbnails for Benton. Maybe at some point I get a thumbnail that I've made, get thrown up there one of these days. Hey, that's what's up, and I love that we do this. The cross streaming, no doubt. And your picture's not showing up, OTW, but if you put a new avatar, you should make it pirate based. You should really, because we got Chief Moose, or whatever he put his name as, with the pirate ship and the octopus. We got Quartermaster Christos with my undead privateer, Yellow Jacket Commando, and then you're just up there with the white default avatar.
It's true. It is Halloween. I guess I can go. Hold on. Let me.
Praise God.
Let me put something else on while we wait. Here, I'll put my old face. I'll put my old face back on. There we go.
40 people are watching
Hey.
OTW News Network from Benton's. So The simulcast is working.
Yep. So we have 82 people watching OTW News, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to hit that like button, man. Fucking spam it. Like,
praise God.
Be trigger happy. If you have a mouse, fucking, you know, too bad you can't have more than one like. You can like fucking spam the like button.
I'm sorry, Patrick.
And thank you, Calvin, for your generous gift.
You're not as good as some people
Thank
out
you,
there.
Swim,
You're not going
for
to be
your
able to
generous
touch the
donation.
mouse
The
already. All right? You got
$19.99
to first. You got to
super
take them
chat
on a
says,
date.
much love, brother. I'm feeling the love right about now.
Some of
Mr.
those
Swim. Thank you
broadcasters
very
out
much.
there, they can
I
just
do
call it
understand
out.
that,
And
but
next thing you
sometimes-
know, they're
Madam.
flying
Assuming,
out.
sir.
You know.
One day, Moose. One day. All right, ladies
We're
and
working on it.
gentlemen, let's continue on with the show. We have a
You're
little
right.
bit left.
I tried to get Cadence over here for you.
We have about
Continue.
maybe, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes left to watch.
I don't have to be
Do you need to decrease the quality or something? You just get up and walk away when it's
Steve,
time. You
let's all
streaming
be clear.
this
Your
on my
wife
end?
would
What's
not
going
allow
on?
you to give people super chats, I'm pretty sure.
Are we just dealing with your horrible internet again?
Yeah, Steve
OTW?
LARPing as if he would ever
The
get
ship is
permission
sinking, my friend.
to give people
It's up
money
to
over
us
the
to keep
internet.
it.
Meanwhile, I've given away $15
Oh man, hella
to
trolling.
homeless people or street people in the last
happens
week.
right after Benton's talking about we got 40 people on his end watching.
And I'm gonna drop. I'm
OTW's
dropping
about to
10 on
drop out
OTW.
again, I'm pretty sure.
I think when my YouTube money comes through today, it
What
should
is
come through today.
NT?
But you're just being a
New York
hater there,
Times.
Steve. You're being a hater. So nobody should reimburse me for my time, energy, and effort
Basically worthless.
for doing
Worthless. I mean,
6+ hours of live streaming a day. How about this?
Northern
Fuck
Taiwan.
you, Steve. You piece of garbage.
New
Fuck
Taiwan.
you. That's some loser,
maybe
I was
that's,
just trying to
that's
figure
probably
out,
negative,
yeah, what the
defeatist
cents or
mindset
Say what?
bullshit.
NT?
The fact is, some people want to give value. Some people want to exchange value for value. I'm here giving
Is
of
the
my
video
own
not playing, or is
volition.
it just
here.
something with my audio settings? OTW?
I'm giving the people a broadcast
the
to
video's
tune
not
into.
playing on my end.
Fuck you,
But
Steve. You piece of
150
fucking
Taiwan
garbage.
dollars is actually
Correct yourself before
No,
you
no,
wreck
I
yourself.
paused it for a second
Praise
because I want to look for something.
Ride
and
with
my
me or
internet's
collide
slow.
with me, partner. That's some weak ass bullshit. It's weak.
Yeah, that's one of the first things
You're
we're gonna
weak,
have to
son.
do now that I'm contributing monthly to OTW. And I'll start making donations like Jimmy Shively.
You guys hear me? Mic check.
Yeah,
These
we can hear you.
motherfuckers will support corporations, but don't want and governments, but don't want an individual
The ship is
person to
sinking,
get anything.
Captain.
That's fucked up, man. No
I've already
problem
walked the plank.
giving rich ass bankers free money for nothing, but don't want a
Right, so
person
I
like
guess you
me to
can't
get a
hear
dime.
us. Yeah,
It's
hard to follow up
ridiculous.
with anything.
I suggest you get the fuck
Holy
out of here and don't
crap.
ever come back, Steve. That would be my suggestion to you. You don't belong here. How about you
Facepalm?
find the door and don't come back?
No, not Captain.
Because I don't need people like you around. You
John
piece of
Carl.
trash. I mean, that's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
insane to me. I can't ever
to Star Trek.
relate to somebody's
hear OTW.
mindset
I
that has
hear
a
him smoking a
problem
bowl. He's-
with
dude, he's just
somebody
playing
receiving
games.
donations.
The captain's
Right.
sitting
Meanwhile,
there in
we
his
all
chamber,
know
he's smoking
your
his
wife
pipe
don't
while-
Dude,
give
everything
you
is
the
lying,
permission
man.
to give to people.
He's
So it's a
reloading his
non-fucking
RPK.
starter for you, partner.
Fucking internet's acting
And
up,
nobody
guys.
cares
Give me a
about
break. I'm
Aaron
trying to figure
Haywood,
this
for the
out, man.
record. Yeah, but nobody cares about that, Angela. Like Angelo, nobody cares about Aaron Haywood. Like literally nobody. Yeah.
Hashtag win the
Yeah,
terrible
nobody
broadcast
here
for
talks
late
about the
watching
war in
live.
Israel. It's never come up, Angelo. Not one time. This is an audience of people who have
Here,
no
you know
desire
what?
to talk about the war in
Yeah,
Israel.
I just screen share it.
We're not
This
interested.
will make things 10 times
Politics,
Yeah, you screen share it
geopolitics
'cause,
is
my
fake,
computer can't
sir.
handle it.
Geopolitics is, as
Holy.
presented in the media, is literally fake. So yeah, maybe they're blowing each other up in Israel. I don't fucking know what's happening over there. I got my own suspicions about what may actually be happening. But we're the people who don't want to talk about that stupid ass bullshit. It's dumb. We don't want to talk about it. Yeah. There's no link, Steve. You're not welcome on the broadcast. We don't come up on panels and hash out our differences up here. Yeah. Not interested. Now, if you want to solo it, I'll drop off and just let you say your piece if you want. But I'm not interested in equalizing with you. Oh, good. I'm wrong. Fantastic. I love being wrong.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out exactly.
Now I have to bring him up, right? Now I have to, right? This is an interesting position to be in.
Zetetic Warrior left the scene, so it's just
Captain,
Benson
the
by
ship is
himself.
sinking.
Yeah,
Captain, the
this
ship
is an
sinking.
interesting position to be in. And by the way, they should have went to me because OTW, my recap is always going to be interesting. My recap.
Dude, can't you hear me when I'm talking to you?
Well played, Steve. This is quite the conundrum. I've stepped.
All right. Well,
I've stepped on my
it
own
was
dick
fine
here.
where it was. Benton was by himself on the stream when Zetetic had left. That's where I gave you the time.
We're gonna do the restream inception here.
No, it's my recap.
Well, I just want to see the end. I guess everybody else wanted to see the end.
I regularly misunderstand Steve. By the way, that's a thing that's happened over time.
We can't see the end there if I don't.
So what do you want to do, Steve?
I don't even know
What do you want to do?
that last part.
Thank you for your generous donation, by the way.
Well,
Much appreciated.
Right when Zetetic left.
OTW, man, my recap. You were gonna want to hear my recap.
I guess I misunderstood your communication. Sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, I'm going to go figure something out for the internet.
Oh yeah, you got two mics on, bro. I'm gonna share something that's more interesting, unless we're just gonna do the interaction with Benton here. But yeah, if you give it over to me again, I'll go find something else we can review, other than going back and forth with Benton. So you're already away. Oh, your phone, you can put me in.
All right, I'll talk to Steve. We'll all get to see me backpedal and everything. Only Steve, though. I'm not trying to talk to nobody else.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, Steve.
Even though it didn't happen.
Well, and I do want to say this, Steve, before you come up. All the comments are about me on some level, whether you know it. Like,
Right.
from my perspective, all the comments are about me, whether people intend it that way or not. So I may have to apologize, though. Apologies may be in order. So if you want to come up and receive your apology, that if we can do that, right, that can happen. But yeah, I frequently
Still here?
misunderstand Steve. That seems to be a common theme that's happened over time.
All right. 1 sec. Let me bring that to screen. Got it.
Oh,
Add
man.
to stage. There you go. I had to do it from my phone, man.
Yeah, so you might have to do a poll, man. We gotta watch something else here.
Well, do what you want, Christos. Right now, I'm busy trying to fix the internet, man.
Let's be honest.
Well,
dog
thanks for
shit
the
would be better than
1999, Steve.
watching Steve.
If you want to come up, you're welcome. Otherwise, I will apologize
literally watching a pile of
for
dog
misconstruing and taking your comments out of context. That was it's no excuse, but there are times when I shoot my mouth off and step on my dick. So this was one of those times. So thank you for the audience's patience and acceptance of me in this moment. I appreciate that. Kind of feel like a dick, but I am a dick, so I guess it's okay to feel like a dick at times. Hey, here he comes. All right, hang on, Steve. Give me a second. Got to pause OTW. Wait a minute.
Environment and the
Hang on. What are they even playing here?
Terrence McKenna talks about as the.
Hold on.
My title is Ahati.
All right, here comes Steve. All right, Steve, give me the business. I need it today. I need the business.
Hold on, I jumped from my phone.
And thanks for the dono. I appreciate it, brother. I think you've donated before from memory. I think you have, and
I donate to.
I know you do.
I bought memberships for Jack. Shit tons of memberships
Yeah.
for Flo.
I don't know
my
what's wrong with
comment
me.
was the fact that I don't have a problem with people making money on
Yes.
YouTube whatsoever, especially
Clearly.
people who don't have a job or whatnot. My comment in there, which you misunderstood, which I appreciate, your reaction, but no, it was up to OTW.
Ah, okay.
It's a. I understand when people donate, you want to say thank you.
Yes.
You should at least want to say thank you. But when you have no content, you're not talking about anything, and people are just donating money just to donate it. To me, that's just kind of silly. You on your platform here, you're fucking more intelligent than I think just about anybody on these panels.
Oh, goodness. Well, I don't know about
So-
that, but thank you.
No, but just the way that your demeanor, the way you carry yourself, and your knowledge of things, you deserve to have, I'll not say reimbursement, but contributions.
Thank you, sir.
On the other end, I see OTW. Like I was on his panel last night, and we were talking, and Paul jumped up and muted me, kicked me out. We got into the typical argument that him and I normally get to, and everybody just thought that was just the greatest thing since sliced bread. And you talk about being a man and doing manly things. Well, that was pretty fucking childish. So,
Well, and I do want to, before we get into that, I do want to apologize for flying off half-cocked there, sir. It's unfortunately, that's something I fall into at times. So I hope you'll accept my apology, because I should not have spoken that way.
Apology is not needed. I can appreciate it, but it's not needed, because at the end of the day, we're all just a bunch of people on a phone screen or a computer screen, right? So,
yeah. That's true.
But no, you have value.
Well, thank
I
you.
see that, and that's why I watch. Sometimes I'm not smart enough to comment. So I just watch whatever.
Yeah.
But when it comes to other channels, it's like, that's why I started my stream, because I was tired of all this nonsense of drama back and forth.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And it's like, it's tiring. It's entertaining at first, but then as weeks and months go by, and it's just the same, it's like watching reruns, of the Honeymooners or some shit. Yeah, it's funny, but eventually it loses its shine. So.
Well, yeah, that's fair. Certainly.
Whether or not you commented about how much my wife controls me or the bank account, I
Yeah.
do whatever the fuck I want.
Oh,
with my money,
I'm
you
sure
know
you
what
do.
I mean? Like,
I know. Well, and we've had good conversations in the past. I don't know why I do that, but I do. So.
no, you
yeah.
thought I was taking a shot at you, and it wasn't a shot at you.
Yes. And I don't even
and-
care. That's the thing, is I don't even care. I don't know why I even reacted that way, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, it maybe got into your feelings a little bit, which we're all entitled to have feelings. If you don't have feelings, then there's something fucking wrong with you, honestly.
Yep.
If you can't feel something, love, hate, anything.
Well, I
but,
blame the fake undiagnosed autism, but that's a different thing. But that's okay. It doesn't even matter why. But yeah, it's funny because I really don't care. It's just sometimes I'm reacting to things. And it's like, wait a minute, why? I don't even care about this. What the fuck is this? It's funny how that happens.
You have a pretty big following. You bring in a lot of viewers
thank you.
daily. You're on every day, and it's because you have value.
Thanks, brother.
I see other channels don't have as much value, and I can even say my channel doesn't have value. I tried to create a drama-free place, but I was pretty naive and ignorant. That's
Yeah,
even
I mean, that's unfortunately the servicing of the drama does have something to do with it at times, unfortunately. But and I want to say this, and you're not doing this. I just have to remind the audience that it is absolutely fair to criticize and critique Paul over here, but this is not the Bash Paul channel either. And I know you're not doing that, but I've had to remind the channel. At times I've had to remind the audience, like, hey, we're not just going to bash the man, but nobody's above a little bit of criticism here and there. So it's certainly valid.
100%.
And I'm critical at times. I've been accused of kissing his ass, but the fact is, when I've got something to say, I just say it. And, I'd rather say it over here than,
way, man.
yeah, exactly. I'd rather say it than, I don't need to go on his panel and talk to him it'll get back to him. So, anyway, thank you, Rachel, for the $10. Much appreciated. $10 super chat.
Nice,
Indeed.
Rachel.
Awesome. Yeah, I love that.
Last night when I was having a banter with Paul, we had about 3 seconds of him taking a positive comment. I told him, I was like, I don't have a problem with you, Paul. I don't have a problem with you being on the computer making money. I really don't. Some people do. I can see why some people do, but I don't. If I could quit a real fucking day job and not have to work 40 hours a week and can turn that into being at home, staying home with my dogs, spending more time with my family, a few hours on the computer and making as much or as close to as much money as I make at a regular job, I would fucking do it in a heartbeat. You know what I mean? But a lot of people don't realize we're here to be entertained. You know what I mean? We're here to possibly be educated. We're here to learn something. And, if you're good at it, you'll make money at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd like to be able to not work also and do this, but realistically, it's probably not in the cards for me in the short term. I mean, who knows in the long term? But this has been amazing.
You're making some good bucks. I mean,
hell yeah.
Help you buy some, new equipment or feed yourself or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely not expected, but man, it feels good. I have to say.
Mm-hmm. I even donated to Paul back when even when we were going to shit, I donated to him. $20 here, $20 there. Like maybe a lot of people, $20 is a lot of money, but in reality, if someone else can use it, I'm the guy that when I own my own business, we would go to Walmart and just buy people's, items and shit. We would just pay for it, and we would do it anonymously. Even though me saying it here, it's not like I'm looking for any kind of gratification.
Oh yeah,
but that's just the kind of person I was. I was doing
I can see that.
well. And, we did that all the time, and it feels good to help other
Absolutely. I agree. And, I do it also and don't talk about it. I give to people, especially in person, especially when I'm making truck driving money. I love to spread it around. But it's funny. I've seen you donate. I don't know why. It's funny. I spurred out, and I was like, but then I'm like, yeah, I've seen him donate. So what am I even talking about? Yeah, it's bizarre. So I'm glad you clarified that.
I'm the same way, man. If someone attacks me, I mean, pretty much I'll just say, Paul, like we're the only ones who really attack each other, but I will defend myself. And that's all you were doing. I don't blame you. That's why I was like, look, bro, you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm glad you clarified because I was like, wait a minute.
So, and I get people hate me. I mean, who's this guy? I don't even know, Yogi or something. Yeah, he really doesn't like me. And along with anybody else who follows Paul, really, they don't care for me, but I don't care, like it doesn't bother me any. I have my stream on Friday nights. If, I was happy when 3 people showed up, I'm like, holy shit, 3 people actually came to watch, whether they're hate watching, you know what I mean? Or whatever.
Yeah.
But,
it's hard, man. It's hard to get regular viewers. It's tough.
We're in the 30s. I'm averaging between 20, 30.
Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome.
It's pretty cool, and I'm I'm watching the stats. And the funny thing is, when you look in the analytics after the show, now it's like 50-50 male, female. So for somehow,
really? That's really good.
It's like 52 to 48% male above female.
That's super good.
I don't know. Maybe it's because my view of how I run my life. You know what I mean? It's not for everybody, of course, but so I thought that was interesting because it didn't used to be that way. It was very small amount of female, which I'm not catering to anybody, but if you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I don't fucking care. You don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you, kind of thing. So, but these channels are getting slimmer in actual watchable content, and you're not one of them. You're at the top. I enjoy Z's channel. When I, on my way to work, I'll listen and watch and sometimes interact, but I don't. I'm looking for better channels out there. I've actually got into this. I don't even know. I never knew it was. They were called catchers. People who are catching predators.
Yes.
Going out.
Yeah, I've watched some of those. Yeah.
I was like, man, that's something I want to get into. But so I'm watching the channel, and it was all the same bullshit drama you see on these other channels. Like, you know what I mean? You go on a religious channel or you get on Rights and Freedom channel, and everyone's disagreeing and fighting. And I'm like, come to the reality that it doesn't really matter. Like, these communities are just, they want to have the drama. So
people respond to it, like it or not. You may be on the, you may be a little bit of the type who doesn't respond to it, but most folks do, myself included at times. And I've never been shied away from servicing the drama. But then for somebody like yourself, you might just be like, okay, I'll tune out and come back later, maybe.
exactly.
Hopefully, yeah.
And it's still there.
Yeah. Well,
You know what I
sometimes,
mean?
yeah.
It's still
Sometimes
there.
it's still going on. Yeah. I get that also, but it seems like it sort of comes in waves, and then it's gone, and then it comes back, and then it's gone. So yeah, I get that. But thank you for your compliments, by the way, and thanks for the donation. I appreciate you, being complimentary, and it makes me feel good because, I feel like I'm decent at the thing, but that's high praise. So I don't know that I fully am living up to what you're saying, but if you feel that way, I'll certainly accept it.
Well, once you get into OBS, you can do shit like this.
Nice. Holy smokes. I'm using OBS, but I don't know how to use it. Damn, I need the Steve tutorial, man.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
a
yeah.
virtual camera. Once you figure out the virtual
Okay.
camera. Yeah. So, and that's another thing too is in my broadcast, I'm putting a lot more time in my thumbnails, put time into like opening credits and intro, outro videos, stuff like
Yeah, I'm
that.
sure that makes a difference.
It's just fun.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? It's me personally growing. And I think last Friday I had Special K. You know who Special K is? She's
Yeah.
she's from Chicago, so we have kind of like a camaraderie. I'm from Chicago, whatever. But she got a new Mac and she was having a hard time with it, and just trying to help her out. You know what I mean? But it's just learning new stuff. If you can teach somebody something new, and it may not be something important to anybody else, but if one person can learn something, I'm all about being a teacher. And I see a lot of people learning little bits and pieces from all these other channels and whatnot. But no, right on, man. I just wanted to clarify.
I'm glad.
I
I'm
do,
glad. Thanks for.
I do.
Yeah.
I do like you. You're
Thank
a
you.
good dude. Everybody seems to want to jump on the bandwagon of who we're going to hate today or who we're not
Mhm.
going to like today. And I'm never going to be one of them people. I mean, I'll straight up tell you, back in the day, Timmy Carini, him and
Mm.
I, had an issue, but he manned up and he called a truce. And I was like, right on. I
Wow.
can fucking go with that. And so it changed my mind a little bit. I was like, all right, well, some people can actually change their mind. I'm just not the only one, because I was pretty fucking closed-minded to it all. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it is what it is.
I haven't gotten there with Timmy yet. We've been on again, off again in that regard. We're off at the moment, but
Well, I don't talk to him much anymore because I don't
Okay.
go to Paul's, and normally that's where
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's at. But but really, other than the tribe, that's the only person that I really don't want to have anything to do with. Is the tribe, because he's a negative person in a sense. He
Yeah,
never has anything good to say. So everyone else, even Paul. I like Paul.
Oh,
We
me
just don't
too.
get
Yeah.
along.
Yeah.
We just don't get along.
Well,
So
yeah, I know what you're saying though. Yeah, he's got a lot of cool shit to say. Certainly, I like what he's doing over there. Big fan,
but
actually.
I don't know, that's the only person is fucking the tribe that I really fuck him. And people in the chat are people in the chat.
Yeah.
Say whatever you want. But I know who I am. I know what I do. I know how I live my life. And I try to be better every day and help my, fellow man. I go to sleep at night knowing very well that I didn't screw anybody over or take something from somebody I shouldn't have, and I gave, contributions to someone else being better. So
Hell yeah,
that's
man.
just me.
Love that. Love that.
But I'll stop boring your audience.
Oh, you're
brother.
good, man. No, I appreciate you doing that. And again, I don't know. I don't have any excuse for spurging out, but glad you helped me get right. So thank you for
No,
that.
that comment was for
OTW.
OTW.
Yeah, I get
not
that.
you.
I get
And
that.
actually, I said that comment before that you got that donation. So
Yeah, and I don't even know why. There's no explanation. So,
Oh, you don't have to suck up. You can tell me to fuck off. I mean,
well, but you need to.
It's not like you can give me the money back.
You need to deserve it, though. I mean, that's the thing is, I don't know that you earned that one, right? So,
Right.
yeah. So anyway,
All right, brother.
All right,
I'm about to
man.
Get my fishing gear ready. I'm going to do a little fishing. So.
oh hell yeah,
Um,
love that.
I'll have a good broadcast. So see you later, bud.
Yes, sir. Take care. Yeah, that was Steve. I'm glad that he clarified all of that. Because it's funny. I know that we get along. I don't know. I just don't even. I'm mystified at times. And I know at some point during all that, I went to the bathroom and I was like, wait a minute. I'm pretty sure Steve fucking donates. I'm pretty sure. Hell, I think he's donated to me before. It's like, what the fuck? There's just no explanation. I'm not exactly sure what happened. So I'm not sure what happened there, brother. But glad we all got back on the same page. Certainly if somebody that, forget about the donations, that's awesome that somebody will donate. I love that. But, that's not the main reason I do this, believe it or not. And, I'm glad that people are willing to donate. It's not the main reason. However, I would hate to lose somebody who was that complimentary of me. That's the shame for me is when I do, because I'm trying to tell him to hit the fucking bricks, right? So I'm glad he, thankfully he didn't be like, oh, really? Well, all right, fair enough. So thank God that didn't happen. But I'm just putting them all on the board here, one after another. This has probably been the biggest day ever, at least on this has probably been the biggest ever dono day. So, yeah, man, awesome. I would say I'm humbled, but it's not really I mean, I always heard sports figures say that, about a big win or winning an award. It's like, is it really humbling? I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure I have the words for what that feels like exactly, but yes, it's been amazing. What's this? 30, 46, 51, 71, 91, 101. Wow. Yeah, so right around 106 on the YouTube. That's amazing. And there's been some Cash App stuff too. So my God, I almost feel like it's like quit on a high note. Fucking shut it down, man. Shut it down. But I'm probably not going to do that. Although it's 11 o'clock. How long have I been live here? And I'm a little surprised OTW didn't want to see my what I had to say after Z left. It's a little surprising because I recapped and a lot of things. Oh wow. Yeah, hell yeah. Looks like yeah, almost. I'm pretty sure it's the biggest day ever. Biggest day ever. So. I say that I can't, support myself from this, but you never know. You never know when it might get there. Who knows? Who knows? I don't think I want to limit myself, but yeah. Let me go back and read the comments here. Let me get this off the board. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Steve. I believe it's the best day ever for donos. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see Cocaine Cat. Well, thank you, Rachel. I hope I do. I know it, not always maybe, but, that's the goal. And, if I'm able to do a thing and people enjoy it, well, all the better, right? All the better. And I did enjoy having Z on today for the one-on-one. That was a lot of fun. And it's challenging, man. He's a challenging guy to talk to. So is Paul. They're both a challenge in their own way to have a conversation with. And yeah, let's see, how long have we been here? It might be time to get out. I can't even. Oh, we're 8 hours in. Yeah, let's get out of here, folks. Anybody got anything before I go? And apologies if I was a little too hard on Angelo, too. Oh, yeah. What's up, Ice Grills? Good to see you. Yeah, shout out to the big donators in the house. Yeah, big donos. Forget about big pharma and big corporate stuff. It's like, no, shout out to the big donos. Yeah, and this thing flew by, man. 8 hours. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, people are usually broke after the weekend, so that's great. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, certainly. Me too. I could live on, I think what I figured was I could probably live on, with all expenses, I could live on just right at 500 a week, I'm pretty sure. But then people are like, hey, get a job. Yeah, that's fine. I can go work a job. I'll go live in a truck and have less expenses. But I don't really want to go back to truck driving because I like driving the truck. I like driving the truck. That's the fun part. But yeah, let me go ahead and save something for tomorrow. We're right at 8 hours. We'll wait a couple more minutes. We'll tick over to, we might as well. We're at 7:58, so we might as well tick over to 8. Yeah. Well, thanks, Angelo, for being forgiving. And, regardless of whose audience it is or where it came from, I don't personally feel any sort of ownership over the audience. I do recognize that many of the folks are from, the Paul enslaved side of things, which, by the way, I'm also in the audience. And this is something I didn't cover with Z, that here's how I'm a bozo in a way. The fact is, Z, I am a member of the audience over there, lest we forget. I am a member of the audience. And so, yeah, I don't view myself as culted up even as an audience member, much less as someone who does a broadcast, right? I just have a little difference of opinion where if I don't agree fully with Paul, I don't feel like it's even productive or constructive, or I have no desire to go up there onto his panel and start calling him out. It's just, I'm not interested in that. I do state my opinion over here, right? That's again, yeah, thank you, sir. Especially, for the donations as well. Much appreciated, and I appreciate everybody for listening. And this is what I was telling Z is, part of me grinding this out is, I've pretty well reached the point where if I'm not live every single day, and if I, I can go live at times that people aren't used to seeing me live, and I can pretty much always, not me, but the broadcast can pretty much always pull, I would say, 15 to 25 people, which is great. If I've got something to express, if I need to take a couple of days off here and there, I feel like I can do that, and, everything will be fine. So that's cool. That's cool. But indeed, Snafu, good to see you, sir. I saw that you were live. Oh, yeah, that's Rachel said, yeah, the optics are sky high indeed. Yeah, the optics are high, Snafu. Do you leave your live streams up? Because I screen recorded some of yours, but then Tommy went live, so I screen recorded him. Although he's been leaving his up, but you just never know. But he ended up paneling, and, shout out to 36 in the house, by the way. What was I checking on? Oh, yeah, did Snafu leave his live streams up? Snafu Snaps 8. Doesn't even come up. At Snafu Snaps 8. All one word. I bet that brings it. Yeah, that brought it. Yeah, it's still there. Good deal. 5 hours. You talked the whole time, right, Snafu? That's no panel, no break. Did you just talk for 5 hours? That's pretty impressive, sir. I must say. Pretty impressive. I agree, Huge. Yes, content is relative to mindsets of I agree 100%. And that's well stated. I'm actually going to screenshot that because sometimes I know some shit in my head, but I don't quite have the words for it. So I'm going to take a screenshot, and then I'm going to press the button. And because I'm hurting at the risk of whining and complaining about my health, my pancreas region is hurting, and no, we don't need any suggestions. But thanks, folks. I know your hearts are in the right place. But I will. Nevertheless, he persisted. Thanks.